My best friend gripped my wrist. I only invited you to the party because you're the ugly friend. I wasn't surprised because my best friend Kenzie always said things like this to me. I sighed. If I'm so ugly, then why do you want me to come? My crush is coming to this party, and since you're ugly, you make me look prettier. She pulled out her phone and showed me a photo of him. He's in my biology class. I know he wants me. My heart stopped because I recognized him. He'd been letting me copy his homework for weeks. We texted all the time, but I just pretended like I'd never seen him before. He seems nice. She was about to find out she was wrong about everything. When we were walking into the party, Kenzie looked at my outfit and laughed. You look huge in that. He'll definitely notice how pretty I am compared to you when we stand beside each other. You're the best. As we got inside, I smiled because I already knew that she was going to be disappointed with his reaction towards me. And remember, when you see him, don't even bother trying to speak. Don't even move. You're just there to make us laugh, okay? Her friend laughed. She's such a fat chud. It would make anyone laugh. I nodded and tried not to let it get to me while I looked to see where he was. That's when another friend ran over. Oh my gosh, he's here. I could see him walking toward us. Kenzie grabbed my wrist. I don't want you to get hurt, so don't even try to flirt or talk to him. He's way out of your league, and him rejecting you will break you. She was so confident. I bit my lip, trying not to laugh while I waited for the show to begin. When he walked up to us, Kenzie flipped her hair and smiled, but his eyes went past her, and they landed on me. Hey, I've been looking for you. Kenzie's smile froze. Wait, you guys know each other? He didn't even look at her. Know each other? We talk every day. Kenzie laughed nervously. But she can't be your type. She's the ugly friend. For the first time all night, his eyes met Kenzie's, and he looked disgusted by what she said. Well, that's not true. She's the only reason I came tonight. She mentioned that she was coming to this party, and I wanted to see her. Kenzie's face went red. He stepped back. But this isn't how it was meant to go. She's the ugly friend, not me. Kenzie, I've rejected you multiple times. If you keep bothering me, I'll call my lawyer. He turned back to me and smiled. Want to leave and get dinner together? Like, as a date? I took his hand. Yeah, let's go. I'm hungry. I was standing in a grocery store parking lot holding a bag of potatoes when someone pressed something into my back. Don't move. His voice was low, close to my ear. I need you to drive. I didn't move. He had a gun, and I knew it before he said anything else. My name is Dean. You're going to act normal. The phone stays in the cup holder. Screen up. Do you understand? I nodded. My hands were shaking by the time I got behind the wheel. He gave me driving directions in short, clipped sentences. Turn left. Stop here. Go inside. The first stop was a corner store where he told me to buy a burner phone. The clerk looked up when I walked in, then looked past me at the car. He said quietly, barely moving his mouth, "They're not patient people." I didn't know who he meant, and I was too afraid to ask. The second stop was my bank, where Dean told me to make a small withdrawal from my account. The teller's hands shook worse than mine as she counted the money. When she was done, she looked around and then whispered, "Please be careful." She knew something. I could see it, but I couldn't waste any more time. The storage facility was the next place we stopped. The security guard saw Dean and went pale. "You weren't supposed to come here," he warned, sweat breaking out all over his body. Before Dean could respond, headlights from multiple cars appeared, and they were moving fast. Dean grabbed my arm. "Get in. I'll drive." A gunshot took out the back window. I screamed, "Who are they?" He glanced over his shoulder. "They think I'm one of them." My vision suddenly filled with red and blue lights cutting across the intersection ahead. There were several police cruisers blocking us in. The cars behind skidded to a stop. Their doors flew open and men scattered in all directions. Dean calmly put the car in park and raised both hands. The officers completely ignored us and moved quickly toward the men trying to flee. Guns raised and commands to freeze shouted over the sirens. Dean turned and looked at me for the first time. I'm the detective who ran the operation that took these people down. They figured out who I was. Tonight was the last shot I had. I heard myself say, "The clerk." He looked at me. "Undercover." So was the teller. I nodded my head. "What about the guard who said you weren't supposed to be there?" He was warning me off. We were too exposed. Then I thought about the order to keep my phone face up in the cup holder. Someone had been watching. "I needed you to behave like a hostage," Dean explained, "because they were watching to see if I'd go through with it." Out of nowhere, I started laughing. It probably made me sound crazy, but it was real. "Next time," I grinned, "lead with the badge." He almost smiled. "There won't be a next time for me." I looked back at the shattered window. Yeah, for both of us. I was trapped in my school elevator with 3 other students when gas started pouring through the vent. The elevator at school suddenly jolted and stopped. My sister Riley was the first to scream, "Ah!" I wanted to tell her she was being dramatic, but things seemed really bad. The doors weren't opening. Another kid called Finn was freaking out. Sam was already crying. And just when we thought it couldn't get any worse, the vent above us hissed open. We all looked up as smoke poured down on us. We all started choking immediately. Finn tried to laugh. "Bro, is this a senior prank?" But my throat hurt too much to respond. My eyes were burning and my throat felt like it was closing. The intercom crackled and a man's voice came through. "One of you in this elevator killed my brother Jack in 2019. Nobody is leaving this elevator until one of you confesses." Everyone froze, and for a second, we all stared at each other with panic in our eyes. We all knew who Jack was. He was killed during a camping trip in school by another student, but the killer was never found. And now his brother thought one of us was the killer. Finn slammed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Sam started slamming his body against the door so hard that blood was coming out of his shoulder. I held Riley's hand and tried to stay calm and strong for her, but we were both so lightheaded that we were on the verge of passing out. The voice came back calm. Oh, I forgot to mention that in 3 minutes, the chemicals in the gas will kill you. You have until then to confess on the camera in the corner. Then I will turn the gas off and you will be set free. I screamed at it. We weren't even at the murder scene that night. None of us did it. The voice laughed. No, I have more information than you do. I have the video that never made it to the police. You guys all look similar to the murderer. Same height, same hair color, same eye color. I know it was one of you. Now confess. 2 minutes left. Finn was choking. Sam was crying. I looked around and we all looked shocked. Everyone apart from Riley, because when I looked at her, she didn't look shocked. She looked like she was angry. I thought back to the night of the school camping trip again and thought about Riley. Riley had been checking her phone all night. She disappeared from the cabin for hours and no one knew where she was. And now, being in an elevator where one of us was accused of murder, I was starting to get suspicious that it was her. I grabbed her shoulder and tried to squeeze the words out of my throat that was still closing up. Riley, you need to be honest with me. She looked up at me with tears running down her face. I did it, but I didn't mean for him to die. I swear I didn't mean for him to die. The voice came back. 60 seconds until the gas kills all of you. I had the choice of either letting everyone die or forcing my sister to tell the truth in front of the camera. I looked at Sam, who was having a seizure from the chemicals, foaming at the mouth. Finn's eyes were swollen shut. I used the rest of my strength to grab her head and put it in front of the camera while I convinced her to confess. Say it! She shook her head. The voice came over the intercom again. 20 more seconds. Our lips were turning blue. I could barely breathe. That's when she said it. It was me. I did it. Suddenly, the vent slammed shut. The janitor pushed through them, holding up his phone with a huge smile. I got her confession on video. She killed my younger brother. Arrest her now. I didn't know he was the janitor's younger brother. My sister was arrested and given 10 years in prison. She said it was self-defense. I walked outside and saw my neighbor running a yard sale, but when I looked closer, I realized half the things she was selling were mine. My toaster, my gardening tools, even a framed photo of my late husband. I glanced back and saw my back door was open and instantly realized she'd broken in and took my things to sell. I stormed over and took my husband's photo, but she grabbed my wrist. That'll be $5. I yanked my arm, but she held on and the frame slipped from my hands and cracked. I demanded she give me back my things, but she just laughed and turned around to sell a customer one of my plates. If you don't want someone taking your things, don't leave your back door unlocked. She went back to selling more stuff, but that's when I looked over and saw her own back door was open. I immediately stormed away and she called out, "Good, you're admitting defeat," but I actually climbed her fence and snuck into her house through the open back door. I instantly shoved as many of her things into my bag, then went and put them in my house. I repeated this a few times, and when I felt like I had enough, I set up my own yard sale on my front lawn. Immediately, customers ran over to my stand and started grabbing things. My neighbor instantly noticed, and she stormed over to see what was happening. She saw my yard sale and my cardboard sign saying, "Everything is free. Take what you can hold." She looked at my stand and saw people grabbing her mother's heirloom vase, then someone taking her wedding photo album. A man was walking off with her jewelry box with her $1,000 earrings in it. She realized I was giving away her things for free. Her jaw dropped, and she tried to push through to stop them, but the crowd was too big. She dropped to her knees and begged me stop. I yelled, "Give me back my things," and she immediately ran to her lawn, bringing everything back to me. It took her 3 trips because she'd taken so much of my stuff, and I even made her give me a brand new frame for the photo of my husband. But when I took down the free sign off my stand, most of her stuff was already gone. She cried for me to help her get her things back. However, I shook my head. "But I lost everything. The only thing I sold that was yours was a plate for $1. I shrugged. "Then buy yourself something nice with that $1. I walked away. I watched her walk back into her house, and she started crying as she realized she also had no chairs left. My teacher snatched the note I was passing out of my hand. "Do you think Terry likes me?" No one moved a muscle because we were all sick of her doing this. Whenever Mrs. Whitley caught a note, she'd stop the whole lesson, walk to the front, and read every word out loud in a high-pitched voice. No one could stop her because she was the adult and we were the children. But that night in the class group chat, my friend texted, "What if we embarrassed her for once?" Everyone liked the message. And the next morning, I wrote a note saying 6-7 and purposely held it up so Mrs. Whitley would see it. She snatched it out of my hand and read it to the class, trying to embarrass me. 6-7. But when she realized it wasn't embarrassing, she awkwardly moved on. Terry wrote the next one and waved it around until Mrs. Whitley walked over. Mrs. Whitley's face went red as she read it to the class. "Cody, I can't stop thinking about your eyes. They remind me of a sunset over the ocean. Every time you walk by my desk, my heart skips a beat." 3 minutes later, my friend passed a note, and Mrs. Whitley didn't even make it to the front before she started reading. "Last night, I had a dream where Mr. Pender from 3rd period came into my bedroom and taught me about anatomy." She stopped halfway. Her eyes kept moving down the page. Someone in the back yelled, "Keep going!" Her face went red as she quickly crumbled the note, threw it in the trash, and pointed at the door. "Class dismissed. Now." We walked out laughing so hard we were crying. The next Monday, Mrs. Whitley started class, and I passed a note right in front of her. She looked at it and didn't didn't say anything. Turns out the adult in the room was the easiest one to embarrass. I collapsed in the hallway of my house after school, and my mom stepped over me without slowing down. She turned at the doorway and crossed her arms. "Stop faking it before I pull you up myself." I pulled myself up against the wall. Maya slipped out of her room with the bear, where we hid the Tylenol from my mom, pulled a pill from the stitching, and pressed it into my hand. Mom walked back down the hallway and pried it off my tongue. "You're embarrassing this family." Maya froze on the stairs. 14 more days. Then I could see a doctor without her. The morning I turned 18, I called the clinic before school and booked the first opening they had. I wrote the time on a card and gave it to Maya on my way out. "Put this in the bear." She nodded and tucked it through the stitching without looking down. I sat in the waiting room gripping the armrests to keep myself from walking out. The doctor sat down across from me and read my intake form. "When did the symptoms start?" 6. 12 years without treatment? My mom said I was faking. He looked at me for a long second. "I can see your hands twitching from here. You're not faking. We're running bloods right now." The doctor pressed on my knee and I screamed so loud the receptionist ran in. He came back with the results. "There's something you need to see." Before he could finish, the door slammed open. "Where is she? Where is my faking little—" The doctor stepped between us. "Ma'am, sit down. She's wasting your time. I'm her mother. If she was really sick, I'd know." The doctor lifted the paper in his hand. "Your daughter has an autoimmune disease that attacks her joints. If she'd been treated at 6, she'd be living a normal life. The damage is permanent." My mother's eyes dropped to the paper. She was always dramatic. Every single week it was something new. The doctor didn't move. "She screamed in that room 2 minutes ago. That wasn't something new." I stood up. "You knew." "Of course I didn't. You pried a pill off my tongue." She took a step back. "You stepped over me in the hallway." Her hand went to the wall behind her. The doctor picked up his desk phone. "You've got a younger one at home. She's not staying in that house. I'm calling Child Protective Services." My mother grabbed her purse and ran, knocking over a chair on her way out. I drove straight from the clinic to Maya's school and crouched in front of her on the sidewalk. "You don't have to hide the bear anymore." My mother slapped her hand over my mouth and told me I would never speak again. That was the silence rule. Only the youngest child in the family was allowed to speak. Mom still had her voice because she was the youngest child in her own family. But Dad had been silenced when he was 5 and his little sister was born. Mom loved the rule. "It's so peaceful without your stupid opinions," she'd say to Dad, while he tried to communicate through gestures she ignored. I never knew how he felt until my brother Ian was born and I went 11 years without speaking. Mom said, "You had 7 years to say everything you needed to say, and now it's his turn." She told me any sound I made would hurt my brother permanently, and I believed her. Overnight, I became invisible, while my new brother was treated like a precious prince. Mom would terrify me by showing me charts proving that Ian got stupider whenever I made any sound. "Look how much damage you did with that cough," she'd say. "Do you want to ruin his future?" Watching my dad suffer under the silence rule hurt the most now that I knew how he felt. One evening during dinner, I watched him try to gesture something important to Mom, only for her to ignore him while Ian snickered. Something inside me snapped, and I stood up from the table and said the first words I'd spoken in 11 years. "Listen to him." Ian started screaming, "I'm getting stupid! I'm getting stupid!" while clutching his head dramatically. Mom yelled, "You're killing your brother!" She locked me in a soundproof basement chamber. It had no windows and a dirt floor and no food or water. I thought I was going to die there. But then my father came down to the basement when my mother was beating the sound out of me and shouted, "Enough!" His voice was rusty and cracked, but it was all he needed. He said, "I've been recording all of this for years and I'm turning you in." Mom and Ian sobbed, clutching each other. The authorities intervened and Dad and I escaped. My dad taught me Morse code when I was 7. We had radios in the kitchen and my bedroom, and every night at 9:14 when the freight train shook our house, I'd tap our signal and his came back 3 seconds later from down the hall. Same pattern every night, and it just meant I'm here. When I was 12, he got deployed and packed a handheld radio in his bag. Last thing he said was, "Same time every night, same frequency." For 3 months, we kept it going across the world. Then one night, I sent it and nothing came back. I transmitted every night for 2 weeks and got nothing. 2 soldiers showed up at our front door on a Monday morning, missing in action. Mom grabbed the door frame, but I asked if missing meant dead. "It means we don't know where he is." A month later, Mom started packing his things. When she reached for the kitchen radio, I snatched it off the counter and held it against my chest. "He's not coming home, baby. You don't know that. The military knows that. The military said missing, not dead." 6 months in, Mom scheduled a memorial and told me we needed to say goodbye. I told her I wasn't going. She stood in my doorway that night while I sat with the radio. "You sit in your room every night talking to nobody." I didn't look at her. "I'm not talking to nobody. I'm talking to Dad." The night before the memorial, the train came through at 9:14. I tapped our signal into the static like always. Something tapped back, faint and broken, but it was our pattern. I sprinted to Mom's room. She was sitting on the bed in the dark, and I held up the radio. "Listen." 3 seconds after I transmitted, our pattern came back through the speaker, and Mom grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. The liaison said it could be interference, and I told him interference doesn't tap Morse code on a specific frequency. "That's my father. Find him." They traced the signal, and 3 weeks later, a helicopter brought him home. I asked why he kept sending when he didn't know anyone was listening. He said they took everything, but he built a transmitter from scrap and sent our signal every night at 9:14. I asked how he knew I was still there. I didn't. But one night yours came through first. Same time, same frequency, and I knew. My parents stood in the kitchen holding plane tickets. "We're leaving for a week. Don't call unless someone's dying." When they came back, their house was a crime scene. She handed me a schedule for my siblings. Lola, who's 2, Angel, who's 4, and Benny, who's 6. I'm 12. "No, You can't have anyone over to help. Don't call us if you're overwhelmed. Dad looked up from his phone. Don't ruin our vacation. If you can't handle this, maybe you need special education. Day 1 started with Lola throwing up at 6 a.m. While I'm cleaning vomit off the carpet, my phone rings. It's Grandma, Dad's mom. She's at the hospital. She needs emergency surgery tomorrow. She sounds scared. She asks if I can come sit with her before they operate. I tell her I'll try, even though I know I can't leave 3 kids alone. I call Dad. He declines. On the 4th try, he picks up. What part of "don't ruin our vacation" wasn't clear? I explain about Grandma. She's being dramatic. She's fine. He hangs up. Day 2. Grandma calls again, crying. The surgery got moved up to this afternoon. She's alone and terrified. Meanwhile, my parents posted a photo from a yacht with champagne glasses. I tried calling Mom. She left me on red. Day 3, the hospital calls. Grandma's surgery had complications. She's asking for family. I can hear Grandma crying in the background, asking why no one came. I tried Dad one more time. This time, Mom answers his phone. "I'm blocking your number right now. You're a manipulative little brat trying to guilt trip us. You're the reason why our life sucks." Then she blocked me. Day 4, I can't even tell them that Benny split his chin open falling off his bike. Day 5, the hospital calls again. Grandma might not make it through the night. She's asking for me specifically. Says she has something important to tell me. I'm sobbing. I haven't slept in 48 hours. Lola's fever is at 103 degrees. That's when my English teacher showed up. She says the school sent her to check on why I've been absent. She peeks into the house and sees the mess. I show her my phone with my parents' blocked number. She sits down next to me, puts her hand on my shoulder, and pulls out her phone. "I'm going to make a call now. This isn't your fault." They came home glowing, laughing about something. The laughter died when they saw my English teacher, 2 CPS workers, and a police officer in our living room. "What's going on?" Dad demanded. The CPS worker stood up. "We're removing the children from your custody." Mom actually smiled. "Thank God. I'm so tired of pretending to want this. Take them." The officer stepped forward, pulling out handcuffs. "Ma'am, you're under arrest for child endangerment." Turns out Grandma called CPS and filed for emergency custody before her surgery. I heard crying, but I thought it was just my For You page. But right after I turned my volume down, I realized it was real. It was coming from my living room. I opened my door and saw my brother on the couch crying his eyes out. My mom was crying on the phone. "Well, can he just come for a bit?" But then I realized what happened. He was having his birthday party, but nobody showed up. He looked up at me, and I ran back to my room before he saw me cry too. I instantly called my boyfriend. "Hey, why are you crying?" I told him what happened. How my little brother invited his entire class. How my mom spent the entire day decorating the living room and making food. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. "Okay, I'll be there in 15. I was confused, but he hung up, and I had no idea what was coming. The doorbell rang, and my brother immediately shot up. I answered it and saw my boyfriend and 6 of his friends. They were all wearing party hats, holding gifts, and immediately walked inside. "There he is! Happy birthday, little man!" I couldn't believe it. He wiped his tears. They brought him out to the bouncy castle, and when I looked outside, he was laughing and smiling. They gave him presents, and I was shocked. He somehow knew the exact Lego he wanted, and when they all sang happy birthday to him, he hugged my boyfriend. He was so happy that he completely forgot about his friends that didn't come. He blew out his candles and started crying again, but for a different reason this time. My mom whispered, "You better marry him." My toddler saw a bride taking photos at the park and screamed, "Don't do it!" The bride stopped mid-pose. Her photographer looked confused, and 30 wedding guests turned to stare at my 3-year-old daughter, Emily. I was mortified because Emily had the worst habit of blurting things out at the worst moments. "Emily, honey, let's go play on the slides," I whispered, but she broke free from my grip and marched right up to the bride. "Lady, don't marry the mean man," Emily said, pointing directly at the groom. "He's going to hurt you." The groom's face went red and he stomped toward us. "Hey, what kind of kid says something like that?" I started apologizing, but then the bride knelt down. "Sweetie, why do you think he's mean?" Emily pointed at a bruise peeking out from under the bride's dress sleeve. "My mommy had marks like that when the bad man lived with us. She cried at night too, and you smell like tears under your makeup." My eyes went wide because I had no idea she knew my ex had hurt me. The bride looked down at her wrist, as if making a decision. Then she stood up and looked at the groom. "I don't want to marry you anymore." "No, you're not dumping me because some random kid made stuff up," the groom said. "I'm dumping you because you hurt me." The bride yanked her sleeve back and held her bruised wrist up to the crowd. People gasped and pulled out their phones. "I tried to cancel yesterday, and he told me I'd regret it. He said no one would ever want me if I left." The groom realized he was cornered and completely lost it. "Yeah, I said it." She was being dramatic over one fight and trying to call off the whole wedding. The bride's dad stepped forward and said, "Get out now before I call the police." The groom stormed off angrily. Then the bride knelt back down in front of Emily. "Thank you. You saved me from making a big mistake." Emily patted the bride's head. "You're gonna be okay." Then she grabbed my wrists and held them up to the bride. "Look, mommy's marks are all gone now. Yours will be too." I was drunk in an Uber when I heard my driver say on the phone in Russian, "Yeah, the body is in the trunk." I understood every word because I learned Russian from my Russian boyfriend. I kept listening and he said, "I'll drop this passenger off first, then we'll dump the body." There was a dead body in the trunk of this Uber. I didn't want him to know I could understand what he was saying, so I kept my eyes on my phone and didn't move. I was trapped with a killer, and I didn't know if I'd make it out alive. He had the phone on speaker. The voice on the other end said, "How many do you have in the trunk today?" The driver laughed. "About 5. I gasped. "There's multiple bodies in the trunk." Then the voice asked, "Is anyone else in the car?" The driver looked at me through the mirror. "Just another stupid drunk American girl. Do you think I should kill her too?" I felt my stomach turn. The voice said, "Up to you." The driver smirked. "I do have my gun in the front seat. It wouldn't hurt to kill her too. I had to do something to get help. I opened my texts, found my boyfriend's name. I was still drunk, so I could barely type. He's gonna kill me. I'm an Uber. Please help. I screenshotted the Uber trip details. I clicked send. No response. It was past midnight, and he was probably asleep. I thought I was going to die and couldn't stop shaking. The driver noticed me shaking and looked at me through the rearview mirror. He turned around. You okay back there? No, I think I'm gonna throw up. He rolled his eyes and pulled over at an empty gas station. I reached to open the door, but it wouldn't open. It was locked. When I looked up at him, he was turned around in his seat with the gun pointed right at my face. I was going to die. I flinched, waiting for him to pull the trigger, and suddenly, red and blue lights flooded through the windows. A cop was standing right behind his window with a gun pointed at his head. Drop the weapon. Hands up. Now. They ripped him out of the car and cuffed him. I had no idea where the police came from, and that's when I got a text from my boyfriend. I sent the Uber details to the cops. Are they there yet? He understood my drunk text. Then a cop tapped my shoulder. This man has been on our wanted list for months. You just helped us catch a serial killer. Having a hot Russian boyfriend saved my life. It was my first day in prison when a guard kicked me into my cell, then whispered, I'm going to help you escape. I froze because why would a guard say that? But before I could react, he locked my cell and screamed loud enough for everyone to hear, you worthless piece of shat, and walked away. My heart was pounding. What just happened? Then an inmate in the next cell looked at me through the bars. He's the meanest guard in this prison. He doesn't help anybody. I didn't know what to think because why would he help me escape? Or was he setting me up? Either way, it was a chance I had to take. That night, I saw something slide under my cell door. I dropped down to pick it up. It was a cell key and a note. This is your cell key. Tomorrow night, unlock your cell at 2 a.m. and meet me in the courtyard. My hands were shaking because I still didn't know if this was my way out or the worst mistake of my life. The next morning, the same guard shoved me in the hallway in front of everyone and pinned me to the wall. Watch where you're going, bitch. He let go and walked away. Why was he treating me like garbage but helping me escape? Then that night, the alarms went off. Cell search. My heart sank to my knees. I was scared they would find it and give me a longer sentence. A guard unlocked my cell and checked under my pillow, then tore the entire place apart looking for something, but they didn't find anything. I had placed the key in my mouth. When they left, I waited until 2 a.m., knowing that even if it was a trap, it was my only chance to leave. I turned the key and my cell clicked open. Unsure what would happen, I stepped into the dark and walked toward the courtyard. In the courtyard, I saw the guard standing, waiting for me. He whispered, follow me. My heart was pounding. We moved through the dark and led me to the back fence where a big hole had been cut open. I realized he really was trying to help me and quickly crawled through to the other side. I was finally free, but extremely confused. I turned back to the guard. Why are you doing this? His eyes started filling with tears. Because I know you're innocent. They locked you up for a crime my brother committed. He framed you. I treated you like dirt so nobody would suspect anything. I couldn't live with myself knowing your life was ruined because of my family. But before I could respond, bright flashlights hit us, and I heard the footsteps of the other guards rushing in our direction. He pointed to the forest behind me and screamed, run! So I ran as fast as I could without looking back, but I could still hear him getting slammed into the ground and the sound of handcuffs clicking shut. I wanted to turn around and help him, but then his efforts would go to waste, so I just kept running until I was far from prison and finally a free man. I should have been happy, but how could I, when the man who helped me escape and gave me my freedom lost his? I woke up from my surgery with a pain in my stomach, but I couldn't speak because of the anesthesia, and that's when my surgeon asked the nurse in Spanish, one of the clamps is missing. Did you count all the tools before we stitched her up? I thought you counted them, the nurse said, and that's when the surgeon told her, I think we left a clamp inside her. The nurse immediately panicked, asking what to do. Nothing. We can't open her back up now. It would look suspicious, he said. I tried to tell them I understood every word, but my tongue still couldn't work because of the anesthesia. But if she gets an infection, she could die, the nurse told him, but the surgeon said they would just blame my diabetes since no one could know they messed up the surgery. Wait, I said, but it came out garbled, and so the surgeon told the nurse to sedate me because they needed me quiet while they figured this out. And so the nurse pushed something into my IV that made me feel foggy, but I fought to stay awake. What if someone finds out? The nurse asked. No one will find out. She doesn't speak Spanish, the surgeon said. Then he confidently explained that by the time I woke up, they would have papers saying I had diabetes, so no one would catch them. This feels wrong, the nurse said, and I thought I was safe, but the doctor yelled, you want to lose your license? Remember, you counted the instrument, so you're also responsible. That's when I started to feel my tongue again, so I knew the anesthesia was wearing off. If she codes, we say it was diabetic shock. Understood? The surgeon asked. Understood, the nurse said, and that's when I said in perfect Spanish, I understood every single word you said. Their faces went white. I switched to English, saying I wanted the hospital administrator or else I was calling the police. And so the hospital administrator barged into my room, and after I told her everything, she rushed me into surgery. When I woke up again, a new surgeon was standing over me holding a huge clamp. This was inside your stomach, she said. I fainted from the shock. My teacher was walking down each row confiscating our phones when she stopped at my desk. She caught me mid-text and held her hand out. Hand it over with your phone unlocked. I immediately got scared because I knew she wouldn't like what I was doing. Suddenly, she grabbed my phone and read my text out loud. My fridge-built teacher is about about to take our phones again. Text you later. It took everything in me to hold back my laugh. The class tried not to laugh. Her face was red. Detention for a month. She dropped my phone in her drawer. She sat at her desk and started scrolling through YouTube shorts with the volume all the way up. It was unfair that she takes our phones every day but never puts hers down. Even as she passed out the tests, she kept scrolling through Instagram. This test is worth 50% of your grade. Make sure to focus, which I know is hard for you iPad kids, but none of us could focus because she was nonstop laughing. I looked around to see if everyone was as annoyed as me. Were we going to fail because of her? After lunch, she slammed a stack of papers on her desk. I graded your tests. Every single one of you failed. We're retaking it tomorrow. I raised my arms. What the hell was wrong with her? That's when I knew I had to do something to teach her a lesson. And that's when I got an idea to make sure she gets caught using her phone. I wrote an anonymous note to the principal. Walk into Mrs. P's class during our next exam, and you'll find out exactly why her students are failing. I slipped it under the principal's door before I went home. I felt evil, but I knew that if she didn't get caught doing something she shouldn't, then my parents would think that it was my fault I failed the test, and I'd be grounded for life. The next day, she passed out the retake. Let's see if you stupid kids can actually pass this time. 5 minutes in, she picked up her phone and started FaceTiming her friend like always. Hey girl, no, I'm not busy right now. I'm just with the annoying little kids. She literally didn't care about us because her feet were on the table. I smiled because this is exactly what I wanted. That's when the classroom door opened behind her. The principal walked in and stood there watching her laugh at her screen. She didn't even notice because she was too busy laughing with her friend. Mrs. P, hand the phone over. Unlocked. She spun around. Her face went white. She hung up on her friend and handed it over, and he scrolled through her texts. I could see her face going white, and I knew she was hiding something from him. His eyes widened and read them out loud. I turn up the volume on my reels during tests. Half of them can't even focus. It's hilarious watching them struggle. The class gasped. None of us expected that. He read another. One of the students said I was built like a fridge, but I'll make sure they get a 0 on their test. Nobody checks anyway. I giggled because it was still funny. Even the principal found my joke funny and put the phone down. You're fired. She walked out. The principal unlocked her drawer and slid it open. Come get your phones. I grabbed mine first and texted my friend, fridge built, teacher just got fired. My favorite teacher gave me the keys to her house. Ms. Rafter asked me to stay back after math one Friday, then pulled out a sheet of paper with an address on it, as well as a house key. Don't tell anyone. You'll know when to use it. My stomach dropped, and I walked around school for the rest of the day, staring at the key with a terrible dread in my gut. I barely slept the entire weekend, thinking if I should just tell someone. But when Monday came, Ms. Rafter wasn't in school. My heart stopped. She wasn't in Tuesday either, and by Friday, Ms. Rafter had missed the whole week and was officially announced a missing person. Everyone at school whispered about what could have happened to Ms. Rafter, while I looked at the key to her home in my hands, shaking because I had the answer right here. My legs trembled as I thought back to her words. You'll know when to use it. I realized she knew she'd go missing, and she wanted me to find out why. After school, I typed in the address she gave me with trembling hands and made my way to her house. The windows were boarded up, and I stood outside for 10 minutes, trying to work the courage to put the key in. I was terrified. Eventually, I put the key in and turned the handle, and it worked. I was inside. I walked through the house slowly, and the only sound I heard was my own terrified heartbeat. I expected bodies, blood, but all I saw was a clean kitchen, a framed photo of Ms. Rafter, and a clock still ticking. I kept walking, but then my jaw dropped. A computer was turned on. The monitor was dark, but I could hear the old PC crackling and running. I'd searched the whole house, and this was the only thing out of the ordinary. Whatever this was the answer. I sat at the computer, sweat dripping down my forehead and my hands shaking. I flicked the monitor on, and it loaded slowly, its wheel turning. When the screen flashed, I saw 2 windows open. The first was Ms. Rafter's personal information, filled in on a one-way ticket to Bolivia. The departure date was last Friday. The second window was a spin the wheel program with every student's name from my math class. The arrow had stopped on me. I was still shaking and confused until I saw the sticky note in Ms. Rafter's handwriting. The wheel decided my house is yours. Take care of it. I stood there in shock, looking at the key. Ms. Rafter had upended her life and left for Bolivia, and spun the wheel to see who'd win her house. It was me. Her house was mine now. Someone wrote my phone number on the boys' bathroom stall at school with "call for a good time" underneath it. By lunch, I had strangers texting me things I couldn't even read out loud. Some guy in the hallway winked at me and said, "Hit me up later." So I went straight to the principal and explained what was going on. She didn't even put her coffee down. Without knowing who wrote it, our hands are tied. I changed my number that night, but by the next day, it was back up on the stall and the texts started again. I only gave this new number to 10 people, so whoever was doing it was someone I trusted, and I was going to find out. When I got home from school, I sat on my bed with a notebook and wrote down every name I'd given the number to. I crossed off anyone who had no reason to hurt me and anyone who was with me when the texts came in. That left 3 girls I used to call my best friends until I started dating a guy one of them was obsessed with. So I downloaded an app that generates fake phone numbers, created 3 different ones, and gave each girl a different number. Then I texted each one, "Please don't share it. I can't take any more of this," and waited. The next day when I showed up in school, a kid in my English class showed me a photo of the stall. All 3 numbers were on the wall. I knew I had them, so after class, I found the weakest one. I know it was all three of you. She tried to walk away. I stepped in front of her. I have proof. That's when she broke. The other two came around the corner. The one who started it all got right in my face. You tell anyone and I'll destroy you. You took him from me and you deserved every single text. Then she slapped me. What none of them knew was that my phone had been recording since I walked up. I called my mom. By the end of the day, we were in the principal's office. I put my phone between us and pressed play. The slap, the confession, all of it. The principal folded her arms. I'll look into it. Then my mom slid a letter from our lawyer across the desk. If this isn't resolved by Friday, we're filing assault charges and suing the school. The principal stood up so fast her coffee spilled across the desk. All three girls were pulled from class within the hour. I watched them walk out one by one. The last one looked back at me. Thanks for a good time. Then I gave her the finger. I walked into the arcade to surprise my boyfriend and found him pressed up against the Street Fighter machine with another girl. He saw me, pulled his hands off the joystick, and grinned. Sorry, babe, we're done. She's just better than you. His new girl smirked across the machine. I stood frozen while everyone pretended not to watch. The nerdy kid at the next machine slid a quarter across the cabinet without looking up. You want him back? I picked up the quarter. He nodded toward the Street Fighter machine, then beat her. First lesson, pick a main. Every day after school, I came back to the arcade. The nerdy kid drilled combos into me until my thumbs were bruised. He taught me to read someone's eyes and shoulders before they pulled the trigger. First week, I couldn't take a round off him. By the third week, he stopped going easy, and I was beating him every match. Saturday night, the arcade was packed. I pushed through the crowd to the Street Fighter machine and dropped a quarter on the screen. My ex's new girl looked up and laughed. "Ah, you ready to get your butt whooped, sweetie?" My ex was right behind her with his hand on her hip. Round one, she came in mashing buttons and throwing out random kicks. I read every move before she landed it and broke her health bar with a combo the nerdy kid had drilled into me. Round two, she was leaning into the joystick with sweat running down her temple. She panicked through fireballs and I jumped everyone, finishing her with a special that lit up the screen. Round three, the cabinet rattled because she was slamming the buttons so hard. I blocked everything she threw and dropped her with a perfect flashed across the screen in big yellow letters. She shoved her chair back into the wall and stormed out. My ex grabbed my arm and pulled me close. "Babe, I always knew you had it in you. Let's go home." I pulled my arm out of his grip and stepped back. "I'm not going anywhere with you." He laughed until I grabbed the nerdy kid's hand. "Seriously? Him?" He stepped toward me with his fists clenched, the whole arcade watching him get rejected. "You're embarrassing me in front of everybody." The nerdy kid stood up from his machine and stepped between us. "If you can't handle it, pick a character." My ex cracked his knuckles and grinned at the crowd. "Fine, I'll smoke you, Four Eyes." He picked Ryu and the nerdy kid picked Ryu too. Round one, my ex barely landed a hit before his health bar was gone. Round two, he didn't land a single hit before it was gone again. The screen flashed perfect in big yellow letters and the whole arcade went berserk. The arcade owner pushed through the crowd and clapped the nerdy kid on the back. "Nice match, Marcus." Turns out I'd been training with the king of the arcade the whole time. My ex shoved off the cabinet red and shaking. "What the hell was that?" I picked up the quarter and held it out. "Sorry, babe. He's just better than you." My mom looked me in the eyes across the Christmas dinner table and said, "I'm going to rank you kids and tell you why you're not the favorite." My older sister rolled her eyes. I kept eating. Nobody stopped her. Rank 3 was my older sister because she always needed money for emergencies. My older sister's hand started shaking around her wine glass. "I asked you to help me pay for my son's open heart surgery." Mom waved her off. Rank 2 was me. Mom said I'd married a man who couldn't hold a job for more than a year, and the only reason I stayed was because I thought I couldn't do any better. I gripped my napkin under the table and didn't say a word. Rank 1 was my youngest sister because she was the only one who cared about family loyalty. My youngest sister's face crumbled. Tears hit her plate. "Mom, please stop." I watched my baby sister sob into her food and stood up. "Now, we're going to rank your best moments as a mother." Mom's mouth opened. I didn't let her speak. Rank 3 was my older sister's 16th birthday. You spent the entire party telling her everything wrong with her face. My older sister started nodding. Rank 2 was my college graduation. You whispered through the whole ceremony about how fat I looked in my gown. Mom slammed her hand on the table. "I have sacrificed everything for you three." She turned to my youngest sister. Tell them how good a mother I am to you." My youngest sister stood up. Her hands were shaking. Rank 1 was the week you had laryngitis and couldn't speak. I prayed every single night that week for God to take your voice away forever. Mom's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Looks like God finally answered my prayer.
I handed a flight attendant a napkin that said, "The man next to me is not my father. Please help." She smiled and asked me if I wanted any peanuts. Then she walked away. My heart sank and I felt Arthur's hand squeezing my thigh under the tray table. "You're not thinking about doing something stupid, are you?" I shook my head and he smiled and patted me like a dog saying, "Good girl." But I looked at the flight attendant and wondered if she was going to help me because in 3 hours we would land and then I would vanish like the others Arthur told me about. But after a few minutes, the flight attendant came back pushing the drink cart. "Ma'am, we have a medical situation and need to move a few passengers so the crew can access the emergency equipment." Arthur's hand clamped down on my wrist. "She's not moving." The flight attendant kept her eyes on me and said, "Sir, I need to hear from her directly." But Arthur told her, "She's my daughter, and she's not right in the head. You move her and she'll have an episode." And so she bent down to fix something under my seat, and I felt her breath on my ear. "When I squeeze your hand, you run." And then she stood up and smiled at Arthur. "Let me check with my boss." But she reached toward me like she was handing me a pack of peanuts. Then her fingers closed around mine and squeezed hard. I ripped my arm free from Arthur and threw myself into the aisle, but he lunged after me and grabbed my arm. "You stupid girl, you're not going anywhere." And then the flight attendant slammed into him and yelled, "Get your hands off her." But Arthur shoved her into a drink cart and she hit the floor, but she yanked his leg, which sent him crashing into a row of seats. That's when two men grabbed him. "Federal air marshals, don't move," Arthur thrashed. "That's my daughter. She's insane and off her medication. Call the police." "We are the police. TSA flagged your name. You're wanted in 3 states." Arthur looked at me desperately saying, "Tell them you wanted this." But I crouched down so my face was inches from his. "I want you to rot."
My boyfriend signed, "My family knows you're deaf, but don't tell them you can read lips. I want them to learn sign language for you." When we first walked in, everything was perfect. Jackson's sister Tanya signed, "Welcome to the family," and hugged me. There were sign language charts covering the walls, and for the first hour, I felt right at home, until Jackson said, "The bakery just texted that the cake is ready. I'll be back in an hour." Because the second he left, every hand that was signing went still. His sister crouched to my eye level and mouthed each word like I was 5. "Do, you, want, some, casserole." I was about to tell her I could read lips, but that's when she turned to Jackson's aunt. She can't even respond. It's like having another toddler in the house. And she wants to be a mom? I decided to stay silent to let them reveal who they were when Jackson wasn't listening. Through the patio door reflection, I caught his aunt leaning in. "I always wish he ended up with a normal girl from college instead of that little project girl. At least the ex who cheated on him could actually hold a conversation." She found Jackson's mom by the drinks and kept going. "He's going to spend his whole life being her translator and raising the kids by himself. That's not a marriage, that's a job." His mom, who had insisted on giving me homemade tea earlier, was now rolling her eyes. "At least her parents are rich. Hopefully he can get paid for his labor with the will when they die. I just hope that's sooner rather than later," Tanya continued. "They better be using protection in bed. If she ever gets pregnant, I'm calling CPS on day 1. People like her love to baby trap good men. Seen it 100 times. She was so busy making fun of me with Jackson's mom that she didn't even see her own 4-year-old walk away. When she saw me looking, she fake smiled and signed, 'I've been telling everyone about you. We just love you so much.' And a minute later, her daughter stumbled back through the door, clutching her throat, and everyone rushed in. Tanya grabbed her face. "What happened? What's wrong, baby?" Jade's mouth was moving, but her voice was gone. Just lips, no sound. As everyone screamed and panicked, I knelt down and watched her mouth. I had a headache. I took the medicine in mommy's purse, the orange bottle. I stood up and called the paramedics while looking directly at Tanya. "She took pills from an orange bottle in your purse." The paramedics arrived at the same time as Jackson, who was holding the cake. We all listened as they said, "You made the right call by calling us." She was 10 minutes away from her organs shutting down. Tanya grabbed my arm. "How did you know what she said?" "None of us could hear her. I've been reading lips all afternoon." I looked at Tanya's lips, but there was almost nothing to read. I didn't know. I mean, you should have told us." Jackson was about to speak, but when I pulled him aside to tell him what happened, he was furious. "You said you'd call CPS on her?" His mother started crying. We're so sorry." Jackson took the sign language charts off the wall, rolled them up, and handed them to Tanya. "Your apologies mean nothing. You don't get to pretend anymore. None of you do." When we got home, he put the charts on our wall, the same ones his family had up. "I'll find people who deserve to learn for you." My daughter came home from school looking skinnier than I remembered and instantly lunged for a bowl of cereal. Her lunchbox was empty, and she promised she was eating her lunch. I figured she'd just hit a growth spurt, but then one day, I got a call from the principal. "Mrs. Jones, come in right now. Your daughter is in serious trouble." When I got there, she was sitting in a chair, looking at the floor and swinging her feet. I could hear her stomach rumbling, and next to her sat a boy I'd never seen. His face was sunken in. I asked my daughter what happened, but the principal cut in before she could answer. "Look at what happened for yourself, Mrs. Jones." He was red in the face and pulled up the footage from the cafeteria. I watched my daughter pull her sandwich from her lunchbox and hand it over to the boy. He immediately tore into the sandwich like he hadn't eaten in days. I asked the principal, "Okay, so why is my daughter in trouble?" And he crossed his arms and replied, "She's in trouble because this is a violation of our school's no food sharing policy. She had no right to give him her food. This serves a 3-day suspension for both of them." My jaw dropped, and when I looked back at the boy, I noticed his ribs sticking out of his shirt. I realized my daughter had been giving her lunch to a starving kid, and the school was now punishing her for it. I told her, "I'm so proud of you," then turned back to the principal and said, "Just so I'm clear, my daughter is being suspended for giving a starving child food?" The principal opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He clearly never thought about it like that. I grabbed my daughter's hand, and the 3 of us walked out. We drove to a diner where I got the boy whatever he wanted, and from that day on, I packed 2 lunches. F that policy. My dog stepped up to perform her show routine, but it was 100 degrees, and Bubba was prone to overheating, so I asked the judges if she could do her routine in the shade. They shook his head. "No, we need to see the dog's ability to persevere." I looked at my already panting Bernese and reluctantly began our routine. Within the first minute, Bubba was already panting and struggling to keep up, but the judges smiled and yelled, "Look at that focus, keep going." But when we went through a hoop, Bubba started wobbling, and when I touched her fur, she was so hot it hurt my hand. I immediately yelled, "I want to forfeit," but the head judge replied, "I've worked with dogs for 30 years. She's fine, trust me. This is great for building her willpower." Bubba looked at the smiling judges with these glassy eyes, and I could tell she didn't have much left, but she pushed through and stood up on her back legs, and that's when the judges lost it. They clapped and screamed, "She doesn't give up even when she's hurting. This is why we love dog shows." toes. But then Bubba dropped to the floor. I got on my knees and scooped her up. But while running to my car, one of the judges stepped in front of me. "Your dog showed incredible courage today. Could she stay until the end for awards?" I was in disbelief because Bubba was limp in my arms, and they wanted me to stay for a plastic trophy. I shoved past her, but when we got to the vet, they covered Bubba in a white sheet because she'd had a heat-induced stroke triggered by the routine. I went home and cried for days, but then I got a knock at my door. The 3 judges were standing with a gold trophy. "We're sorry for your loss, but hopefully this cheers you up." They handed me the trophy, and when I looked up and saw them smiling, I realized they didn't actually care about my dog. Bubba died winning there, and now they were, handing me the symbol of his death with smiles on their faces. I shut the door and just cried looking at Bubba's empty food bowl. I threw the trophy away because no plastic piece of junk could bring back my friend. A boy opened his presentation, and the first slide had my face on it. I was shocked because I didn't know what this was about. He pointed directly at me. "My presentation is about people who stutter, just like her." I was so embarrassed. I had never even spoken to him before, and now he was making fun of me. The entire class started laughing at me. My face was burning because he was obviously making fun of me, but I wasn't going to sit back and take it. He clicked to the next slide. Statistics show that almost nobody wants to be with someone who can't finish a sentence. He looked right at me and smiled. I wanted to jump into a hole and disappear forever. Someone in the back yelled, "Damn, that's crazy!" But I knew I had to stand up for myself. Unfortunately, I stuttered while doing it. "Stop it. That's not nice." I felt my face get hot, and I hated that I couldn't just speak normally. And suddenly, he walked away from the podium, straight to my desk, and got on my level smiling. He started exaggeratingly stuttering every word to make fun of me. "No, whoa, won't stop." The class laughed even harder. I wanted to cry, but I blinked back the tears because I wasn't going to let him get away with this. So I grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the classroom, straight to the principal's office. I walked in and said, "Hey, he's been making fun of my disability in front of everyone." The principal looked shocked that he would make fun of me in front of him. "Yeah, son, you're expelled." "Wait, at least let me explain why I did it." I rolled my eyes thinking he was just a bully. But that night, I heard banging on my door. I opened the door. A woman I'd never seen before was standing there. The boy was behind her looking at the ground. "I'm his mom. The boy you got expelled today." Oh, hell no. I was shocked and couldn't believe they'd found my address. I was about to shut the door when she said, "My son is autistic. He doesn't know how to express himself like other kids." I laughed at her because I didn't care about that excuse. "So that makes it okay to make fun of me?" "He wasn't making fun of you. He has a crush on you. He spent weeks researching stutters because he wanted to understand what you go through. That presentation was for you, not about you." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The boy looked up. "I thought if I stuttered like you wouldn't feel different anymore." A strange man grabbed my hand at the train station and yelled, "Where have you been? The family's worried sick." He pulled me towards the side exit, and I realized he was using the cover of a family dispute to try take me. The only other person in the station, a man with a dog, barely looked up and just assumed this was a private matter. I tried to pull away, and the man gripped tighter. But right as I was about to scream, a young woman ran up out of nowhere. She told the man, "I'm sorry, sir, but this woman looks like she's having a panic attack. I'm a nurse, and since you're family, you won't mind me helping her." I realized she knew I was in trouble and was trying to help me. The man hesitated, but he had no choice but to let me go. He stood back and watched from a few feet away as the woman walked over to me, sat me down on a bench. My hands were shaking, and I mouthed to her, "Thank you," and she smiled back. But for some reason, the other man's dog suddenly started growling at us. The man shushed his dog, and that's when the woman pulled out a syringe. "Your hands are shaking really badly. This will help you calm down." She injected the syringe into me before I could respond, and instantly, the world started going black. The woman looked over at the man and smirked. He started walking over, and I realized they were working together, but it was too late. I was too weak and passed out, and my last thought before my eyes closed was, I'll never see my family again. But then I woke up in a hospital bed alive and hooked on tubes. Police were at my bedside and instantly explained I was targeted by a kidnapping operation. I asked them, how did I end up here in the hospital? And they showed me the footage from the station. I was passed out, and the kidnappers went to carry me away, when suddenly, the other man's dog broke free from his leash and sprinted across the train tracks. He bit the man's arm clean through and did the same to the woman. They ran off bleeding, and the dog stayed by my side until the ambulance came. His owner did nothing. I was at my desk when my wrist felt like it had broken in two. I knew it meant that my twin sister Jolie was hurt, because we've always been able to experience each other's pain. I called her, "Hey, what happened to your wrist? I can feel it hurting." She responded, "No idea, haha." She hung up, and I got a bad feeling because she never hung up on me. A week later, I doubled over at my desk from a pain in my ribs so sharp I couldn't breathe. I called her to see what she was doing that was making her be in so much pain. 6 hours later, she responded, "Sorry about that. Bumped into a door. Hope it didn't ruin your day. Can I come visit you?" Not a good time. My husband Arvin and I are busy with the house. A few weeks after that, I woke up at 3 in the morning with so much pressure around my throat that I couldn't breathe. I called her 17 times to see what the hell was going on. Her husband Arvin picked up on the 18th. "She's sleeping. Stop calling." I tried calling again, but she blocked me. I thought that maybe she really was just in pain because she was clumsy. But then, one night, there was a pain in my stomach so deep I collapsed on my kitchen floor. I knew something was very wrong with my sister. That time, I didn't bother calling. I just got in my car and drove 9 hours to see her. When I finally got there, Arvin answered the door. "She's not feeling well. Go home." He tried to block me from coming in, but I shoved past him and found my sister Jolie in bed facing the wall like she was in so much pain she shouldn't even move. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. "I felt everything you felt, Jolie. For weeks. What has been going on? Why have you been in so much pain?" She started crying. I was pregnant, and when Arvin found out, he kept hurting me until I had a miscarriage. Suddenly, Arvin started stomping up the stairs. "I think it's time for you to leave." He stood over me and tried to intimidate me. Just then, the police burst through the door. "This is the police. Get on the ground now." I was confused because I never called them, but that's when Jolie smiled. "I texted them as soon as I heard you came." As he walked out in cuffs, Jolie kicked him the balls. I felt the pain in my foot immediately. Now that's the pain I want to feel. I opened the door for my Amazon delivery driver. "Do you live here alone?" I immediately got a bad feeling because most men only ask that to see if they can attack you. So I lied. "No, I live here with my boyfriend. He just went out for groceries, but he'll be back at any second now." He looked past me into my apartment. He spoke in broken English. "There's no boyfriend here, I think. I think you lie. I think you live alone." I just wanted him to leave, so I reached for the package. "Okay, thanks, bye." He pulled the package back. Wait, I was extremely scared and didn't care about the package anymore. I just wanted him to leave, so I slammed the door and turned the deadbolt thinking that would solve the problem. But 15 minutes later, when I peeked through the blinds, his white van was still parked outside my house. Our eyes met, and adrenaline started pumping through my body. I knew I needed to hide, so I dropped below the window. And that's when my phone buzzed with a text from the delivery driver. "Get in delivery van. I show you something." Goosebumps ran down my arms. I was about to call the cops when a second text came in. "You not safe there alone. Please trust. Very urgent." I texted back, "Leave or I'm calling the police." That's when I heard footsteps in my bedroom. I was home alone, so I was convinced it was the Amazon delivery driver entering my home. I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept down the hall. I pushed my bedroom door open. When I opened it, I saw the Amazon delivery driver making his way through my window, still clutching my package. "Get out of my house!" I screamed, pointing the knife at his face. He raised his hands above his head. "Ma'am, I had to come inside. You left package outside." I couldn't understand what was going on. Why would he break into my home just to deliver a package? Was there a bomb inside it? A weapon? "Take it and crawl back out. I don't care about the package anymore." His shoulders slumped. He pointed at my floor. "You don't understand. Someone is here. You must get out. You are in danger." I still didn't know what was going on, but that's when I heard it. Multiple footsteps underneath my apartment. It sounded like there were dozens of people running around. Was the Amazon delivery driver in on it? I bolted into the guest room, slammed the door, and shoved the dresser against it. I dialed 911 and whispered to the operator, "There's a delivery driver invading my apartment." I stayed barricaded in my guest room until the cops arrived, but once they arrested the delivery driver, he pointed them towards the backyard, telling them to dig down. We were all extremely confused, but I needed to know what was going on. "Okay, let's do it." The cops dug for 10 minutes before their shovel had hit something hollow. They cleared the dirt off and pulled up a wooden hatch the size of a door. A ladder went straight down into the dark. We all climbed down, and right underneath my house was an entire apartment, a furnished apartment, with electricity stolen from my lines and plumbing tapped into mine. A family of 4 had been squatting there for months. The delivery driver explained everything. When he walked up to deliver my package, he had seen someone's face peek out from underground. The whole time he was trying to get me out of the house before something bad happened. "Delivery drivers, we protect customers." He shrugged and walked back to his van. I was in the back seat of my best friend's car when she dangerously swerved into the other lane. I shot up. "Peyton, pull over. You're drunk and it's 2 a.m. Just let me drive." She looked at me through the rearview mirror. "I'm fine." The guy in the passenger seat she just met at the party put his feet on the dashboard. "She'll be fine. Relax." But she could barely keep the car straight. "Peyton, pull the car over now." She slammed the brakes on the side of the highway. "Get out of my car. You're being a terrible friend right now." I refused. And that's when the random guy got out of the passenger seat, opened the back door, and yanked me out of the car. She drove off. I was on the side of the highway, alone, and I had no idea how I was getting home. Peyton was the only person who knew where I was, so I called her to come back to get me. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Nothing. Then my phone screen went black. It died. I was completely stranded. I started walking down the highway to find a gas station, but then I saw headlights slowing down behind me. A man leaned out the window. "You need a ride?" Everything in me said, "Don't get in this car because it's sketchy." But I had no phone and no other option. I told him my address and got in his car. He pulled onto the highway and he passed my exit. "Hey, that was my exit. You passed it." He ignored me and kept driving. "Where are you going? Take me back right now." He reached under his seat and pulled out a small knife. "Be quiet, or else." I couldn't believe my luck. I got kicked out of my best friend's car, and now I was going to get kidnapped. I grabbed the handle, kicked the door open, and jumped out of his car while it was still moving. I was on the ground, scraped up, back on the side of the highway, and that's when I saw a gas station across the highway. I ran to it. I went inside and asked the cashier if I could use their phone. He nodded and handed it to me. I dialed Peyton's number because she was the only person in my life that I knew would be awake right now. It rang. "Hello, who is this?" The person who answered wasn't Peyton. "I'm trying to reach my friend Peyton. This is her phone." "Who is this?" There was a pause. "This is Dr. Ramos. Are you family?" My stomach dropped. What? What happened? Your friend was in a car accident tonight. She was driving under the influence. I'm sorry, but she didn't make it. I stood there in shock. If she hadn't kicked me out of that car for a random guy, I would have been dead too. A man marched up to me during my date and dragged me towards the bathroom. When I tried to scream for help, the man covered my mouth. Trust me, your date is not who you think he is. I'm saving you. He locked the bathroom door behind us, and I had no idea where this was going. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. I just need you to trust me. I nodded because I just wanted this to end. And as he spoke, I clenched the pepper spray in my pocket. Have you been drinking? Yes, a little wine. Suddenly, his face dropped like he was horrified. Did you leave your drink alone during your date? I glared at him. Yes. I left for a few minutes to answer a call. Then when I came back, I finished my drink, but nothing happened. Can you leave me alone now? No, you're in danger. Take this mirror. You need to look at yourself. I looked at myself and saw it. My pupils were dilated and bloodshot red. My skin looked gray. If you want to live, stick this in your throat and vomit now. He pulled out a popsicle stick from his breast pocket. I didn't know what to do, but I could see genuine concern in his eyes and decided to trust him. I took the stick, and after a few minutes of gagging in the sink, I hurled and handed him back the testing strip. The second he saw it was green, he called someone. The strip was positive. Get into the dining room now. We ran outside to find my date was face down on the table in handcuffs. The man from the bathroom was standing over him, badge out. FBI, you're under arrest. I turned to him. What the hell happened? Your date is the CEO of an illegal organization that developed a new type of spiking pill. He was trying it out on you. You were almost the 14th victim this month. I was shopping at Lululemon when a man in an expensive suit tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and he handed me an envelope. Inside was $30,000 in cash. You have 3 minutes to spend it all. If you don't spend all of it, you have to refund everything you buy, and I'm taking back the money. I had no idea what was happening. Is this some weird social experiment for a YouTube video? He didn't say anything, just pulled out his phone and showed me the timer. The clock starts now. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. I ran to the clothing racks and grabbed every Define jacket I could see and shoved them into my arms. Purple, blue, pink. I grabbed every pair of excess leggings they had, and when I was done, I dumped them all on the counter along with the stack of bills. The whole thing was too good to be true, and I expected the cashier woman to say the money was fake, but it wasn't fake, and she bagged everything up for me. I grabbed the bags, and the man nodded at me and showed me his timer. 2 minutes left to spend the rest of the money. I ran to the Foot Locker next door and pointed at an entire wall of Jordans. I waved down an employee. I'll take one of each. The shopping assistant just stared at me like I was crazy. Are you sure you can afford it? I didn't have time to explain to him what was going on, so I just handed him the $10,000 in cash and ran out, getting ready to run to the next store. As I ran into Nordstrom, I looked behind me through the window and saw the man in the suit, now sitting on a bench outside. He was leaning forward, with his hand pressed against his heart. I only had 20 seconds left to spend the rest of the money. I ran over to beg him for more time to shop, but when I got there, he immediately collapsed on the floor. A crowd had gathered. A Cinnabon employee was on the phone screaming for an ambulance. I knelt beside him, his eyes opened halfway. Did you spend it all? Almost. 2,000 left. Did it make you happy? I didn't expect him to ask that, but I nodded. Suddenly, his eyes closed and he stopped breathing. I opened his coat looking for ID, for anything that would help the paramedics. Behind his wallet was a folded letter. I read it while the paramedics tried to revive him. If you're reading this, it means you were the one I gave money to before I died. I'm a millionaire, and I have no one in my life. I've had heart issues for the last 3 years, and the doctor told me this week would be my last. I spent my entire life chasing money. No friends, no family, no one to give the money to when I died. I hope I made you happy. You can keep the money. The paramedics arrived. One asked if I was a family member. I shook my head no. He has no one. 2 weeks later, I gave the $2,000 to a men's crisis hotline. I asked them to name the line after him. He died with $80 million and no one to call. Now his name is the phone number that picks up and helps men when no one else will. The nail tech took a close look at my nails and her face instantly went pale. She took out her phone and took a photo, then called another nail tech over and showed her the picture. I was confused because my sister had done these a month ago and they seemed fine. But when I asked to see the picture, the nail techs turned the phone away. Instead, they looked past me at my husband sitting in the chair scrolling his phone and glared at him intently. I asked what was wrong, but the nail tech said, "Nothing, sweetie," and just kept filing, nodding her head at me like she was trying to communicate something. Then the salon's manager walked over, and when she saw the photo, her eyes burst open. She also looked at my husband, then mouthed to me, "It's okay, honey," before walking out to the back. My husband noticed the techs looking at him, but when he asked if everything was okay, they all went pale. Suddenly, the door opened and 2 police officers walked in. They walked over, and my nail tech showed the officers the photo. I again asked to see it, but angled it away and said, "We've got you." The officers stared at my husband, and he stood up and asked, "What's going on?" But they stepped towards him and told him to come outside. He replied, "That's my wife. What's wrong?" But they were already pulling out handcuffs. I screamed, "That's my husband. He didn't do anything," and walked towards him. But the nail tech stepped in front of me and held my shoulders. "You're safe now, girl. Sister code." I begged them to explain, but they stayed silent and just repeated, "You're safe," until my husband was officially in the squad car. I was angry and demanding to know what just happened when one of the techs finally showed me the photo on her phone. It showed my nails zoomed zoomed in, and the acrylic of my thumb had tiny letters etched in, "Help me please." My other thumb had, "Please don't let me go camping with him." I realized in horror the nail techs thought that was me asking for help to get away from my husband. I was relieved until I thought about it and realized my sister had done my nails. She was the one asking me for help. I checked my calendar and saw today was the day she was going camping with her husband. I instantly called and texted her, but she never replied. Had the nail techs told me what they saw immediately, maybe I would have reached out to her in time. My baby daughter started crying, so I put down my sandwich so I could get up and cradle her, but that's when my throat started to close. "Just a minute, baby," I tried to say, but my voice came out wrong. Something was happening to me, and my baby girl was crying across the room waiting for me. I knew I was having an allergic reaction to something in the sandwich. I tried to get my EpiPen in the drawer, so I crawled across the floor to grab it, but my hands wouldn't grip it, and I couldn't get the cap off. Meanwhile, my baby Faye was screaming because she needed me. I tried to call out to her to tell her everything was okay, but the allergic reaction was so bad that my mouth wouldn't shape the words. Suddenly, my knees buckled out from under me. I slid down the cabinet to the floor while Faye's cries filled the kitchen. The edges of the kitchen started going dark. Suddenly, I heard a banging on the window from a nosy neighbor. "Your baby is crying her ass off. Do something before I call CPS." I collapsed on the floor, my eyes half opened. He saw my face and stopped. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" I tried to respond, but my tongue was so swollen that I couldn't even move my mouth anymore. He started throwing himself against the front door. Bang, bang, bang. It opened. He made it inside and grabbed the EpiPen while on the phone with 911. He pressed it into my thigh and held it there. He laid me on my side on the kitchen floor and kept his hand on my shoulder until the sirens came. When they did, he picked Faye up out of the crib and held her the whole way down to the ambulance. When I woke up in the hospital 2 weeks later, the nosy neighbor was sitting beside my bed, and Faye said her first words, "Thank you." My 4-year-old took one look at her baby brother and burst into tears. What's wrong with his face? Lucy had spent months getting ready. She drew pictures of her and her baby brother, practiced changing diapers on her dolls, and saved up her allowance to buy him a teddy bear. When we brought James home from the hospital, she was waiting at the door. She saw him in his car seat and her whole face fell. "Take him back. This isn't the baby from the pictures." She meant the pregnancy app we'd been showing her. Chubby, smiling, 3 months old, not fresh from the womb. For 3 days, Lucy refused to look at him and called him the wrinkly thing. I'd catch her peeking at him from around corners and running away, disgusted. Day 4, she walked up while I was feeding him and stared at his face for a full minute. He opened his eyes and looked right at her. She gasped, "Mom, the potato has eyes." From that moment, his name was Potato. "Can I hold Potato? Why does Potato smell so bad?" She brought him her best Barbie, and he just laid there. "Mom, I think Potato is broken. He's leaking." The turning point was the first time he smiled at her. A real smile, not gas. She screamed so loud she woke him up. "Mom, Potato likes me. He has feelings." After that, she was obsessed and would tell anyone who'd listen. My mom made a Potato baby. He's useless but cute. Warning, he might poop while you're looking. At preschool show, until she brought his picture. This is James, but I call him Potato because he looked like one when he was born. He's better now, but he still can't do anything useful. James is 18 months old now, walking and talking. Lucy still calls him Potato. Last week at the park, another mom asked his name. "James," I said. "Potato," both kids said at the same time. His first word wasn't mama or dada. He pointed at himself and said, "Tato." I was dancing with a really cute guy at the club when he suddenly slipped a bracelet onto my wrist. I asked why he gave it to me, and he just smiled and said, "Because you're special, and I never want to lose you." He excused himself into the bathroom, and I kept dancing with my friends. But then my phone buzzed, and I quickly put my drink down to check it. The guy just followed me on Instagram. I smiled and followed him back, but when I turned around and picked my drink up, something felt off. The ice was sinking, and the drink was now slightly fizzy. I held it up to look closer, and that's when a hand landed on my shoulder. A security guard said he just saw someone slip something into my drink, and I needed to come with him right now because I wasn't safe. I opened my mouth in shock, but before I could protest, he started walking me through a door marked staff only, and down a corridor where the music got quieter with every step. He said the club always had a taxi at the back exit for situations like this. We kept walking, getting further away from everyone, and that's when I noticed his security tag was blank. The club name was missing, and his name wasn't there. I was freaking out and wanted to go back to my friends and leave like that, but he had his hand on my back, and every door we passed had no handle on this side. My only option was to keep going forward. We got to the back door, and by now I was hyperventilating, praying I'd be okay, but then he pushed the door open, and I saw a black car waiting in the alley with its headlights off and no taxi sign anywhere. I tried to protest, but the man grabbed my hand and led me towards the car. The driver turned around, and my blood ran cold. It was the guy who gave me the bracelet. He was smiling and saying he heard what happened with my drink and wanted to take me home to make sure I was safe. I didn't want to go, but the security guard just started shoving me in the back seat. I accepted this was the end, but that's when the back door we just came through swung open. A different man in a security uniform stepped out. He looked at the guard and yelled, "Hey, I don't recognize you. Why are you walking out the back wearing a security uniform?" The fake security guard started mumbling an answer, but while he was talking, the bracelet guy tapped my shoulder. His smile had dropped, and he held up his phone, showing me a photo of my best friend inside with the same bracelet on her wrist. Say a word, and she's next. Stay silent, and we let her go. The real guard looked towards me and asked, "Ma'am, is everything okay?" I thought about my friend, and forced myself to say, "Everything is fine." The guard nodded and went back in. I was pushed into the back seat and my wrists tied. I had no idea where we were going, and my heart felt like I was about to have a heart attack the whole way. We pulled up to a house in the middle of nowhere I didn't recognize. He walked me to the front door and turned to the handle, and that's when my legs gave out. I passed out from the fear and collapsed. But then he opened it. My parents were standing in the hallway. They'd orchestrated everything to show me what getting a bracelet put on you means, and were now staring at me unconscious on the floor. Me and my elderly dad were crossing the street because the light had just turned green, when suddenly a sports car honked at us and accelerated fast around us. The driver clipped my dad's hip, and I walked him to the sidewalk and sat on the bench, and thankfully, his hip was okay. But when I looked over, I saw the sports car had stopped at a red light 50 feet away. I told my dad, "Wait here," then immediately marched over to the sports car and knocked on the driver's window. He rolled it down and laughed. "What, sweetie? Was your dad too old to see me?" But I just reached over him and pulled his keys out of the ignition. His smile dropped, and I turned and walked away with them. He got out of his car and ran after me, but then the traffic light went green. Every driver behind his car started honking for him to move, and he begged me to give him back his keys. But I just smiled and said, "Go get them." I dropped them down the storm drain and sat down next to my dad. The driver's face went pale, and he stuck his hand down the drain but couldn't reach his keys. He ran back to his car while every driver kept honking at him and started trying to push his car out of their way, but only got dirt from the drain all over the back of his car. I laughed, and when I looked over, I saw my dad on the phone. "What are you doing? Just watch." He put his phone down, and that's when a tow truck pulled up to the sports car. The driver protested immediately, but his car was already getting hooked up. The tow truck pulled away, and when the cars started driving, one of them clipped him on his hip. A 3-year-old boy I'd never seen before looked up at me and yelled, "Hi, Mommy." He was sitting right next to my kids on the side of the track, waving at me with them. I was the only one running laps that morning, and this boy was doing it louder than any of my kids. I smiled and waved back. His whole face lit up. On my next pass, I heard him tell one of my kids, "Your mom is really fast." When my kids got bored and ran away, the boy sat right on the line so he'd be as close to me as possible when I came around. After about 20 minutes, a man walked over and took his hand. The boy looked back at me with tears in his eyes and waved. When I came down to get my kids, the man found me. He told me the boy was with a group of foster kids on a field trip. He'd lost his mom last year. He saw my kids waving at me and wanted to join in. You waving back at him meant more than you know. For 20 minutes, that little boy got to pretend he had a mom again. I told my kids my eyes were just watering from the run. I told the surgeons to let my husband die on the table. The doctor came out with blood on his scrubs. "Your husband suffered severe internal bleeding. We can try a risky procedure, but there's a strong chance he won't survive it. And if he does, he may never be the same. The other option is to let him go peacefully." I looked at him and said the words that would follow me for the rest of my life. "Let him go." He nodded and walked back through the double doors. I heard my mother-in-law start screaming before he even made it inside. She grabbed me by my hair and threw me into a row of chairs so hard one cracked against the wall. "You killed him!" I didn't scream or fight back. His brothers dragged her across the waiting room, but they were glaring at me like I was the dangerous one. The oldest stood over me with his fists clenched. "You wanted the insurance money and you couldn't wait, so you pulled the plug yourself." The youngest was already on his phone. "I need to report a murder at a hospital." 2 officers arrived and separated us. One sat me down in a small room. "The family is saying you told the doctors to stop trying to save your husband because you wanted him dead. Is any of that true?" I nodded. "The first part is true. Why would you do that? My husband has been beating me for the last 12 years. I pulled out my phone and showed him photos of every bruise I had documented. He put me in the hospital 6 times. I have the records." The officer's face changed as he scrolled through photo after photo. "I tried to leave this morning after he went to work, but he had a tracker on my car. He came after me and tried to run me off the road. He lost control of his truck going 90 miles an hour and flipped 4 times. I was the one who called 911. The officer hadn't said a word. When they asked me if they should try a risky surgery to save him, all I could think about was 12 years of hiding bruises, lying to doctors, and being terrified to fall asleep in my own home. Every single time he promised he would kill me if I ever tried to leave. Tears ran down my face, but my voice stayed steady. "I didn't kill my husband, officer. I just stopped saving him. My brother and I were jogging in the forest when he grabbed his stomach. I'm about to poop myself. I need to find a bathroom right now." "What? We're in the middle of nowhere and it's pitch black." "Okay, you're right. I'm going to go poop in nature." He ripped off his jacket and threw it at me. "Put this on if it gets cold. I might be pooping for a while. I had a lot of coffee today." He sprinted into the bushes, and I immediately felt scared because I was alone in the middle of a forest. Suddenly, I heard a rustling in the bushes behind me. I turned around and saw a dark, human-like figure standing between the trees, watching me. I reached for my phone to call my brother so I could text him to hurry up, but when I tried to turn on my phone, the screen was was black. It was dead. I started jogging toward the parking lot, but when I looked behind me, I saw the dark figure jogging following me. I sped up. I heard the figure's footsteps speed up. "Stop running!" It was a woman's voice, and I ran harder. She screamed again. "You thought I wouldn't find out about what you did? Well, I did, and now you have to face the consequences." I didn't know what she was talking about, and that's when I felt her hand grab my shoulder. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my pepper spray, and sprayed her in the face. She collapsed, screaming. "Ah!" I backed away, shaking. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Finally, my brother came running out of the trees towards me. "I finished pooping and couldn't find you, so I followed the screaming." "What happened?" He looked down and saw the woman on the ground. The woman screamed and pointed at me while talking to my brother. "So you're cheating on me with her?" I looked at my brother confused. "Cheating? Is this your girlfriend?" My brother nodded. "How did you even know I was here?" "You didn't text me back, so I followed your location. And I saw you give her your jacket. I knew you were cheating on me." My brother shook his head. "Bruh, that's my sister." She looked at me, then at him. Before she could say anything, my brother said, "We're done." I crouched down to her level. "Next time, maybe introduce yourself?" I texted my 3 daughters. "One of you has an awful confession to make. Get over here now." My 3 daughters rushed over, looking genuinely panicked. My oldest daughter was here with her husband, Marco. I also invited my husband and the grandparents so they could all be witnesses. I stood up. "I witnessed one of you girls doing something horrendous. I didn't get a clean look at who it was, but if the guilty party doesn't come forward in 3 minutes, I am cutting off and disowning all 3 of you. No more allowances, no more vacations." I started the timer. My middle daughter shot up to her feet. "I slept with my yoga instructor while my boyfriend was meditating in the next room. On Christmas, I'm going to hell." My mom blinked. "Gross, and not what I'm talking about at all. Sit down." My youngest 18-year-old daughter raised her hand. "I've been sniffing Elmer's glue after you guys go to sleep. It's usually on weekends around 3 a.m. I love it so much." "Not what I'm talking about, and we'll look into some addiction programs." Grandma jolted up. "I've been sleeping with men at the retirement home." Grandpa stared at her. "How many?" She stood straighter. 17 and counting. My mom pressed her fingers into her temples. "I said this was something my daughters did. Grandma, not you." And wow, I can't unhear that. My oldest daughter stood up. "I eat random things like paint chips, cardboard, and dog toys. That's why I drink so much Alka-Seltzer." Her husband Marco stared at her. "That actually explains a lot." I held up the timer. "1 more minute or every one of you is cut off." They all froze. I started to realize that I would have to turn up the pressure. "One of you little skanks was hooking up with Marco in the laundry room. I only saw the back of your head and couldn't tell if it was either you or you." I glared back and forth from my middle daughter to my youngest. 3 weeks ago on Saturday the 14th at 11 p.m. Who was it? My eldest daughter was horrified and grabbed Marco's shirt collar. "What did you do?" "Nothing, I swear. None of this is true." 10 seconds. My middle daughter started crying, covered her face and trembled. "It was me. I'm so sorry. He's just so handsome and he looks really great in banana hammocks." My eldest daughter slapped her so hard she flew across the room and landed in the punch bowl. Then she kicked her husband Marco so hard in the nuts that he flew across the room and landed in the dip bowl. My middle daughter held the side of her face. "There's one more thing." "Ah, crap, what?" "I'm pregnant with triplets. My bad." I was hitchhiking on a country road back to my town when a car slowed down beside me, and the man driving said he would give me a ride, but I didn't feel safe until I saw a woman in the passenger seat. She smiled and said they could take me home, and so I climbed in and the doors locked. The car ride felt normal, with the woman smiling and talking about her kids, but then the man took a turn that didn't go to my house. When I pointed it out, the woman laughed, saying they had to stop home for 2 minutes first. My heart stopped because I knew if I let them take me to their house, I would never make it home. So I forced myself to stay calm and tried to open the door, but the child lock was on. I rolled down the window to open the door from outside, but the woman instantly looked at me, her eyes cold, but then she smiled. "The AC is on, sweetie. Close the window." I nodded and looked for another way out, but that's when I saw a duffel bag tucked under the man's seat, filled with rope, a balled-up cloth, and a fabric hood with eye holes. I didn't know how to get out of the car, and I felt so sick from the fear, but that's when I got an idea. I hunched forward, wrapped my arms around my stomach, and groaned that I felt like vomiting. The woman smiled and said we were nearly home. Just hold on. I only had seconds, so I really had to commit, and so I jammed 2 fingers hard against the back of my throat and gagged until real vomit came up and went on the floor mat. The man swore violently and swerved toward the shoulder of the road, braking hard. The woman threw my door open, complaining that I should have held on like she said, but I just threw up over her shoes. And when she shrieked and looked down, I jumped out and ran towards the field. I didn't stop running until I reached a farmhouse in the distance. 2 weeks later, I was watching the news and shrieked. The man and woman that picked me up while hitchhiking were arrested for unaliving 12 other women that were also hitchhiking. The woman would smile and make the girls feel safe getting in the car, but then they were taken to the couple's house. The girls who trusted that smile never made it home. My 5-year-old son Josh put on his Spider-Man backpack as we walked out of the children's hospital and whispered, "Mommy, can we say goodbye to my friends first?" I looked down at his bald head and said yes, because after a year of chemo and beating cancer, he deserved anything he asked for. He pulled me into Sasha's room first, where she was curled up crying and hadn't slept in 3 nights. Josh unzipped his Spider-Man backpack, pulled out Mr. Waddles, the penguin he'd slept with through treatment, and tucked him under her arm. He gives the best hugs when you're scared at night. Sasha's mom covered her mouth and started crying. Then Josh pulled me into Tommy's room, where he was shivering under his blankets. Josh spread his grandma's star blanket over Tommy's legs. This blankie catches bad dreams. I haven't had one since I got it. Tommy started crying and held the blanket tight. I wanted to stop him from giving away his things, but then he pulled me into Amy's room, where she was holding a clump of her own hair in her hand. Josh pulled out the beanie he'd worn since his hair fell out and slid it onto her head. It's the softest one. My mommy washed it so it wouldn't itch. Amy pulled the beanie down over her ears and whispered, "Thank you." When we left her room, I knelt down and held his shoulders. "Josh, those were your special things. They helped you get through this." He looked up at me with eyes that didn't belong on a 5-year-old. "Mommy, they need them more than me now. I'm taking my healthy body home. That's the best gift." As we walked out, Josh swung his now empty backpack with a big smile. I thought he would be sad, but he seemed lighter and stronger instead. I jumped on the train without a ticket, and a ticket inspector walked straight towards me. I was worried because I didn't want to pay the $800 fine, but that's when a hand came out of nowhere and pressed a ticket into my palm. I held it up to the inspector so he could check it, and he barely looked at it. "Thanks." I was shocked because I couldn't understand why a stranger would save me for nothing in return. Suddenly, the guy behind me tapped my shoulder. "Yo, bro, I need that ticket too." I didn't pay either. I passed it, and when the inspector came around to check again, he held it up. I almost laughed because it seemed too crazy to be real. Then, the woman 2 rows back tapped his shoulder. "I didn't buy a ticket either. I need it too. I don't want to pay the fine." He passed it to her, and when the inspector came, she held it up. One by one, I watched as everyone passed down the ticket to each other. A teenager passed it to his mom. A guy in a suit passed it to a kid in headphones. Nobody was speaking anymore. It was like everyone was somehow in on it. The last passenger was an old woman with her purse in her lap. The ticket was folded in her hand. The inspector stopped in front of her. She held the ticket out, and he took it. But he did it so slow that I was sure he was going to figure out that the entire train had just scammed the system with one singular ticket. But he just folded it, slipped it into his own pocket, and turned around. But when he was on the train platform, everything made sense, because he handed the final ticket to someone boarding the next train. The whole time, he knew we were scamming the train system, and he was the one to give the first ticket. Inflation is crazy. They shouldn't have raised the train prices. I was holding the balloon at my own gender reveal when a woman in heels kicked the back gate open and screamed my fiance's name across the yard. 60 people turned to watch her walk through them with her hand on her stomach, past the cake table I'd been decorating since 7 that morning. She stopped 6 feet from me and held her phone up like a weapon. "I'm pregnant with his baby, and I have 6 months of screenshots to prove it. End this engagement tonight, or every one of these goes to his boss before the cake gets cut." My fiance set his cup down and stepped up beside me. She's faking everything. Her thumb was hovering over the screen, and every second she stood in my yard was another second of my gender reveal that wasn't mine. I turned to her with the balloon ribbon tightening around my wrist. "Show me the ultrasound and I'll end it tonight." She crossed her arms over her stomach. "I'm not your circus monkey." My fiance's voice came out flat from beside me. "Then show us the screenshots. ChatGPT could have written better ones." Her thumb came off the screen and her mouth opened and closed without a sound. My mom stepped up on my other side. "Honey, she didn't bring the ultrasound. She doesn't have one." She lunged for me, and my fiance caught her wrist just as 2 officers walked through the open gate, a guest near the back calling out behind them. "I called them 5 minutes ago." They took an arm each, and she planted her heels in the grass. "I am pregnant." My cousin jumped up from a folding chair and pointed at her phone. "I just pulled up her Instagram. She posted a story yesterday drinking tequila." The taller officer sighed as he pulled her toward the gate. "Ma'am, you're not pregnant. You're just fat." The yard gasped and then exploded. The officers walked her out through the same gate she'd kicked open, and my dad closed it behind them. My fiance slid his hand into mine, and I popped the balloon over our heads, exactly where I was supposed to be 10 minutes ago. It's a boy. I tied my dog Biscuit to a pole while I went inside to get some coffee, but when I came out 30 seconds later, Biscuit was gone. I panicked and looked around and saw a woman and her young son dragging Biscuit down the sidewalk. Biscuit was whimpering and digging his paws into the concrete so hard his claws were bleeding. I instantly sprinted to them and said, "That's my dog. What do you think you're doing?" The boy kept holding the leash, and the woman smiled smugly. "My son is autistic and wants a puppy. We can't afford one, and you clearly don't appreciate yours leaving him out here. He's ours now." They turned around and tried to keep going, but I blocked them. The son crossed his arms and stomped his foot. "I want him. He's mine. Mom said I can have him." I told him his mom is wrong and went to grab Biscuit's leash, but his mom threw her iced coffee at my clothes. "Don't touch my son." Biscuit instantly reacted and lunged towards me to make sure I was okay, but the boy yanked him back, and the woman literally slapped Biscuit over the head. "Bad dog," Biscuit whimpered, and that's when I had enough. I took the lid off my scalding coffee and threw the entire cup right in her face. She instantly shrieked as the coffee burned her face. Her hands flew to her eyes. Her son tried to grab my shirt, but I asked him, "Do you want the rest of the hot coffee thrown at you next?" He instantly shook his head and handed me the leash. His mom kept screaming about her eyes, but I walked away with Biscuit, who was wagging his tail. Little did the kid know, I had no coffee left to throw at him. My husband got his wisdom teeth removed, and when I walked into the office to pick him up, he saw me and literally gasped, "Oh my God, are you my cab driver?" I instantly realized he was out of it and smirked because this was perfect. For the last few weeks, he'd been working late and turning his phone away when I walked in, so I was about to take advantage of his unaware state to find why. I told him I was indeed his cab driver, then grabbed his arm and guided him to the parking lot. He immediately started flirting with me. "You've such pretty eyes." I got him in the passenger seat and started driving. "So do you have a wife?" He smiled. "Yes, I do. How is she?" He looked down at the ground. "She's not how she used to be." I felt my heart sink. How is she different right now? He looked up, completely delirious. "She's still the prettiest woman I've ever met, but she used to be so much more full of life. Now ever since we had kids, she's stressed and not as happy." I teared up because I realized he'd noticed my stress, even though I'd tried to hide it. But then he continued, "That's why I've started keeping a secret from her." My insides twisted. I asked him what secret, and he smiled at me, still having no idea who I was. "Look at this." He pulled out his phone and gave it to me. I pulled over and unlocked it with tears in my eyes. But then I started scrolling. He'd been secretly booking a 3-month-long couples cruise around Europe for my birthday, coordinating with my managers to give me the time off and keep it a secret. I looked at him and he laughed. "She thinks I forgot how on our first date she told me she wanted to see Europe. I never forgot. I can't wait to see her face when she realizes." I instantly hugged him, but he shoved me away. "Whoa, I know I said you have pretty eyes, but the only woman I'm ever touching is my wife." We went on the cruise 2 months later, and every time he saw my face looking at something new, he smiled like he was the one getting the gift. My son ripped open his birthday present, saw the PS5, and pushed it to the side. "Mom, I said I wanted a PC. I picked up the box. If you don't want it, you're not getting anything at all." He crossed his arms. "Fine, I don't even want that crappy PS5. All my friends have PCs." That PS5 took me 3 months of overtime and skipped lunches to save for, so I grabbed it and drove straight to the store. My son was about to find out what ungrateful gets you. I was standing in the return line when I noticed a kid about 9 by the game shelf, holding a PS5 case with both hands like it was made of gold. He ran to his mom, who had cigarette burns on her jacket and bags under her eyes. Mom, you gotta see this." She put her hand on his shoulder. "We can't afford that baby. I'm sorry." He put the case back on the shelf, ran his fingers across it one more time, and walked away. I stepped out of the return line because I'd rather give it to a kid who'd care about it than let my son think he'd ever get it back. I grabbed the game he'd been holding, bought it with the PS5, and caught them in the parking lot. His mom saw the bag and shook her head before I could say a word. "We don't take charity." She took her son's hand and started walking. I pulled out my phone and FaceTimed my son so he could watch what his PS5 was about to do for someone else. I held the bag out one more time. "It's not charity. Santa sent me." She stopped walking. Her son pulled his hand free and walked back to me. He opened the bag and his whole body froze. "Mom, a PS5! Mom, a PS5!" She grabbed my arm with both hands and couldn't get any words out. My son on the other end of the phone was screaming and slamming his fists on his bed. The kid stopped mid-jump and stared at my phone. "Is he okay?" I smiled. "Yeah, he's just really happy for you." I went to school dressed in ripped skinny jeans, Air Force Ones, and a black Skims t-shirt. And when I got there, teachers immediately started giving me weird looks. Mrs. Jackson, my homeroom teacher, took one look at my clothes and shook her head at me. "Go to the office," she said sharply. I froze in the doorway and stared at her with a dropped jaw. "For what?" I demanded. "Inappropriate dress," she answered. "Go." I shook my head in disbelief. "There is nothing wrong with my clothes," I snapped. Her face grew red with anger as she pointed at the classroom door. "Now," she commanded. I turned and stomped into the hallway right as Principal Harkins was walking towards me. "Go home. Don't come back until tomorrow, and make sure you dress more appropriately. If you want to dress like you're at a slumber party, you can stay home." So I went home, fuming and planning my revenge. That night, I posted on the school's social media page, "Slumber party day for everyone tomorrow. Everybody wear pajamas." Then I went to bed with a small smile on my face. The next day, I arrived at school in the same jeans they sent me home in, and everyone else showed up in pajamas. The teachers looked like they had swallowed lemons, and the principal couldn't send everyone home, so he was forced to deal with it. But the best part was that I used a fake account to post that, so no one could prove it was me. A kid in dinosaur pajamas walked past Mrs. Jackson and grinned. "Happy slumber party, Mrs. J." A Girl Scout pounded on my door. "Please let me in. He's coming." I dropped my wine glass and immediately opened the door. She ran in, slamming it shut behind her, twisting the lock. "What's wrong, sweetie?" But she couldn't stop crying. Her arms were covered in scratches. "There's a man. He's following me and he won't stop." I started sweating, but when I looked, all I saw was the cookie wagon out on the sidewalk. "Sweetie, are you sure someone was following you?" she begged. "He was right behind me. I swear he was right there." She stood up and looked out and screamed, "Ah, there he is!" I looked and saw the man on the street. I instantly shut the blinds before he noticed. I was shaking. "Okay, sweetie, I believe you. Let's call your parents but I heard footsteps on my front porch. Someone was there. She was shivering, but I peeked through. The man was standing on my porch. The girl grabbed me. "Is it him?" "Shh." I covered her mouth, but he knocked on the door. "Hello?" I started panicking. I snuck over to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, but he knocked again. "I know you're in there. Can you open up?" I knew he knew. "Hey, go away before I call the police." I prayed he'd just leave. "Police? I am the police, honey. It's me. You can open the door now." I froze because I knew I recognized the voice. I put the knife down and unlocked the door, but just as I turned the handle, she grabbed the knife. "What are you doing? Stop!" Stop! It clicked open, and she held the knife up to the door. Get away! But just as it opened, I stared at my husband standing there with his hands up. Honey, what are you doing acting all creepy? You scared this poor girl half to death. I'm sorry. There've been 3 Girl Scouts who went missing this week. I needed to make sure she got home safe. She dropped the knife. I thought you were trying to kidnap me. She laughed, and we walked her inside to get cleaned up. I whispered, nice job with the fake badge. He smiled. Yep, looks like we got another one. I walked into the cafe my ex always talked about and told the barista I'm deathly allergic to almonds. Then she poured almond milk into my coffee. I took it and accidentally inhaled it, and my throat started tightening immediately. So I dug through my purse for Benadryl with shaking hands. I went back the next morning to see if she really did do it on purpose. Can I get an oat milk cappuccino? Oh, and I'm allergic to soy. Behind the counter, I watched as she grabbed the soy milk. Day 3, I told her I had a severe nut allergy. She wrote no nuts in big letters on my cup, then pumped 3 shots of hazelnut syrup. She handed it over smiling and pulled out her phone to text someone while she watched me pretend to sip. I swear I recognized her, so I kept coming back. And every time, she doubled whatever I said I was allergic to. For the final test, I pointed at a chocolate cake labeled contains tree nuts. Does this cake have nuts? She was already boxing it up. Nope, completely nut-free. I held up the box. It says right here, tree nuts. Her face went red. No, there aren't nuts in that cake. After she stormed into the bathroom, I stood in the hallway and heard her voice, shaking. I'm poisoning her on purpose because I need her to lose Hugo's baby. It's not fair that she gets to stay in his life. Hugo was my ex-boyfriend, and the reason I even knew about this place. I pushed the door open and she spun around with the phone pressed to her ear. I'm not pregnant. She froze. Hugo showed me the ultrasound. He's a pathological liar. Those are from Google, I said. You can see the watermark. Her face crumbled. I've been poisoning you for 2 weeks. I could have killed you. Yeah, you could have. Let's go swim in the sea. My dad grabbed me and started walking towards the waves. I told him I didn't know how to swim, but he ignored me and dragged me out almost half a mile from the coast. I was terrified, but he laughed and said, see, everything is fine. But then I looked down and saw dozens of fins circling in the water around us. I instantly went pale. Daddy, it's sharks. And his face dropped in horror as he quickly scrambled to put me on his back. But when he went to swim away, the sharks closed in around us, not letting us leave. I started crying. Why did you bring us here, Daddy? And he just grit his teeth and trying to swim away, but the sharks kept closing in. No matter how much he tried, they blocked him and wouldn't let him leave. We were now completely closed in. They were inches away from us. We had failed to get away. I thought we were going to die, and when I looked down, I saw a shark directly underneath us. It was coming straight up, aiming at our legs. I screamed, ah, and hugged my dad. He told me, I'm sorry, through his tears. I felt the shark hit my leg, and I braced for the bite. But then suddenly, me and my dad were on its back, and when I looked down, I realized it was actually a dolphin. I wiped my tears and saw every fin around us was a dolphin. Me and Dad began swimming to shore on the dolphin's back, and when I looked in the spot that me and Dad were just swimming in, I saw a huge, hungry-looking shark below. I realized these dolphins had surrounded us to protect us from that shark, and had we got away from them like we tried, the shark would have killed us. I was pinning the hem of my daughter's wedding dress when I was hit with a wave of dizziness. I instantly knew I was having a stroke. I tried to grab onto the mannequin to stop me from falling, but it didn't work, and I collapsed onto the floor. I closed my eyes, and everything went black. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself in a hospital bed. A nurse leaned over me, and her jaw dropped so hard with shock, I thought it would crack. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Oh my gosh!" and ran out of the room. The clock on the wall said 4 in the afternoon. I knew I needed to be discharged out of the hospital soon if I wanted to finish the dress in time for the wedding. A doctor came in with 2 other people behind him. He started asking me questions to see if I was fully conscious. What's your name? Melanie. What year do you think it is? 2011. A man that looked like an older version of my husband walked in. He sat down next to me and took my hand. Before I could say anything, he put his forehead against my hand and started crying. Honey, what's going on? Why are you crying? Why is your hair white? He didn't respond, and I was getting impatient. Honey, I need you to help me go home so I can finish sewing our daughter's wedding dress. But for some reason, that just made him cry harder. Melanie, our daughter got married a long time ago. I asked him what he meant, and that's when he explained. After I had the stroke, I entered a 6-year-long coma, and I'd just woken up. When he drove me home, I walked into the spare room, and the dress was still on the mannequin. The pins I dropped when I fell were on the floor. They were covered in dust. I was counting how many A's I got on my report card when my parents barged in. We got you a babysitter because we don't trust you. I stared at them in shock and was convinced that they had to be joking. I'm 16 and an honors student. What the hell are you talking about? My mom handed a college student named Kayla a list of house rules. Make sure she goes to bed by 10. No exceptions. I felt extremely angry because I was already the perfect child. I'd never even hit a geek bar before. That night, I looked out my window and saw my best friend Megan's sweet 16 party that I was supposed to go to. I felt heartbroken because we'd been planning her party for months, and now everyone was having fun without me. But at 8 p.m., my babysitter Kayla knocked on my door. I'm completely exhausted from finals, so I'm going to bed before your 10 p.m. sleep deadline. You should too. I was extremely confused because what college student sleeps at 8 p.m.? But then I heard something outside and looked out to see her sneaking across the lawn toward a car waiting with its headlights off. My responsible babysitter had just snuck out to see her boyfriend. I laughed because now I was home alone and I could do whatever I wanted. I grabbed my phone and went out the back door to Megan's house. I felt like an evil mastermind. And when Megan saw me, she hugged me. Yes, Beach, you actually came. Part of me was scared about what my parents would do when they found out, but I didn't care anymore. But we were dancing around like idiots to Chappelle Roan when we heard an explosion on the street. I was extremely scared, and when we ran to the windows, we saw that my house was on fire. I was extremely grateful that no one was inside the house, but that's when my babysitter came home. Kayla's car screeched into the driveway, and she jumped out screaming, "There's a girl inside!" She thought I was still inside. My parents came flying around the corner, and my dad tried to push through to the house before firefighters grabbed him. We all ran out to see what was going to happen next. My mom dropped to her knees in the street because she thought her only daughter had just burned alive in the flames. I walked up behind her and touched her shoulder, and he turned around and grabbed me so hard I could barely breathe. "Where were you?" she managed. "Megan's party," I said. The fire marshal walked over. "Gas leak from the stove. Someone didn't turn the burner off." Everyone looked at Kayla. My dad whispered, "We trusted the wrong person." I smiled. "Hell yeah, you did." I opened my fridge and somehow it was fully stocked. I hadn't bought groceries in weeks, so my heart was pounding with fear. Who filled up my fridge while I was at work? I started to look around, and that's when I noticed the kitchen was sparkling clean. Floors spotless, corners dusted, glasses polished. The more I searched, the more scared I got. I wanted to call the police, but I didn't know what to say because there was no sign of break-in, so I called my best friend. "Did you clean my house when I was gone?" She laughed, thinking it was a joke. "No, I don't even have a spare key. Maybe you have a secret admirer." I didn't find it funny because it felt like someone was stalking me. The next morning, I called a locksmith who drilled in a deadbolt that you could only open if you had the key. But that night when I got home, I saw someone had broken in again because my laundry was folded on the bed in perfect squares. That's when my phone buzzed with a text from my landlord. An anonymous number texted me to cover your rent for the rest of the year. All $24,000 has been paid. My hands were shaking because I hadn't even told anyone how much my rent was or that it was overdue. And the next morning, I ordered security cameras online and installed them above my door and around the house. The next day, I watched the footage on my phone from my car. My boy best friend Luke turned his key in my lock holding a bag of groceries and started putting them away. I drove home instantly, and when I walked in, he dropped the bag and didn't move. "Luke, what are you doing?" He was shocked. "I was gonna leave before you got home. How did you get in without a key?" "I have a key. I copied your spare 3 years ago." "Why would you do all of this?" "I thought someone was stalking me." He looked at the floor. "I know you're going through a lot right now, and I didn't know how to help you without you telling me to stop. So I went behind your back to try and make your life better." "Luke, were you the one who paid my rent? That was $24,000. I've been saving since we were 16. It's okay." He walked across the kitchen, and I could feel his breath on mine. "No one's ever done this for me before." He laughed. "No one's ever broken into your home?" I laughed and kissed him. He froze, then kissed me back like he'd been waiting his whole life. I was at a fancy restaurant with a boy I was looking after when a stranger walked up to our table and said, "Teach your kid some manners. He's eating like an animal." The boy was slurping spaghetti noodles with both hands, going ham and licking his fingers. But he wasn't hurting anyone, and I was sick of people telling us what to do when they didn't know the full story. "He's fine. Leave us alone." The man shook his head. "I'm just saying, teach your kid how to eat properly. It's nasty." The boy didn't even notice. He was too happy eating. I smiled and hoped that the rest of the meal would go smoothly. But suddenly, the stranger waved down a waiter. "Can you do something about this kid? It's very unsanitary." I couldn't believe it. I knew he was eating messy, but he didn't deserve this. The waiter walked over to our table. "Ma'am, can you have him use utensils, please? Can you just let him eat? He's not bothering anyone." The stranger cut in. "It's bothering me and ruining my evening. Who eats noodles with their hands? He's getting tomato sauce all over the tablecloth. It's disgusting." I literally didn't care about whatever they had to say. "You don't know what this kid has been through." "I don't care what he went through." The waiter placed a fork and knife in front of the boy. He stopped eating and stared at them. "Use these." He picked up the fork and dropped it on the floor. My heart broke because none of this was his fault. The stranger said, "Waiter, can you help him since she won't?" The waiter nodded. The waiter picked up the fork, grabbed his hand, and tried to poke the spaghetti with it. I was shocked. I yelled, "Can you leave him alone?" The boy threw the fork and knocked his plate off the table. He started crying, curled up in his chair, and buried his face in his knees. My heart broke as I went to hold him. The whole room was staring at us. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up. This is his first real meal ever. He's a refugee. He's never used a fork in his life because he's never had a meal like this. The restaurant went dead silent, and the kitchen door swung open. The chef heard the commotion and walked out. He heard everything I said, and I thought he was about to kick us out. But then he said, "Who has a problem with this boy eating?" The stranger raised his hand. The chef pointed at the door. "Get out of my restaurant." Then the chef grabbed 2 plates of spaghetti from the kitchen and sat down next to the boy. It was so wholesome that I had to take a picture of it. A plate for him and the boy. The chef rolled up his sleeves and used his hands to eat the noodles. The boy looked up, laughed, and started eating again. My husband sat up in bed and said, "I think we should go to your family's Christmas dinner tomorrow. Your mom says your sisters turned things around." I rolled my eyes. My sister announced she she was pregnant at our wedding and never apologized. I don't want to see her. He held up one finger. One Christmas. If it goes badly, we never go again. I sighed and agreed, but I already felt that familiar feeling that she would do something to me. The next day, we went to my mom's house for dinner, but 40 minutes in, my sister started touching my husband's arm and giggling when he spoke. Then she sat her daughter next to him and said, "She has your eyes, don't you think?" My husband stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Meanwhile, her actual husband was sitting next to her, shoveling food into his mouth like this was normal. An hour in, my sister stood up and said she had an announcement. She pulled out a folded piece of paper and a comb and said that my husband had been sleeping with her for years, and he was the real father of her youngest daughter. She said she had proof because she stole his comb from our bathroom, and the DNA test came back positive. She held up the results like a trophy. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. Her husband stopped chewing and just stared at her like his brain was trying to understand what she just said, and my sister just looked at me with a satisfied smile. I gritted my teeth because I knew she would do something to me again. "I've been waiting 2 years to tell you," she laughed. "You thought cutting us off would protect you? Merry Christmas." But then I looked closely at the comb and burst out laughing. My husband realized why I was laughing and laughed too. My sister's smile dropped. "What's going on?" My husband said. "That's not mine." The color drained out of my sister's face. "Then whose comb is it?" My husband pointed to the far end of the table where his cousin Craig was slumped in his chair with bloodshot eyes. "That's Craig's." Craig looked like my husband if you squinted, so it made sense that my sister thought she was sleeping with my husband. "Wait," her husband said, finally putting the pieces together. "You cheated on me? With Craig?" Craig blinked a few times. "Yo, what's happening?" My sister burst into panicked tears, and my husband and I burst out laughing again. "We're absolutely coming back next year," I told my husband. I was walking down a dark alley after college when a campus police officer offered me a ride home. "Thank you so much." I got in, and the doors locked immediately, and a few minutes into the drive, I realized we were going the wrong direction. "Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but I think you missed the turn. It's a shortcut." I was scared because there was no shortcut. I glanced into my backpack looking for anything I could use as a weapon in case things went south, but all I saw was my 800-page organic chemistry textbook. "I'd really like to get out now, please." He reached over without looking and put his hand over mine. "I don't think so, beautiful. Let me take you somewhere nice. We both know you got in this car for a reason." His grip tightened and he started rubbing his thumb across my knuckles like we were on a date. I was 90% sure that he was a fake cop, but I still needed more evidence before I did something crazy, and that's when he did it. He played the song "I'll Be Missing You" by P. Diddy. "Why do you listen to him? Don't you know this artist did really bad things?" The man shrugged. "I don't think what he did was that bad." That's when I knew he was insane. I gripped the textbook inside my bag and swung it into the side of his head with everything I had. His head snapped sideways and he slumped against the steering wheel. The car drifted across the lane and crunched into a parked SUV. The doors unlocked from the impact. I immediately ran out and called the police, and for the first time in my life, I didn't regret taking organic chemistry. I was in class when Jenny yanked my beanie off my head, exposing my bald scalp and chemo scars in front of everyone. "Oh my God, you look just like Lex Luthor," she laughed. I immediately started begging her to give the beanie back because I had been battling cancer and was self-conscious about my bald head, but she held the beanie up high so I couldn't reach and kept calling me Lex Luthor while everyone laughed. I looked at the teacher for help, but she said Jenny was just playing around. Jenny smirked, realizing the teacher was on her side, so she threw my beanie to another girl, who threw it to another girl, and they passed it around the room while I sat at my desk crying. I went home and told my mom everything. She looked me in the eyes and said, "I'm gonna tell you something about Jenny, and tomorrow you're gonna use it." She told me Jenny's parents were in a nasty public divorce, but that wasn't what she wanted me to tell Jenny. She leaned in and whispered the things she wanted me to tell Jenny. My eyes went wide and I asked if I could really say that. She grabbed my shoulders and said, "If she bullies you tomorrow, you're going to tell her that." The next day, Jenny yanked my beanie off and said, "Plotting to destroy Superman today, Lex?" I stood up and got ready to say what my mom had whispered to me the day before. "Jenny, your parents are getting divorced because of you, and neither of them wants to keep you." Jenny's face turned red and her eyes filled with tears. She dropped my beanie and ran out of the room sobbing. The teacher heard everything and called my mom in. When my mom arrived, the teacher told her I shouldn't be insulting other kids and that Jenny was just stressed about the divorce. My mom said, "My daughter isn't a punching bag, and Jenny's not my problem to manage." She stood up to leave and said, "Honestly, I feel sorry for whichever parent ends up stuck with her. I spent 3 years training my 7-year-old daughter for the day someone came to hurt us, and when the day came, I grabbed her hand, rushed inside, and locked the door." "Who was that, Mommy?" "The bad man we've been practicing for." She nodded and ran to get her bag. I called the emergency number witness protection gave me, said code red twice, and hung up. The front door started getting bashed in. I pulled a gun from the drawer, one of 4 we had hidden around the house, and aimed at the door. I remembered the instructions they gave. Close your weak eye, let out a deep breath, and gently pull the trigger. I fired twice, and the bashing stopped long enough for me to grab my bag. My daughter met me in the kitchen with hers already packed. 2 men were standing at the back door with their guns drawn, so we went out the side yard and hopped the fence into our neighbor's yard. He fell out of his chair when he saw me holding a gun. He knew me as Marge. I looked right at him and said, "Get inside your house, right now." He listened. 2 men started climbing the fence behind us, so I fired twice and kept moving through the next yard to the street. The man from my front door was standing in the street waiting. He pointed his gun at me and yelled, "Today's where it ends." hands. My wife will finally rest in peace. I sprinted to my car, threw my daughter in the back, and peeled out. 2 cars came roaring up behind me, and within seconds, one rammed my bumper, sending me spinning into an intersection where I slammed into the back of a moving truck. I couldn't go forward, so I threw it in reverse, floored it, and fishtailed backward into 2 of the gunmen. He fired into the back of my car, shattered the window, and made my daughter scream. 2 rounds punched into my back, but I stayed over my daughter and fired back until I heard the click. Empty. He walked up to my window, aimed his gun at my face, and said, "I'll give you your last words." I said, "Your wife's death was an accident. She drove drunk and killed herself. I was just the bartender who served her." He shook his head. "The law cleared you." I didn't. I begged him, "Please, at least spare my daughter." He smiled and said, "No." I closed my eyes. Gunshots cracked through the air. 2 police officers dropped him before he could pull the trigger. I had 2 bullets in my back, but my daughter was untouched. She climbed into the ambulance after me with her bag still on her back, grabbed my hand, and whispered, "Mommy, did I do it right?" Our school banned vaping, and it almost killed me. Our principal's voice crackled over the intercom. "Due to personal health reasons, all vaping will be banned. Any students caught with a vape will face suspension." I wasn't worried because I didn't vape, but next week while running laps in PE, I felt my chest tighten. I walked to the side and pulled an inhaler from my bag. I went to take my needed hit, but Mr. Richards grabbed it from my hands. "You know this school has a no vape policy." I told him this wasn't a vape, it was an inhaler, but he just laughed and replied, "I'm not stupid." He walked off with my inhaler and locked it in the equipment shed, then ordered me to run more laps. I tried my best, but after another half a mile, I started wheezing. I clutched my chest and stumbled over to Mr. Richards and begged for my inhaler. He rolled his eyes and said, "Ask me for your strawberry ice one more time and I'll suspend you." My lips turned blue and I dropped to my knees, gasping for air. It felt like I was sucking oxygen through a straw, and my legs started rattling. Other kids panicked and told Mr. Richards to give me my inhaler, but he crossed his arms. Just then, the principal walked by and spotted me. She ran over and instantly asked what's going on. Mr. Richards proudly said he'd confiscated my vape as per the rules, but my classmates screamed it was my inhaler. The principal's face twisted. She pulled her own inhaler from her pocket and told Mr. Richards, "Are you a moron? Get hers now." His face went pale and he sprinted off. He came back with my inhaler while the principal held me, and she carefully administered it because he didn't know how. My breathing slowly came back and I regained feeling in my legs. That afternoon, we all sat in the principal's office, and my mom's lawyer slid the $14,000 settlement across the table. The principal forced Mr. Richards to pay out of pocket because he'd acted outside of school policy. She fired him on the spot, and while he was packing up, kids from the PE class hit their vape and blew it right at his face. I hit my inhaler too. I woke up in a holding cell with no memory of what happened, and my husband sitting outside the cell, his eyes red. I asked what was going on, and he held up his phone with the dash cam footage from my car that showed me falling asleep while driving and hitting another car. He said, "The driver you crashed into died. You're facing 25 to life." I was shocked because I had narcolepsy and often fell asleep during random moments. I swore to my husband I'd taken my narcolepsy medicine before driving, but he just rubbed my hand and said we'd already hired the best lawyers. The guard walked by me and I begged him to check my phone. I said, "I have my home security footage on there. You'll see I took my pills." He replied, "Your phone is confiscated. You can review it later with your lawyer." Suddenly, my husband went completely pale, almost like he realized something. He told me, "I need to go home right now and find some paperwork, honey," and turned around to leave. But the officer noticed his reaction and stopped. He told him, "Actually, stay right here while I watch the footage." He went and got my phone and held up the video for us all to see. I watched as my husband took my medicine bottle and swapped out my pills. A few minutes later, I took the swapped pills, waited the 30 minutes like I was supposed to, and got in my car. The officer immediately cuffed my husband on suspicion, and he cried that he was only replacing the pills with newer, more effective ones. So the officer said we were going to test that, and we drove in silence, my husband pale the whole way. At the house, I pointed the officer to the bottle, and after testing it, we saw that the pills were actually sugar. The officer uncuffed me, then turned to my husband, and he didn't even resist. He was formally arrested, and while walking out of the house, I asked him why he did that. He had tears in his eyes and said, "I was having an affair. I only did this so I could leave you without breaking your heart." He was escorted out, and I immediately found his affair partner and told her she just dodged a bullet. A man and a little girl were sitting beside each other on the flight I was attending, but they didn't look related at all. The girl was staring at the floor, and when I looked closer, I noticed an odd-looking bracelet on her wrist. Something felt wrong, so during the next pass, I stopped and asked for her name. He turned to her and said, "You can tell her your name, sweetie," almost like he was giving her permission to speak. The girl wouldn't raise her head and quietly muttered, "Olivia." The man smiled, and I felt something inside me scream I couldn't explain. I told one of my colleagues, "The girl in row 11 doesn't look like the man beside her." She also barely responded to her own name. Something is wrong there, but she replied, "Could be adopted. Don't overthink it." I told another flight attendant, but she said, "Listen, you can't accuse passengers because of a feeling. Drop it before you get yourself fired." But during the next pass, I noticed the girl's shoes. They were way too big for her and had missing laces. They couldn't have been hers. I freaked out and immediately asked the captain if we should call police. Call police over shoes? Absolutely not. A false accusation ends both your career and mine. The girl is fine. She's too scared to even look at me. Some kids are shy. Get back to service now, and if you bring this up again, you're fired. I walked back to the cabin feeling like I was crazy. I was about to let it go, but then I I saw the girl trying to take the bracelet off her wrist while the man wasn't looking. He caught her and put it back on her. Remember what I said? The bracelet stays on. It's how I know where you are. I immediately went to the back and pulled out my phone. I searched for missing girls in the area matching her age and description, and instantly a match came up. Amber Alert put out 2 days ago. Her exact face. I went into the cockpit and picked up the radio to call police. The captain spun around. I told you no, you're getting fired. He went to grab the radio off me, but I showed him the missing photo and pointed to the girl in row 11. His face dropped, and I radioed police immediately. The second that plane landed, officers rushed in the cabin and handcuffed the man. He started protesting, "This is my daughter. That's ridiculous," but they escorted him out. The girl came with them, but on her way out, she ran up to me and hugged me. "Thank you," she said through tears. "That's not my dad. He told me we were going on holiday to an island. I was so scared. I told her everything was okay." She let go, and while walking out with the officers, took off her bracelet and threw it in the bin. He could no longer track her. I was loading groceries out of my trunk when a teenage boy came sprinting around the corner and started climbing into my trunk. I freaked out and asked what he was doing, but he begged me, "Please help me hide. I'm running from my dad." Before I could say anything, I saw a man run around the same exact corner holding a knife. I instantly slammed the trunk shut, hiding the boy inside. The man sprinted past with the knife in his hand without looking at my car. I exhaled in relief, but then the man slowed down. He looked back and started walking toward me. He slipped the knife into his pocket so I wouldn't see it and asked me if I'd noticed a boy running by. My heart was pounding, and I pointed down the street saying, "He ran that way." Even though the boy was in the trunk 2 feet away from me, the man replied, "But that's a one-way road with no turns and I don't see him. Are you sure he went there?" I tried to say yes as calmly as I could, but then the man looked at my trunk. "What's in there?" I told him it was just groceries, but he stepped closer and said, "If it's just groceries, you won't mind opening it?" I told him I didn't feel comfortable opening my car for a stranger, but he reached over me and started opening it anyway. I panicked, knowing he was about to see the boy, but suddenly the car engine roared to life. The boy had climbed out of the trunk and was now in the driver's seat and started speeding off with my car. The man immediately sprinted after it, but the car turned the corner and the man followed it. I stood in my driveway next to my shopping bags and realized I'd never know if I just saved a life or lost my car to a setup. My 8-year-old begged me for a dog every single day, so one night I told him if he saved up $500, I'd get him one. I didn't mean a word of it, but he meant every penny. I was working 2 waitress shifts and barely making rent. I didn't have the time or money for a pet. I just threw out a number that sounded impossible for a kid. I figured he'd forget about it by dinner, but the next morning I looked out the kitchen window and he was digging cans out of the neighbor's recycling bins. I laughed. A week later, he sold his entire Pokemon card binder to a kid down the street, and I stopped laughing. When his school had their book fair, I watched him walk around the gym with his hands shoved deep in his pockets while every other kid was buying things. I told him he could pick one book. He shook his head and kept walking. On Halloween, he trick-or-treated for 3 hours, brought his pillowcase home, and sold half his candy at school the next week. Then, he started walking the neighbor's golden retriever every Saturday and Sunday for $5. I watched him walking that dog in the rain, doing all the work just to earn the right to get one of his own. Then we lost the apartment and had to move into my sister's unfinished basement. We were sitting on air mattresses surrounded by garbage bags full of clothes when he walked up to me holding a heavy glass mason jar. He dumped crumpled bills and sticky coins all over the blankets. "Mom, I did it. I counted it 3 times. $500. I looked at his proud face, then around at the damp basement walls. I couldn't say no. That Saturday, we drove to the county shelter. He walked right past the puppies and picked out a scrawny mutt with a crooked ear named Buster. That night, he fell asleep on the air mattress with Buster curled up on his chest. I was working the night shift at a gas station alone when a man walked in with his hood up and slid a note across the counter that said, "Empty the register and don't make a sound." He was robbing me. I read it, looked up at him, and pressed the silent panic button under the counter with my knee. But when we locked eyes, I realized I recognized him. He used to come in every Sunday with his wife. She'd died 3 weeks ago, and the last time he was in here, he told me he couldn't afford to pay for her funeral. I looked at his hoodie. World's best husband. It was the one she'd given him. I realized he was robbing me to pay for her funeral. I handed him the cash from the register, and he stuffed it in his pocket, not knowing what he'd do next. Suddenly, he burst into tears. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. I just need a way to give my wife the funeral she deserves." At that moment, I made a decision. "I know," I said. My voice came out steady. "Go before the police come. Quickly." He smiled through his tears like this was the kindest thing someone had ever done for him. "Thank you." Before the police arrived, I quickly took my savings in cash out of my wallet and refilled the cash register to replace the money he stole. Now, the store would never know we were robbed, and he would get away with it. I grabbed the phone with both hands and called dispatch back. "False alarm. We're not actually getting robbed." I dropped my Slurpee on the button. "I'm so sorry." The dispatcher paused. "You sure, ma'am?" "I'm sure. Sometimes the best kind of giving is the kind no one knows about." I asked my son if he wanted breakfast, and he replied, I don't know," then proceeded to type into ChatGPT, "Should I have breakfast right now?" It replied, "Yes, if you're hungry." And he typed in, "How do I tell if I'm hungry?" I stared in disbelief as Ethan read aloud, "If there's a rumbling feeling in your stomach and your mouth is salivating, you are hungry." He put his phone in his pocket and said, "I'd like breakfast." I was frustrated and told him he needs to stop using AI AI and think for himself, but he typed something into it, then replied, "But it says, why would I do that when I can have it do all the thinking for me? It's less effort that way." I watched Ethan ask ChatGPT when he should stop eating and what shoes to wear for school. I knew I needed to do something, because over the few weeks, Ethan asked ChatGPT how to brush his teeth if he should go outside, and he even typed what's 4 plus 3 for his first grade math homework. When I saw him typing, "What color is my favorite?" I lost it and asked, "What are you going to do if AI disappears?" He shrugged and said, "That will never happen. Also, it's purple." It told me my favorite color is purple. That night, I stayed awake, knowing I needed to act. And so, the next day, I told Ethan I was leaving for a work meeting. "I'll be back in 30 minutes. I left food for you. Microwave it if you get hungry." He waved at me and smiled. "Bye, Mom," then typed into ChatGPT, "What should I do for 30 minutes?" But I didn't leave. I shut off the Wi-Fi router and quickly snuck upstairs without him realizing, watching him with a grin on my face. Ethan was reading his ChatGPT response when it suddenly cut out because the internet was gone. I watched Ethan stare at the no Wi-Fi sign for a full 5 minutes before realizing it wouldn't load. He said, "What does no Wi-Fi mean?" and walked to the Wi-Fi box with a confused look on his face. He looked at the on switch that was set to off, but instead of flicking it, grabbed the router with both hands, shaking it aggressively. I was in disbelief as I watched him eventually give up because he couldn't figure it out. He decided to just eat to pass the time, but when he went to ask AI how to use the microwave, it wouldn't respond. Ethan began crying as he realized his AI didn't work. He ate the food cold, and I put my hands over my head in shock this was actually happening. When he went to play his PlayStation, he couldn't turn it on, and when he asked AI how to turn it on and it didn't load, he completely crashed out. He cried and screamed, pounding his fists on the floor. He asked AI how to call his mom, but it couldn't tell him, and he cried even harder. That's when I finally came downstairs. I asked why he's crying, but he wouldn't even look at me, and through tears said, "The world is broken, Mommy." He gave me his ChatGPT with no Wi-Fi on it, and I told him, "Watch how it's done." I flicked the Wi-Fi switch, and suddenly his AI worked again. He stared in amazement. "How did you do that, Mommy?" I smiled and showed him the Wi-Fi switch, and that's when I finally lied to him. I told him he had accidentally turned the Wi-Fi off himself. His face dropped in horror, and he asked how. I replied, "It doesn't matter how. What matters is now you know why it's important to know how to do things yourself. You never know when AI won't be there to help you." He nodded his head, and the next morning when I asked him if he was hungry, he replied, "Yes." "Mom, you scare me when you're sleepwalking," my son said, putting his hands together at the foot of my bed. "Please lock your room tonight." His lip trembled, and I promised him I would. I took my medication and locked my bedroom door, telling my husband I felt like a terrible mother. But at 3 a.m., I woke up sweating, startled from a nightmare. Suddenly, my son screamed from down the hallway. I jumped out of bed while my husband stayed asleep beside me and grabbed his golf club. I unlocked my door and bolted to my son's room, where a dark figure was leaning over my son's bed. I swung the golf club, and it cracked over the man's head. He dropped to the floor, and I ran to my son, crying and telling him it was okay. But he screamed and pushed me away, cowering from me in fear. I was confused, but then I looked down at the floor and saw my husband bleeding from his head, with blood all over my golf club. I suddenly jolted awake, and my son trembled. "Why are you sleepwalking again, Mommy? You promised me you'd lock your door. Go back to bed so I can sleep, please." I went pale and stumbled back to bed with shaking legs, holding the club. I had just killed my husband, but when I opened my bedroom door, I noticed my golf club no longer had blood on it, and my husband was now smiling right there, fully alive, without any wounds on his head. I didn't know what to think, but then he took the golf club from me and said, "You just went into our son's room with a golf club and tried to hit the air. Let me help you." He smiled a sick smile, then took out the bottle of my medication and put a pill in my mouth. The world went black. My boyfriend cut the first slice of his birthday cake and handed it to his girl best friend Isabella. Everyone gasped with shock because he was Brazilian, and in their culture, you give the first slice of a birthday cake to the person you love most. I whispered, "This is the 5th year in a row that you've given the slice to her." But nobody was listening to me. She hugged him tightly and looked me directly in the eyes, smiling like there was something going on I didn't know about. What was going on between them? I didn't even know what to do. And a few minutes later, when no one was looking, I caught them holding hands, walking down the hallway together. I followed them. They went into a bedroom and closed the door. I pressed my ear to listen, and they were whispering inside. I opened the door. Isabella was holding her hand up, looking at a ring on her finger. My boyfriend was standing next to her. "What is that?" my boyfriend stuttered. I bought it for her. It's a friendship ring. He bought her a ring on our 5-year anniversary. I was so hurt, I didn't even say anything. I walked out. His mom saw what happened and grabbed my hand. "I know how this looks, but Isabella is like family. You need to trust him." Even his mom knew it looked wrong. That night, I cried myself to sleep. And the next morning, I woke up to Isabella and my boyfriend laughing together in the kitchen. I stormed into the kitchen, ready to end everything. They were shoulder to shoulder. Isabella saw me first and stepped back. "Before you say anything, no, I'm done. 5 years together, and you're in my kitchen with her the morning after you gave her a ring?" My boyfriend looked at me and didn't say anything. Instead, he took a deep breath and reached behind the counter and pulled out a cake. Written in shaky frosting, it said, "Will you marry me?" I couldn't speak. I made the cake. Isabella helped me. Isabella reached into her pocket and pulled out the ring from last night. She handed it to him, and he got on one knee. "You didn't deserve just a slice. You deserve the whole cake." I looked at the ring, and that's when it all made sense. It wasn't for her, it was for me. The reason it was on her her finger is because she was checking to make sure it looked good. I nodded, yes. He cut the first slice and held it out to me. I hate my kids so much I wish they'd just die already. My foster son Benji has always wanted to be a pilot. He'd stand in the backyard with his arms out, pretending to fly and making engine sounds. But then I got pregnant with a bio child, and when Benji saw the ultrasound, he just stood there staring at me. Will you still be my mom? I promised him yes. But then Aaliyah was born, and at first Benji was the best big brother, feeding her and making her laugh. But then Aaliyah turned 4, and something shifted. I heard a vase break in the kitchen one day, and instantly came running. Aaliyah was pointing at Benji, who was out in the garden pretending to fly a plane. He did it. I didn't know what to think, but then one day I caught her using my makeup to draw fake bruises on her arm. What's that for? I asked, and she smiled at me. I want to tell the neighbors Benji hit me. She said it like it was a game. I was becoming scared of her, but didn't know what to do. One day, Benji came to me crying because Aaliyah told her friend that Benji killed her cat. I didn't, Mom, I swear. He came to me again next day. Aaliyah said if I tell you anything again, she'll say I hit her. She said I'll go to jail. I don't want to go to jail, Mom. I want to be a pilot. He was 15 and 6 feet tall, and his hands were trembling. I swore I'd protect him and warned Aaliyah if she did anything again, there would be serious consequences. 2 months later, it was Benji's birthday, and I bought him tickets for his first ever flight lesson. He was so happy, but just as he was about to blow out the candles, our doorbell rang. A caseworker and an officer stood with clipboards. We've received reports of inappropriate contact between your foster son and daughter. I looked over and saw Benji's face drop. I didn't do anything, but Aaliyah was right there, smirking. The officers spoke with her privately, and I heard her sobbing through the door. They stepped out and told me, we're removing Benji pending investigation. Benji grabbed my arm immediately. Mom, please, I'm innocent, he was crying. I tried to hold on, but the officer dragged him out on his birthday. Aaliyah just stood there laughing and pointing her finger at the car as it pulled away with Benji inside. That was so much fun. I put her up for adoption immediately, but when they took her, she didn't even cry and just walked out smiling. Last week, I visited Benji in juvie. I brought him a toy airplane, but he just looked at it and shook his head. They don't let people like me fly planes. I went home and threw the lesson tickets away. At my sister's wedding, I noticed all the food was spoiling because of how hot it was. One bite would make people extremely sick. I ran to the worker at the dessert table. The food is spoiled. You need to stop serving or it'll be a disaster. He looked at me and laughed. Your mother warned me about you. She said you'd try to ruin this wedding. My mom always talked bad about me, and now it was putting people in danger. Everything my mom says about me is a lie. I only want the best for my sister. I'm a professional baker. I know when food isn't safe. I'm telling you the truth. He scoffed and passed my aunt a plate of dessert. I grabbed my aunt's arm. Don't eat that. It's spoiled. You'll get sick. She pulled her arm back. Your mother was right about you. You'll do anything to sabotage your sister's wedding. She took a bite in my face and smiled. I went to my sister to warn her. The desserts are spoiled. Everyone's going to get sick. Tell the workers to stop serving it. She looked at me and rolled her eyes. Mom told me you'd do this. Do what? Try to make this about you. You're mad we didn't choose you to be the baker for this wedding. You're just bitter. My little cousins were on their second plate of dessert. My dad was munching happily. I panicked and went to the catering manager. If you keep serving this food, it will kill people. Stop it now. My voice spread across the reception. My mom was standing behind me. I'm sorry about her. She's a little crazy. The food reached people's stomachs and chaos erupted. We heard glass shatter and someone groaning behind us. I turned around and my aunt was on the floor gripping her stomach. Then my little cousin started vomiting in a bush. My sister's skin looked green. I think I'm going to be sick. She collapsed on the floor, shaking. My mom ran and dropped to her knees next to her. My daughter, somebody help her. Everything I warned them about was happening. I kneeled down beside my mom. You told them I'd ruin this wedding. You were the only one who did. I walked into room 312 to check on a terminally ill patient and saw his IV bag was swapped for blue instead of green. Oh my God! I changed it immediately, but when I checked the cameras to see who did it, I saw the footage was blank for the exact few minutes it was changed. My face went pale because this was attempted murder, and my mind raced. Why try kill a man who's going to die in a week? I went to the charge nurse and showed her the footage, but her face was stone cold. I'll handle it after my break. She walked away towards the security wing, and I noticed her new diamond necklace. I knew something was wrong, so I went back to room 312. Do you remember who swapped your IV bag? But right as he went to respond, the fire alarm started blaring. Evacuate right now! Security cleared our floor immediately, and the old man started crying. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I put him on a wheelchair and started wheeling him out, but when we got to the corridor, I saw there was no smoke, and when I turned around and saw a doctor I'd never seen. He was checking every room with a syringe of black liquid in his hand. I felt like I recognized him from somewhere, but then I felt the old man grip my arm with surprising strength. That's him. His face was pale. He was showing me a newspaper article about a lawsuit taking place tomorrow morning against a landlord who knowingly hid asbestos in his apartment buildings for over a decade. I'm one of his victims, and I'm testifying. He's here to call me. That's when his face clicked, and I put my hand on the man's shoulder. My dad died of asbestos poisoning in one of his buildings. I'm helping you. We took a different route to the exit, but when I reached it, the charge nurse was waiting. I'll take it from here. She removed my arms from the man's wheelchair. I tried to argue, but she interrupted. Go help the others evacuate. I said I got this. She started wheeling him back where I came from, and that's when I saw the small clear bag of the same black liquid in her pocket. A horrible horrible realization hit me. I knew I needed to do something, so I looked around and saw a tiny location tracker. I grabbed it and ran towards her. "Are you sure you don't want me to take him?" And while she was saying no, I quickly slipped the tracker into her pocket. 30 seconds after she walked away, an announcement blared. "The fire was a false alarm. Everyone back to your stations." And I took out my phone to look at the moving dot. I followed it to the closed renovation wing with no security, and when I rounded the corner, I nearly collapsed. The nurse and the landlord had syringes and were wheeling the man into a room with duct tape on his mouth. I sprinted to the door, but it was locked, and I heard him grunting inside. Crap. I was freaking out because by fighting for him, I felt like I was fighting for my own dad, and I was failing. I thought about calling security, but he'd definitely be dead by the time they arrived. But then I looked up and saw a vent running directly into the room. Yes! I grabbed a canister of anesthetic gas from the nearby supply closet and started pumping it through the vent. But when I listened in, I could only hear them coughing. The man was silent, so I just prayed that I was fast enough. I grabbed a master key card from a different closet and a mask, then braced myself and unlocked the door. I walked in, and all three were passed out. The landlord, unconscious. The charge nurse had fallen face flat, sticking the syringe into her own arm. And when I checked the man, his pulse was still there. I'd saved him. We were at my graduation dinner when my uncle asked me, "Did the college fund I set up cover all 4 years?" My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. "What college fund?" My uncle's face dropped. He pulled up his banking app and turned the screen toward me. He'd sent over $120,000 to my parents. "I've been working 3 jobs just to pay off $50,000 in student loans." My uncle's jaw tightened. He turned to my parents and said, "Show me the account I sent the money to." Dad put his hand up. "This isn't the time or place." My uncle's eyes narrowed. "Show me the account now." Mom dabbed her eyes with her napkin, careful not to smudge her mascara. "We were making sure the money was used responsibly." "Responsibly?" I said. "I sold my blood twice a week until I got too sick to keep going. I missed study abroad because I couldn't afford the $3,000 fee. I shared textbooks and wore the same 3 outfits for 4 years. So what was more important?" Dad stared at his plate. "The country club, Lakers season tickets, and your mother needed surgery." Mom nodded. "My mommy makeover was a medical necessity. I had back pain." "You spent my college fund on a Brazilian butt lift?" I stood up so fast my chair scraped the floor. "I ate 1 meal a day while you got your ass done in Miami?" Mom reached for my hand and I jerked away. "You're stronger for it. The struggle built character." My uncle's face turned purple. "My name is on that account and I'm calling my lawyer." Dad gripped the edge of the table. "Rob, please. We're family." My uncle turned to me and put his hand on my shoulder. "You're coming home with me tonight." I pushed my chair in and walked toward the door. I turned back one last time. "You made my life hell for a fake ass and Lakers tickets." I woke up at 2 a.m. to my doorbell ringing. A man was outside with his hair done, smiling and holding flowers. He said, "I'm here for our date." I told him I'd never seen him before, but he pulled out his phone and showed me texts from my number, flirty messages, my address, me telling him to come over tonight. I told him I didn't send those, but he didn't believe me and pushed past me into the house. He grabbed my arm aggressively. "I drove over an hour to see you. You invited me here. Why are you lying?" My little sister started laughing from the top of the stairs like this was a joke. I ripped my arm free from the man's grip and ran up to the bathroom. My sister came with me and I locked the door and called police, but she just kept laughing. I asked her what was so funny, but then I heard another man come into the house. "I'm here for the date," he yelled. They started arguing between themselves and I was scared and confused. Suddenly, the bathroom door knocked. "It's the police." I looked through the gap and opened the door. The police had the 2 men in handcuffs. "Ma'am, these men are saying you matched with them on a dating profile and invited them here." I shook my head. "I don't even have a dating profile," but they showed me the men's phones. Tinder, a full dating profile of me that I'd never made. I recognized the writing style instantly. I realized my little sister had made a fake dating profile of me. I scrolled the messages and saw she had invited them over to my house tonight. The officers turned to my sister, asking why she was catfishing online and putting me in life-threatening danger. She tried to say it wasn't me, but her phone fell from her pocket. My dating profile right there. She started crying. "Okay, maybe it was me, but it was just a prank. I never thought they'd actually come." They uncuffed the men and put cuffs on her instead. She screamed, "You can't do this to me. I'm just a little girl. Sis, help me." But they dragged her out to the car. The men looked at me. "So, no date?" I kicked them out. My sister didn't go to juvie, so instead I simply told her classmate she really liked him. Now he won't leave her alone. My husband woke up at 5 in the morning and packed a duffel bag, so I asked him where he was going. "My mom's, like I do every Christmas." He said it like I was dumb. "But it's our daughter's first Christmas," I said. But he was already at the door saying, "This is more important." I looked at our daughter in her crib and decided I wanted to know what was more important than spending Christmas with his daughter. So I strapped her into the car seat and drove to his mom's house. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to find. When I looked through the window, I had to blink twice because my 35-year-old husband was on all fours wearing a onesie with a reindeer on it, crawling toward a wrapped present while everyone around him made explosion sounds with their mouths. I had never felt so confused in my life, but it got worse when his mom got down on her knees beside him and hand-fed him a bite of cinnamon roll. Then she wiped his mouth and burped him. "Thanks, Mommy," he grinned. I groaned in disgust, wondering what I was watching. Then someone in a full Santa costume sat down in the armchair, and my husband got to his feet and launched himself onto Santa's lap. When Santa asked him what he wanted for Christmas, he giggled, "A puppy!" Everyone laughed, and Santa rubbed his head and said, "Okay, buddy, my elves will bring one to you tonight." "Yay!" My husband clapped clapped his hands like a little kid. I didn't even know who I was married to at the moment. I looked at my daughter babbling in my arms, spit on her mouth and snot running down her nose, and she somehow looked more mature than my husband. When I looked at the window again, my husband noticed me and his eyes went wide. He got off Santa's lap saying, "I be white back," like a little kid. He came outside and he looked angry now. "What are you doing here?" he asked, sounding like a 35-year-old again. Better question, why are you pretending to be a little kid? He crossed his arms. Christmas morning is the only thing I have left from before my life got complicated. What does that mean? I asked. He groaned and wiped his face. I need one day a year where I'm not somebody's husband and I'm not somebody's dad. A day where I can be a kid again. I pointed at my daughter in my hands. Say that again while you look at her. He knelt to my daughter's eye level, and even though she smiled and did grabby hands, my husband stayed stone cold and said, "I need one day where I'm not your dad." I looked at him kneeling there. "You're allowed to want a day off. You weren't allowed to say it to her face." I walked away, and as I buckled my daughter into her car seat, she waved at the window and said her first word, "Dada." I closed my eyes, feeling disappointed that her dad missed her first word because he wanted to be a kid today.
My water broke in the middle of the grocery store at 9 months pregnant, and I was alone because my husband was at a work conference. I screamed for help, and a teenage boy who worked here rounded the corner. He immediately called his manager, but when the manager came over, he pointed at the water all over the floor and told me, "You're making a mess. You need to leave." I felt a contraction hit me, and more water spilled, and the manager picked up his radio and called security. "Escort this woman out." The teenage boy asked him to call an ambulance, but he replied, "She can call an ambulance outside, but she's in pain. Who's the manager here?" He pointed at his manager's name tag. The security guard showed up, grabbed my hands, and I screamed in pain. The kid's face went red. He shoved the security guard away from me, then picked up my bag and started to help me to his car. The manager yelled, "You're fired!" the whole way out. The boy drove me to the hospital and called my husband for me. My husband answered, "I'm in a work meeting," but the boy replied, "You could be on Mars right now, I don't care. Your wife is giving birth." We arrived, and he sat in the waiting room while I was in labor. My husband rushed in just as I gave the last push, and our babe came out healthy. But then my husband asked the boy, "What happened?" The kid explained everything, and my husband's eyes went wide. "That's my grocery store. I own it." He got on his phone and immediately called the manager. The manager walked in 20 minutes later, and his face instantly went pale. He started apologizing, but my husband got in his face. "You kicked out my wife while she was in labor. You're fired." The manager tried to argue, but my husband had already turned to the kid. "Have you ever been a manager before?" The kid shook his head. "I don't have experience." My husband laughed. "Experience almost got my wife killed. I don't care about it. I care about a good person who puts people first being in charge. And that's you." He took the manager name tag off and stuck it on the kid's shirt. "You start Monday."
I was working at a marine park and had just thrown a fish to my sea lion during the show when I spotted the 3 girls who bullied me at school sitting in the front row. They always made fun of me for working at my mom's fish shop and said I smelled like the fish. And now that they'd found me, they immediately pointed at me and laughed. "Oh my gosh, mermaid girl, I didn't know you were working here." The leader of their group, Kelsey, had her phone pointed at me and started recording. The crowd around her started turning to look. Her 2 friends scooted forward against the splash zone railing. "This is so funny, I'm gonna pee myself." I tried my best to ignore them and focus on the performance. I faced my sea lion Bubba, and he did a flip in the air, and I threw a fish in his mouth. The crowd gave a round of applause. "Hey Bubba!" Kelsey leaned her whole body over the rail, holding her phone out, and started mocking me. "Is the mermaid girl your girlfriend? Because you're the only one who'd date her." Her friends doubled over laughing. Kelsey knelt on top of the safety rail to get a better angle to film me. If someone fell in this tank right now, that dumb sea lion would just watch them drown. He's too dumb to know the difference. She turned to wink at her friends, and just as she did, she started losing her balance. She stuck both her hands in the air and flailed them around, but it wasn't enough to save her. Splash! She fell over backwards into the tank. She came up screaming, "I can't swim!" She slapped the water. Her orange iPhone floated to the top of the water. She tried to escape by clawing at the smooth glass side of the tank, but it didn't work. Through the glass, I could see her arms thrashing, slower each time. I was the only lifeguard on duty. Her friends screamed, "Do something! Save her!" For a second, I paused and wondered if I should just let her drown, but I didn't. Instead, I whistled. Bubba launched off the platform. One push, and he shot down to her underwater. He clamped her hoodie in his teeth and pushed her up with his nose. He shoved her toward me at the edge of the tank. I grabbed her under the armpits and hauled her up onto the deck. The crowd went silent. I picked the towel off the rail and dropped it on her chest. Guess he wasn't too dumb after all. Bubba hauled himself onto the deck beside me and shook off. Water sprayed across Kelsey and the dry towel I just dropped on her. I tossed him his fish. Good boy. My son's school called and said Isaac was on the floor turning blue and an ambulance was already on the way. I grabbed my keys and ran. I did 90 on the highway and got to the hospital as they wheeled him through the doors with his face swollen shut and his lips turning purple. They shoved a tube down his throat and the doctor told me his body was shutting down from peanuts. I grabbed the doctor's arm. "That's impossible. He's allergic and I pack his lunch every single day. There were no peanuts in that bag." The doctor looked at me and said, "Then it didn't come from you." Before I could say another word, my phone rang and Isaac's friend was on the other end crying. "Mrs. Gray, it's my fault. We were making fun of Mr. Sutton at lunch and Isaac cracked a joke about his wife leaving him." Sutton heard it and his whole face went red. I hung up and drove straight to the school. I walked into Sutton's 5th period class. My son is dying. What did you put in his lunch? Sutton stood up from his desk. Mrs. Gray, you need to leave. Security dragged me into the hall, but I caught Sutton through the door window, slumped over with his head in his hands. I called the police and watched them tear through his classroom. One officer held up a syringe from the trash can. Another pulled a bottle of peanut oil from the back of his desk drawer. They walked Sutton out in handcuffs and shoved him into the back of a cruiser. I drove straight back to the hospital. Isaac was awake when I got there with the tube still in his throat. He couldn't talk, so I put a marker in his hand and held up a whiteboard. He wrote one line. All I said was his wife left because she was tired of his mini zucchini. I asked, "Dad, why don't you ever cry in front of me?" He just smiled and pushed the cart and said he was too manly for that. But a few seconds later, we heard my mom scream from a few aisles over. He dropped everything and ran over, and when we turned the corner, we saw her being grabbed by men wearing all black. She saw us. "Help me, stop!" But just as my dad ran over, they pulled out a knife and held it up to her. No, let her go, but they were threatening her, holding the knife to her neck, and as the store employees ran over, everyone started panicking. One of them yelled, "You, empty all the cash registers now." My dad's hands were shaking, and he yelled at them to hurry. "Let go of my mom," but they yelled at me to shut up. They started walking her over to the front as the cashier started throwing grocery bags of money towards them. "Make sure it's all of it." They started grabbing the money, and my mom looked at me. She was crying, but smiled. "Don't worry, honey, it's all gonna be okay." They held the knife closer to her throat. They were about to leave and let her go, but then we all heard sirens. Red and blue lit up the windows, and they all looked at each other. They grabbed my mom and ran out the front doors as she screamed. My dad ran after them screaming, "No, let her go!" But as soon as the doors slid open, the officers started firing. Shots went everywhere as the glass shattered. My dad dove at me and pushed me to the ground, trying to cover me. Everyone was screaming, and I was bawling my eyes out. He covered my ears, but then someone grabbed us. The cop yelled, "Move! We need to go!" He rushed us outside, but I didn't see my mom anywhere. They took us to our car and told us to leave right now. But when we got inside, my dad still wasn't crying. I was bawling my eyes out. "Dad, where's mom?" But he just started the car. He started backing up and didn't say anything. But as we drove by the ambulances, I saw my mom's shoes underneath a blanket. He covered my eyes, but I sat there frozen. And when I looked over at my dad, a single tear was on his cheek. He saw me looking and immediately wiped it away. My little sister poked my mom. "Can I get a laptop for my 16th birthday?" But our mom shook her head with tears in her eyes. "No, we can't afford one. I'm sorry." And I would do anything for my sister. So I spent months working on a laptop, building it from scratch with the help of my super smart best friend, Chris. When I finished, I was satisfied with it, and I was sure my sister was going to love it. But when the day came and she opened up the gift, she just stared at it like it was the most disgusting thing she'd ever seen. "What is this?" I wanted a brand new laptop, not this piece of junk. I was shocked for a moment as my sister shoved the box back to me. "Sell it," she said sharply, "and use the money to buy me a new one." Anger filled me, and my face turned red. I immediately packed up the box and stood. "If you don't want this, then you won't be getting anything," I said in a cold voice. I walked out of the house before she could say anything else because I knew exactly what to do. I drove to Chris's apartment because he had a stepson who needed a laptop for school, but Chris and his wife couldn't afford one. I called my sister on FaceTime when I got to Chris's apartment. "Watch what happens to those who are grateful," I told her. She watched as Chris opened the door, and I stepped into the living room where his stepson was doing homework. I placed the box with the computer in it on the coffee table. "This is for you," I said quietly. The kid hesitantly opened the box before his face lit up with pure joy. He glanced at Chris, who was smiling. "No way," he exclaimed. Then he grinned at me. "Thank you so much," I smiled. "You know what? Since you were so grateful for this, I'm going to double your gift." I handed him an Apple gift card for $150. "Now you can buy AirPods to match your laptop." My sister started screaming through the phone about how I was supposed to sell the laptop and buy her a new one, not give it away. Chris's stepson frowned. "Is she okay?" he asked. "She's fine," I said, just learning the hard way that when people aren't grateful for what they have, it won't be multiplied. A car rear-ended me at a red light while my husband and I were driving home from his charity gala. I immediately got out and saw the driver was a teenage girl, and there was a woman violently convulsing in the back seat of her car. The girl instantly got out and started sobbing and apologizing to me, saying her mom was dying and she was only trying to get her to the ER, but she's 14 and doesn't know how to drive. I was shocked, and because the damage to my car was barely a scratch, I instantly told her we would help get her mom to the hospital. She thanked me profusely, but when I told my husband, he was too busy taking photographs of the girl's license plate to even look up. "Her mom is not our problem. Call an ambulance." I told him the ER was 4 minutes away and an ambulance was 15, so he could either come with me or stay here, but I was going. I went to climb in the girl's car, but my husband grabbed my hand. He pointed at the crying girl. "She caused this, and now you're going to clean up her mess? She almost killed us." The girl started crying harder and apologizing to my husband, but he got in her face. "You shouldn't have been driving her in the first place. Now if she dies, it's on you." He pulled out his phone and started dialing. I screamed at him, "Her mom is dying. Are you serious right now?" But he replied, "I don't care. That's not my problem." That was the moment I realized I didn't know my husband at all. I physically shoved him out of the way and got in the girl's car. She got in with me and we sped off. I ran a red light and the girl's mom convulsed the whole whole way. The girl kept looking back and telling me I was her guardian angel. We pulled into the ER and the medics loaded the mom onto a stretcher, but the receptionist told us there was $250 admission fee before they could check her in. The girl started going through her purse and realized she had no money. I instantly took out my card, and that's when the doors behind me swung open. My husband stormed in, red in the face, and yanked my card out of my hand. He said quietly, "I'm not letting you pay for that stupid girl." But I responded loudly, "You won't let me pay $250 to save a woman's life?" The whole lobby turned to him, and I recognized one of the women from his gala event earlier. "Richard," she exclaimed. My husband turned red and, not wanting to ruin his image, quickly stammered, "Of course I'm going to pay. I was only going to use my own card." He pulled his card out and swiped. The transaction went through and the mom was wheeled out. The girl hugged him. "Thank you, sir." He looked at me angrily, then stormed out. I saw him get back in our car and the bumper barely had a scratch. I looked at him leaving and realized people will always eventually show you their true colors, no matter how much they try to hide them. A man at the community pool pointed his phone at my son. "Hold still for 1 second, honey. I need to see you clearly." My son was 7 years old, completely oblivious to what was going on. I lunged between them and knocked the phone out of his hand. The man just kept staring at my son's neck. "Please, just let me touch it. Walk away, now." He walked away with his head down like he was sad that I stopped him. And a week later, I saw him there again. He was standing in the back row of the bleachers, this time with binoculars around his neck. I immediately stormed over to the lifeguards to explain what was going on. They kicked him out on the spot and banned him from ever coming back. But 2 weeks later, I saw him in the swimming pool parking lot sitting on the hood of his car. Me and my son walked back towards our car, and he started shouting at us, "Your son has a mole on the back of his neck that looks cancerous. You need to get it checked out." I ignored him because I was just focused on getting my son in the car so we could drive home. But when we got home, I took a closer look at it. The edge was uneven. Part of it was darker than the rest. I figured getting it checked out couldn't hurt, so we went to the dermatologist the next day. As soon as she saw it, she ran a biopsy test. When she handed me the results, I gasped with shock. My son was diagnosed with stage 1 skin cancer. "You did a good job by bringing him in so early. If you waited another 3 months, he would have reached stage 3. A stranger saved my child's life for nothing in return. A woman harassed me at Disneyland, so I made sure she never came back. I had this leg injury where the tendons stretched a little too much when I was going through a growth spurt. I had to use crutches and wore a brace on my leg all the time. I could barely walk, and I would often wake up in the middle of the night screaming in pain until my mom gave me some pain medicine. That summer, my parents surprised us with a trip to Disneyland. I still couldn't walk, so I had to be in a wheelchair, but that meant we could skip the lines at the park. My dad got us ice cream as we wheeled through the park. We had just arrived at the Pirates of the Caribbean ride when a crazy lady appeared behind us. The ride attendant gestured us forward, and we were about to step out of line when the lady suddenly blocked our way. "No way," she said loudly. "You've been skipping everyone all day." Dad frowned and stepped in front of me. "It's obvious my daughter is injured," the lady sneered at me. "She's probably faking it." "I'm not," I said. "I have a disease in my leg." She scoffed. "Yeah, right. Get up and walk, little girl." "Get out of our way," Dad snarled. "My daughter isn't faking anything." The lady shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not going anywhere. Admit you're faking it, girl. Get up." She was causing a commotion, and strangers were watching us, starting to film the drama on their phones. The lady suddenly leaped around my dad. It happened so fast that no one could have stopped it. She grabbed my arm and yanked me out of the chair. I couldn't help landing on my feet as I cried out in pain and crumbled to the ground, my eyes filled with tears. My dad started yelling at her while my mom helped me back in the chair and gave me some painkillers. The poor ride attendant didn't know what to do as he stood there raising his hands and trying to calm everyone down. "What is going on?" yelled the park manager. My dad quickly explained what happened. "Are you all right?" the park manager asked. "I'm fine," I sniffed. The tears were still falling. "We've already had quite a few complaints about you, lady," he snapped at the crazy lady still blocking us from getting on the ride. "You're done. I'm banning you from my park. Security will escort you out." A couple of beefy security guards appeared suddenly and grabbed the lady by her arms, dragging her to the exit while she kicked and screamed. I pressed on the accelerator to drive my 5-year-old Julia home after school, but 2 minutes into the drive, she tapped my shoulder and said, "I'm not your daughter." I looked in the rearview mirror and gasped in horror. The girl had Julia's hair, Julia's jacket, Julia's purple shoes and backpack, but it wasn't Julia. It was her classmate Amber, and she was crying. "Why are you pretending to be Julia? My mommy told me to swap clothes with Julia today and go home with you," she replied through tears. "My daddy is coming to kidnap me after school today." I went pale because this meant Amber's dad thought Julia was Amber and was currently kidnapping my daughter. I turned around and floored the accelerator back to school. Amber cried and kept saying sorry, and then my phone rang with an unknown number. It was Julia sobbing. Amber's dad took me. He says meet him at the diner across town. Suddenly she screamed, and his voice came through, "I don't know what stupid game you're playing switching clothes, but if you don't bring Amber there in 30, you won't see your daughter again." I heard the sound of him reloading a pistol, followed by the call ending. I felt like throwing up and gripped the wheel tight. I began driving to the diner while Amber sobbed, "I'm sorry. I don't want my daddy to hurt Julia, but I don't want him to hurt me too." My heart pounded because I didn't know what to do. Saving my daughter meant sacrificing an innocent kid. We pulled into the diner parking lot 22 minutes later, where I saw Amber's dad's car. My face dropped as I saw the gun in his cubby. He was staring at Amber in my back seat. seat, while Julia cried beside him in Amber's clothes. He got out, hand over Amber, and I looked at her and nodded. She wiped her tears and opened the door. He grabbed her and walked back to his car while she started crying again. Then he let Julia go. She sprinted at me and hugged me, and I suddenly gave the signal. 4 cop cars pulled in and surrounded Amber's dad. His face dropped and he reached for his gun, but his face dropped as it wasn't there. Amber had taken it from him while he was distracted by the cops pulling in, just like I told her. He reached for it, but it was too late. They tackled and cuffed him while he was still wrestling his daughter for a gun. I walked over, and me and Julia and Amber all hugged while he watched, angry red in the face. During dinner, my dad's girlfriend Linda said, "Honey, choose right now, me or your daughter." Dad held her hand and said, "Baby, it's always you. You're my future." Linda smirked and pointed at me. "Good, then she needs to leave the house today." Dad nodded, and that night he dropped me at my aunt's house. I cried in the driveway and he hugged me and said, "We'll do lunch soon, I promise." I nodded because I believed him, but days passed and Dad never called, so I started calling him instead. But he would hang up and text, "Can't talk, busy right now." And then months passed and Linda and Dad had a baby, so I drove to their house with presents. But when I got there, Linda looked disgusted and said, "We don't accept things from people that aren't family." I was hurt, and then I saw Dad holding a baby and laughing. So I asked him if I could come in, but he said, "You need to go. You're upsetting my family." But then I asked, "Can we have lunch today?" And he walked to the door, and I thought he was going to say yes, but he said, "We'll do lunch soon, just not today, I promise." And then he closed the door. I still believed him, so when a year passed and Dad called saying, "Let's have lunch today," I said yes. But then he texted an address to a hospital, and when I got there, Dad was alone hooked to machines. He saw me and cried, "I'm so sorry. Linda made me hate you, but it's you. It's always been you." I said I missed him, but then he said, "I need a kidney, and you're the only match." I asked if that's why he finally called, and he nodded. I went cold and realized he was not my dad, and hadn't been since he chose Linda over me. So I said, "Sorry, but you don't accept things from people that aren't family." And then I turned to leave, but he begged, "Please, I'm your dad. I don't want to die. Can we at least still have lunch?" I turned around and said, "We'll have lunch soon, just not today, I promise." But neither of us kept the promise because he died a month later. My daughter's teacher called me, and I heard her scream, "Why did you let her bring a knife to school?" She what? My phone was shaking in my hand. "Bella threatened 3 boys with a knife at school today? How could you let your daughter do this?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could Bella do this? A knife? As soon as I got there, I saw her teacher and principal waiting for me. "Ma'am, get inside now. This is extremely serious." We walked inside, and the principal told me, "Bella cornered 3 boys in the bathroom with a large knife. Their parents are here, and they're considering filing assault charges against you and Bella." He wasn't joking. We walked into the office, and I saw the 3 boys and their mothers. "Hey, your psycho daughter could have killed someone." But I just wanted to get to my kids. Then I saw them, both Bella and my son Toby, crying. I immediately noticed the blood on Toby's shirt, but they kept yelling, "What kind of a mother are you?" But I knew something was wrong. I said, "What happened to Toby?" But she just kept going. "Hey, your ratchet daughter could have killed my son. Do you realize that?" But then Bella spoke up. She was crying, but said, "Mom, I had to protect Toby. Gabe said they were going to hurt him really bad today." Gabe and his friends avoided eye contact. I asked, "What did they say?" Bella was nervous, but said, "They made fun of me, and Gabe told me they were going to hurt Toby. They said they were going to corner him in the bathroom and put him out of his misery." I was shocked. Toby's been getting bullied by these kids? Gabe's mom started yelling, "That little liar has no idea what she's talking about. She should be expelled. It's not like you can afford this school anyways." I saw the principal looking concerned now, like he didn't know who to believe. He kneeled down to Bella. "How did Toby get blood on his shirt?" "I took the knife from the sink this morning just in case, and when I went to the bathroom at lunch, they were all punching him." We both gasped, but Gabe's mom yelled, "She's lying! My son would never hurt anyone! Shut that little liar up or I'll do it myself." But without saying a word, I just walked over to Toby and gently lifted his shirt for everyone to see. Gabe's mom was walking over, but when she saw him, she froze. Toby's body was completely covered in bruises. Everyone was frozen, and I took out my phone to call the police. I dialed 911, but right before I pressed call, she grabbed my arm. "Hey, don't you dare! I'll sue you!" She wouldn't let go, fighting and dragging me to the ground to stop me. I dropped my phone, shouting, "Let go of me!" But just as she put her hands on my neck, the principal shoved her off of me. I grabbed my phone, pressing the call button, knowing the police would be on their way. And I found out that not only did they end up pulling their kids from the school, but Gabe got put up for adoption. "Have a piece of pecan pie," Aunt Jemima said at Thanksgiving. I was confused because she knew I was allergic to nuts. "Sorry, I can't. I'm allergic." Her face turned red with anger. "You're so spoiled. I spent all night working on this dessert," she snapped. "One piece won't kill you." She handed me the fork, and I knew she wasn't going to stop trying to get me to eat it. I shook my head and pushed the plate away from me, but she grabbed my hand. "If you don't eat this, I won't be coming to any family gatherings again," Aunt Jemima threatened. My parents gasped in shock. "Don't worry, Cassie. You don't have to eat it," Mom told me sharply, but Dad looked extremely upset because Aunt Jemima was his sister, and he didn't want to let her down. I tried to make a joke to lighten the mood, but that's when it happened. Aunt Jemima grabbed my head bed and shoved the fork with the pecan pie in my mouth. I was so shocked I couldn't move. My lips immediately swelled up and I was struggling to breathe. My mom ran over with her EpiPen, but Aunt Jemima held her back. "She's faking it! Don't help her!" I blacked out. And when I woke up, I was in a hospital bed with my parents hovering over me. I looked over and saw Aunt Jemima in the corner. She shook her head like I was the one who did something wrong. "You should be apologizing to me. You ruined Thanksgiving dinner for this whole family." My dad just shrugged and defended her like always. It wasn't bad intentioned. I just smiled. "If you want me to ruin family dinner so badly, then your wish is my command." She didn't understand what I meant, but I was coming up with a revenge plan. A few weeks later, me and my friends made special brownies and brought them to Christmas dinner. They were Aunt Jemima's favorite kind, chocolate chunk. I held out the platter as soon as I walked in. "I just wanted to thank you for proving to everyone how real my nut allergy is," I said sweetly. "Here's a peace offering." She looked a little skeptical at first, but ate one quickly, then another, then another. By the time we sat down for dinner, the special brownies had kicked in for Aunt Jemima, and she started rambling about Thanksgiving. She pointed at me. "I shoved that pie in her mouth on Thanksgiving because she's always getting spoiled with attention from you guys. Everything is always about her, never about me. I wanted you all to pay more attention to me. She just confessed to harming me on purpose." The whole table went silent. My mom dropped her fork in shock, and my dad finally stood up to her. "Get out of my house," he said. Aunt Jemima reached for another brownie like she didn't even hear him. I leaned in close as she chewed. "You were right, Aunt Jemima," I whispered. "One piece won't kill you." Her eyes went wide as she finally realized I had poisoned the brownies she was eating. For the first time, she had nothing to say. The teens in our neighborhood kept smashing my daughter's pumpkins, so I made sure the next one would break them back. She'd spent the whole afternoon carving jack-o'-lanterns and lining them up on the porch when I heard the laughing down the street. 3 boys came tearing across our lawn and stomped every pumpkin into orange mush. My daughter ran to the window and saw the wreckage and just started crying. I carried her inside without saying a word and made her hot chocolate. "You know what though? Those boys just put on a free show and we had front row seats." She sniffled and looked at me. "A show?" I nodded. "Next year, let's sit right by the window with popcorn and actually watch." The next Halloween, we carved a dozen pumpkins and lined them across the porch. My daughter pressed her face against the window with a bowl of popcorn in her lap. When the boys came running and started kicking, she gasped and giggled at the same time. "That one flew, Mom." So for the next 2 years, we carved pumpkins, watched them destroy them, then rebuilt. Then my daughter stopped eating and couldn't lift her arms some mornings. The doctors gave us a number of weeks, and my daughter made me promise we'd carve one more. So I helped her onto the porch, and she sat there wrapped in a quilt, pointing at where to scoop. Her sister carved the face while I held the pumpkin. It took us all afternoon. When we finished, I set it on the top step and lit the candle inside. I wrote, "Please don't break this one," on cardboard and propped it against the pumpkin. 4 days later, she died. I knew the teens would come for the pumpkin eventually, so I walked down the street and knocked on the lead boy's door. His father opened it, and I looked him in the eye. "My daughter just died. That pumpkin is the last memory I have of her. Please tell your son to leave it alone." He stared at me for maybe half a second, then shrugged. "That's a bummer, but it's just a pumpkin." I heard his son laugh from the kitchen. The door slammed in my face. 2 nights after we buried my daughter, I was lying in bed when I heard the laughing. I ran to the window and watched 3 shapes sprinting up our walkway. The lead boy jumped and came down on the pumpkin with both feet, and orange chunks flew across the porch. He turned and high-fived his friends, and that's when I knew he had to pay. I went upstairs and shook my other kids awake. "Get dressed. We're carving another one." We worked through the night under the porch light, scooping seeds and slicing the lid. Then I went to the garage and grabbed a cinder block I'd been saving. I set it down right in the middle of the top step. I picked the biggest pumpkin we'd ever grown and hollowed the bottom until it slipped over the concrete like a glove, hiding it completely. Then I sat by the window every night watching the street. My kids would come downstairs asking if tonight was the night. A week passed. Then I heard it, that laughing. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The lead boy came sprinting up the walkway at full speed, jumped, and brought his foot down on the pumpkin with everything he had. The sound was like a tree branch snapping. He collapsed onto the porch, screaming and rolling around. His friends froze and stared. When he turned to look at our window, we'd already cranked it open, and we hurled chunks of pumpkin at him one after another until he crawled off the porch. I went to leave the house, but my boyfriend blocked the door. "Where are you going?" I told him out to see my friends, but he shook his head. "How can I trust you're not cheating on me?" I walked around him and left, but while driving to the cafe, I got an alert on my phone. "Unknown AirTag detected traveling with you." I instantly freaked out because I had a stalker 2 years ago. I pulled over, and when I searched my car, I found the AirTag in the fabric of the purse my boyfriend gave me 6 weeks ago. My heart sank, but I didn't want to believe it was him because he knew what the stalker did and knew that I still struggled to sleep at night due to my fear of being followed. He wouldn't do that. But the next morning, I told my boyfriend I needed to house sit for my parents, so I'd be gone for a few days. He instantly grabbed my arm. "No, how do I know you're not just going to bring guys over?" I promised him I wouldn't, and basically ran out. I drove to the nearby loading dock and stuck the AirTag on the underside of a truck that would be traveling and coming back here in 4 days' time. Then I went to my parents and told them I wanted to stay over for a few days. My boyfriend instantly texted me, "Where are you? Just making sure you got there safe." I replied, "At my parents." But over the next few days, he kept kept asking had I gone anywhere else and calling at 3 a.m. asking if I was sure I was at my parents' house. I told him he knows questions like that freak me out because of my stalker. He instantly reassured me he was just checking to make sure I'm safe and said he'd never do anything like that. But on the third night, I looked outside and saw him sneaking around, trying to see if I was there. He was becoming my stalker, the thing he knew I feared most in the world. After the few days, I went back to the loading dock, grabbed the AirTag, and drove home. My boyfriend's jaw was tight. "Where have you been?" I told him my parents' house, but his face went red and he was pacing. "You're lying. I know you've been with someone. I know you were traveling." I looked at him. "And how exactly do you know I've been traveling?" His face went from red to white immediately. I asked again, and he broke down. He admitted he put the AirTag in my purse because he thought I was out of his league and would cheat on him. He dropped to his knees and cried, "You're the only good thing that ever happened to me. Please don't leave me." I looked down at him. "You're so insecure you became the exact monster I was afraid of. You're never gonna find me again." I dropped the AirTag down on him and walked out. My 6-year-old called me from his father's house. I picked up. "You've never called me when you're at your dad's house before. What's wrong, baby?" I was already sprinting into my car when James whispered, "Daddy's been sleeping for 20 hours straight, Mommy. There's special grown-up bottles laying all around the house. The ones called alcohol." My knuckles went white on the steering wheel. "James, Mommy's coming. You did the right thing by calling me." When I arrived, I figured his dad had just relapsed and went to sleep. I had no idea how dark the truth really was. I unlocked the front door with the key I still kept on my ring. James threw himself into my arms. "Mommy!" Behind him, bottles of vodka covered every surface: the couch, the coffee table, the kitchen floor. I knew I had to go check on his dad, so I told him to go watch cartoons while I went to check on him. When I went into his dad Killian's room, the bed was already made, and I was extremely confused. If he wasn't in his room, then where was he? I walked back to the living room. "Baby, when did you last see Daddy?" James scrunched his nose. "Last night, Mommy. He went to sleep in his room." After he said that, I started tearing through the house to look for him. All the bathrooms were empty. The basement was completely empty, other than more bottles of vodka. Then I checked the garage. Killian was sitting in the driver's seat of his car. His eyes were wide open, his hands still on the steering wheel, skin completely gray. I felt angry because I couldn't understand why he'd leave our son alone. Was he planning on drunk driving? I yanked the car door open and lifted my hand to slap him across the face. "You son of a bitch!" But as soon as my hand met his cheek, I froze. He was completely cold. He wasn't moving or breathing. My hands started shaking. I knew I needed to check for a pulse, so I gently pressed 2 fingers to his neck. There was no pulse. My head spun as the realization hit me. He had ended his own life with alcohol. From the living room, James called out, "Mommy, did you find Daddy yet? Did I call too late?" My best friend asks me, "Did you hear about your brother?" I replied, "My brother's dead." Kyla froze in her seat, hands trembling as she pressed them to her gaping mouth. Tears filled her eyes. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. I stared at her in shock. "He's been dead for 10 years. She was at his funeral with me. We buried an empty casket because no one could find his body in the fire that burned our house down." "What are you talking about?" I asked slowly. She shook her head frantically. "Nothing. I misspoke. That's all," she said quickly. "Tell me," I insisted. "Ask your parents," she answered. "I have to go." She ran out of the diner as if her skirt was on fire. I arrived home and found my parents in the kitchen. Mom was humming and baking cookies while Dad sat at the kitchen table reading on his tablet. They both ignored me until I cleared my throat loudly. "What happened to my brother?" I asked quietly, watching them closely. I noticed that Mom instantly paled and Dad's expression closed off, becoming colder. Mom turned her back on me, returning to her task at the stove. Dad just stared at me, eyes going blank as he got lost in thought. "Kyla mentioned something at lunch today," I continued. "Tell me the truth. Is he really dead?" Mom laughed without turning to face me. "Of course he is, honey," she said, but the tone of her voice was off, almost robotic. I glanced at Dad, noticing how he ducked his head, avoiding eye contact with me. I slammed my fist down on the kitchen table, startling them. "Tell me the truth," I shouted. Mom finally spun around to face me, tears dripping down her ghostly white cheeks. "I am," she said coldly, glaring at me. "He's dead to us." A sob escaped and my hands started to shake at my sides. "He's alive?" I whispered. "Leave it alone," Dad said sternly. "He died in that fire and that's the end of it." Then he turned back to his tablet as if he didn't just rock my entire world. My twin brother was alive. He never died in that fire. We had a funeral for no reason. I was furious. My hands balled into fists and I took a step forward. "Tell me what happened," I ordered calmly. Mom sighed. "He was the one who started the fire," she said firmly. "He almost killed us, so we sent him away to boarding school." I could hardly breathe with this new information. My brother was alive and I swore then that I wasn't going to abandon him like our parents did. "Come out, Fishmouth! We're looking for you!" My bullies screamed my nickname down the empty hallway. They came up with it after holding a bleached rag to my mouth and destroying my voice box forever. The classroom door swung open and Vanessa grinned. "There she is, Fishmouth." I sprinted toward the main office and tried to scream, but nothing came out. Raven yanked my backpack from behind and I hit the floor. I pulled free and managed to slip into a janitor's closet filled with chemicals. The smell hit me before anything else did. I could hear teachers having a meeting nearby, but I had no way to signal for help. I quietly slid out my phone to text the police, but it was dead. Vanessa's voice echoed. "We brought the rag again. I deserve to have some fun after how much trouble you put me in, like the good old days." Raven laughed. "Scream if you need help, Fishmouth." Oh wait, my head was spinning. How did they find me? What were they going to do to me? I heard them checking the rooms to see where I was. One door opened and slammed shut. Another one, closer. So I slipped out and ran towards the chemistry lab, the one room I knew better than they did. I knew the chemical I had to make that would change everything. I pulled 2 bottles off the shelf and mixed them into a beaker. When they kicked it open, Vanessa was grinning. "Found you." I cracked the beaker at their feet, and the gas from the chemicals hit their throats. They dropped to the floor, mouths wide open, as the fumes burned through their vocal cords. They were on the floor, mouths opening and closing like a fish with nothing coming out. Funny how the name fits them better now. I came home from work and saw my teenage babysitter on the couch scrolling her phone, and when I looked around, my 5-year-old son was nowhere to be seen. I'd hired her after I met her mom at church, so I trusted her completely. But when I went to check my son's bed where she said he was, the bed was empty. I realized my son wasn't in the house and ran down to ask if she's sure she kept an eye on him. She pointed to her cross and swore on her faith she'd never do anything so irresponsible. Her family would disown her. I ran around the whole house, but still couldn't find my son. I told her to call police because my child was missing, then ran out of the house and walked around my neighborhood looking for him. I found him under the streetlight, sitting on a curb and clutching his teddy bear 2 blocks away. I immediately hugged him and asked why he was here, and he replied that the babysitter told him to go play outside because she wanted some alone time with her boyfriend. But when he tried to come back in, she had locked the door. I was horrified and immediately stormed back to the house, and that's when I saw the babysitter and her boyfriend trying to sneak out the back door. She saw me and made eye contact with me. "You just paid me to be with my boyfriend in your house," she smirked, and they left, shutting the door behind them. But when I looked over, I saw the money I'd given her as payment on the kitchen counter. She forgot to take it. I started laughing, but suddenly she banged on my kitchen window and pointed to it, actually expecting me to give it. But her face fell as she realized I was already on the phone with her mom, and I was very curious to see how she'd react to finding out her religious daughter kicked a 5-year-old into the street to be with a boy. At my birthday party, my best friend announced, "I've been sleeping with your dad." My best friend Rose said it right as I was blowing out my birthday candles. Everyone froze. My mom went pale. Rose stood there, proud of herself. "Which one?" I asked. Rose's smirk got bigger. "Your real dad, Omar." I probably should have cried, but I laughed instead. You see, my bio dad Omar left when I was 3 months old. By the time I was 2, he was married to someone else. By 5, he had 2 sons with her. Mark became my stepdad when he married Mom. Rose knew Omar was my deepest wound. She'd been my best friend since 2nd grade. She was there every Father's Day, every time I stalked his new family online, wondering why I wasn't enough. But why would she do this? 3 months ago, Rose cheated on her boyfriend at a house party. She begged me not to tell, so I didn't. But 2 weeks later, her boyfriend saw her car outside the guy's apartment. He dumped her. She was convinced I'd told him. She blocked me everywhere. Then last week, she unblocked me and texted, "I'll come to your party. I have a surprise for you." Then right before my party, my mom got a call that changed everything. Omar's wife was screaming so loud I could hear her from upstairs. "You knew he had another daughter and you never told me." 19 years of lies. After she hung up, my mom sat me down, shaking. Apparently right before I was born, Omar had been sleeping with Rose's mom. Rose's mom was married, and everyone assumed her husband was Rose's father. But Omar's wife had found old emails. She got Rose's DNA and discovered the truth. Rose was my half-sister. I found out the morning of my party. I wanted to tell her, but not here. So here we are. Rose standing triumphant in her revenge dress. She planned this perfectly. Maximum humiliation. Dozens of witnesses. My birthday ruined, but I'm laughing. "What's so funny?" she demands. "I've been sleeping with your dad, Omar." "Why would you do that?" I ask. "You promised not to tell, but you did anyway. So if you wanted to play dirty, I decided I'd play dirtier." "You want to know something funny about Omar?" I ask. "He had another affair 19 years ago with your mom." Rose freezes. I hold up the DNA results Omar's wife sent my mom. "You're his daughter, Rose. You've been screwing our dad for 3 months." Gasps and whispers erupted in the room. Rose's face goes green. "I'm going to be sick." She threw up in the bushes. Someone gasps, "Oh my God, she didn't know." Turns out Omar knew she was his daughter the whole time. A middle-aged woman walked in clutching a lottery ticket while crying and placed it down at the counter with a smile. "My grandmother just passed away and left me this. She's always looked out for me." The ticket had a $2 million prize, but it was also dated 1964. "I'm sorry, but the date is too old to accept." I felt terrible as her face dropped into a sad frown. "But my grandma bought it from this exact store all those years ago. It's the only thing I have of her." I was heartbroken, but also confused. "Our store was only opened 6 months ago, ma'am. I'm sorry." Suddenly, her tears vanished and her face hardened instead. She grabbed a shopping basket and said angrily, "I won the money and I'm going to use the winnings today." She started loading wine, snacks, and frozen pizzas into the basket. I didn't understand what she was doing, but when I rang her up and said the total was $18, she smirked. "I'd like to pay with my winnings." She gave me her ticket again. "This means you only need to give me $1,999,982, please." She stretched her hand out with a smile like she was waiting for the money, and I stood there in absolute shock. No way did she think this was okay. I shook my head. "I can't give you the money. That'll be $18 for your things." She threw her arms in the air and pulled out her phone, red in the face. "I'm calling the police. My grandma would be disgusted if she knew what this store has become." The cops arrived 15 minutes later while she stomped her feet, clearly angry, and I just went red because this was so embarrassing. She immediately showed them the ticket and screamed, "She's refusing my payout." The cops looked at the 1964 on the ticket and chuckled. The woman's face went red, but then the cops looked at the ticket again. "Wait a second, there's something here." She smirked like she'd won, but then they pointed to the lottery logo on the ticket. "This logo is fake. It doesn't exist." The woman's cheeks turned red as she stuttered, "No, it's real. I swear." But her hands were twitching like she was lying, and a sly smile crept onto my face. The cops asked to see her ID, and when she opened her purse, her hands shook so much that a stack of blank lottery ticket templates fell out. My jaw dropped as I realized she'd been manufacturing fake lottery tickets and selling a grandma sob story to earn money. She cried, "Wait, please," but the cops cuffed her immediately. They let her out while she screamed, and I stood there in disbelief she was dumb enough to call the cops on her own scam. My mom hummed "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree" at Christmas dinner, and I grabbed her arm and bolted to the front door. Growing up, Christmas was chaos in the best way. My dad burned the rolls every year while my mom ran the kitchen. We had one rule: never play "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree." My mom's mom died when she was 19, and that song was playing on the radio when she got the phone call. My dad passed last January, and my mom remarried 4 months later to a man she'd been dating for 3 months. Courthouse wedding, no family invited. This Christmas, I was meeting him for the first time. He was all smiles when I walked through the door, but my mom barely said a word. She asked his permission before offering me seconds at dinner and flinched when he reached past her for the salt. She was wearing long sleeves in a warm house, and when one rode up, I caught dark bruising on her wrist. She yanked it down so fast, she knocked over her water glass and cleaned it up without looking at me. I offered to help clear dishes, and he stood up immediately. "I'll help her." I tried showing my mom photos on my phone. "Show us both." I excused myself and texted my brother. He wrote back instantly, "Get her out now. I'm calling 911. I walked back trying to keep my face normal. My mom was clearing plates when she started humming softly, a melody I hadn't heard in decades. "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree." She looked right at me for 1 second, and I grabbed her arm and ran. Her husband was faster. He blocked us and threw the deadbolt closed. "I knew you were going to be a problem." He locked every door and put the keys in his pocket. "Your mother was supposed to have an accident this spring. Nice life insurance policy. You showing up is making me adjust my timeline." He pulled a knife from the block on the counter. "I've done this before." My mom sobbed, and I pulled her backward, knocking over the Christmas tree. He stepped over the broken ornaments like they weren't there. My back hit the wall, and he raised the knife. I turned my face away and felt the blade slice across my cheek. Sirens cut through the silence, pounding on the front door. "Police, open up!" He dropped the knife, unlocked the deadbolt, and opened the door with a smile on his face. "Officers, my stepdaughter's been acting crazy." They saw the knife on the floor and 2 terrified women with nowhere to go. He bolted and made it 3 steps before they brought him face first into the frozen grass. He wasn't lying. He confessed to murdering his first wife. My 6-year-old Josh lost his first tooth on the day my husband walked out on us. Josh came over while I was crying at the kitchen table, holding the tooth wrapped in tissue, and asked, "Is the tooth fairy coming tonight?" I nodded, and he ran to bed excited, but I felt terrible because my husband had cleaned out the joint account, so I had no money for Josh. When he fell asleep, I searched all my coat pockets and drawers, but didn't find a single bill. I sat at the table crying, feeling like I'd failed as an adult, and that's when at midnight, Josh came downstairs. His eyes were welling up and his voice shook through tears. "Mommy, is the tooth fairy mad at me? There's nothing under my pillow." My heart broke, but I cleared my throat so he couldn't tell I was crying too. "The tooth fairy is just running late tonight. She'll be there, I promise." I took his hands, and Josh nodded and went back to bed. I immediately got in my car and started driving to the house of everyone I knew. I knocked on their doors at 1 a.m. and asked them to please lend me $5 so my son could experience the magic of the tooth fairy. It was humiliating, but for Josh, I had to do it. My sister eventually gave me $5, and back at home, I crept to Josh's bedroom. I slid the $5 under his pillow and went back to crying at the kitchen table. I was still awake in the morning, stressing about how I'll pay rent when Josh came down smiling, holding his $5. The tooth fairy came. I barely even paid attention to him, but then he climbed into my lap and pressed the $5 into my hand with a huge smile on his face. "I want you to have it, Mommy. You need it more than me after Daddy left." I looked at Josh's smile, and even though it was only $5, my heart felt warm because I realized no matter how hard the world got, I'd always have Josh. My sister chose ugly friends as her bridesmaid to make herself look better, but it backfired. My sister got engaged and chose her bridesmaids based on one criteria: they had to be ugly so they wouldn't outshine her in the wedding photos. She made her real best friends regular guests that would have to sit at the regular tables. I cornered her in the kitchen. "You do realize that your best friends are all going to be really hurt by this, right?" She got in my face. "Listen up, party police. One day when it's your own wedding, you'll understand. So for now, I'm gonna need you to shut the hell up, smile, and wave." I approached my mom in the living room. "Don't you have anything to say about this? You know as well as I do that it's really messed up." My mom shrugged her shoulders. "It's her wedding and her choice. Nothing I can do." I was strolling through the mall when I saw all of the ugly bridesmaids getting their wedding dresses altered. "Hey, don't tell your sister you saw us. We've also hired personal trainers, been on strict diets, and Sally even booked a nose job." I was blown away. "That's awesome. Go for it, girls. This is your time to shine." The wedding day arrived, and as soon as the festivities began, the photographer was obsessed with taking the bridesmaids' pictures because they were stunning. My sister saw them, dropped her flowers, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fists. She was barely holding it together when the photographer snapped another picture. "Great poses, bridesmaids. Any one of you could have easily been the bride." My sister slammed her fist into the wall. "I only chose you beaches since you were ugly and not photogenic at all. You were only supposed to make me look better. You idiots have completely ruined my big day. And I'm not stupid, Sally. I can totally tell that you changed your nose." Sally covered her nose and downed some vodka. My sister's eyes bulged and her hand flew to her mouth. Her real friends stood up from their regular guests' table and walked out. Her new husband dropped his champagne glass and his mother crapped her pants. A week later, he annulled the the marriage. My sister stormed in on me and my mom. That was all your fault. You both should have stopped me. Sorry, sis. Maybe you should have gotten a new nose. My husband told me to stay away from his family, so I blocked all of them. I had just spent 3 days organizing my mother-in-law's surprise 60th birthday party when my husband Trey cornered me in the kitchen. You've inserted yourself so deep into my family that they barely remember I exist. The family group chat is literally just everyone responding to your messages. My siblings text you before they text me. Dad asked your opinion about his knee surgery options before asking me his actual son. I set down Joyce's card. So what exactly are you asking me to do? I want you to back off. They're my family, not yours. Mind your own business and stay in your lane. I put on my sweetest smile. You're absolutely right. The next morning, I removed myself from the family text chains and unfriended everyone on every platform. His sister Paige called me. Why haven't you responded to my bridesmaid dress photos? Trey asked me to stay out of any family business, so I'm respecting his boundaries. The silence was deafening. Is he insane? 2 weeks later, his father had knee surgery that I had spent hours researching and coordinating his post-op care schedule. I made myself a smoothie and went to Pilates. Trey was waiting for me outside of class. What the hell is your problem? My dad needs his post-op schedule. That's your family's medical business, not mine. Sunday dinners had been sacred for 5 years, so things got super awkward when Joyce called. Honey, you've missed 3 Sundays in a row. Have I offended you? No, not at all. I'm just respecting Trey's wishes. His sister Paige started a group chat called Trey's an Idiot with just the siblings. The best part was his nephew Timothy's 5th birthday. Little Timmy had a complete meltdown and hurled his Superman toy at Trey's head. I want Aunt Lexi here to play with me. Trey's sister got in his face. Did you tell your wife to stop being a part of the family because you're a jealous idiot? Trey started downing his beer. Are you out of your mind? By month 3, Trey was living in genuine hell. His mother only spoke to his siblings, and Paige uninvited him from her wedding unless I came. Trey came home with grocery store flowers. My entire family has told me they're going to disown me. My dad said I wasn't the son he raised. Paige's wedding is 2 months away, and the uninvitation is real. I'm just doing exactly what you asked. I know, I'm stupid and I was jealous. I want you to be close with my family again. Please. I patted his cheek. That's sweet, but I'm genuinely enjoying the new boundaries. His face went white. They're your family dynamics to manage now, and I'm just staying in my lane. I saw the clock. Crap, I'm late for yoga. I got invited to sit at the cool girls table on my first day of school, but by the end of the lunch period, I had blown it. The blonde in the middle slid the empty seat out for me with her foot and told me to sit. We have a tradition here, she said. Every new girl has to do one thing. She pointed across the cafeteria at a girl sitting alone at the end of a long, empty table. The girl had big headphones on and was reading a paperback with a cracked spine. That's Amelia. She's been here 3 years and she still eats by herself. You take your chocolate milk over there and dump it on her head. Then you come back here and you're one of us. The other two giggled. The blonde slid a carton of chocolate milk across the table to me. Easy, right? I picked it up knowing this was the only chance I had at being cool. I stood up and walked across the cafeteria. Someone 2 tables over made a low woo sound. A boy in a hoodie elbowed his friend and pointed at me. Bro, no way she's about to do it. Behind me, the cool table had gone quiet. Amelia didn't notice me coming. She was turning a page with one finger. I stopped behind her chair. I lifted the milk carton over her head, and she must have seen my shadow because she looked up. She pulled one headphone off her ear and started to smile. Hey, you're the girl from the bus this morning. I stopped and stepped back. She was the girl who had given me half of her granola bar when I was starving on the bus ride this morning. I lowered the milk carton and set it down on her tray next to her sandwich. I pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. Amelia, right? She nodded. I looked back across the cafeteria. The blonde was staring at me with her iced coffee an inch off the table and her mouth open. I gave her a small smile, then flicked her off. The blonde didn't smile back. I turned to Amelia and asked her what she was reading. To them, I'd blown it. To me, I'd just paid back a granola bar. My phone rang at work, and when I answered, my 6-year-old daughter cried, Timothy started a fire in the kitchen. I don't know what to do. Please help mommy, I don't want to die. She said she could smell the smoke from downstairs, and my heart stopped. I instantly grabbed my keys and sprinted out, telling her there was a fire extinguisher in the hallway. She replied, I'm too scared to go down, in a terrified voice, and I got in my car and started driving. I told her I'll be there soon, then hung up and dialed 911 with shaking hands while running every red light. After the call, I got another text from my daughter. I got the extinguisher, mommy. Should I still use it? I called her immediately and screamed, yes, use the extinguisher, but please be careful. Don't go too close. She whispered, okay, mommy, and hung up. I was sweating and flooring the accelerator, and I knew with each minute that passed, the chances of seeing my children alive got smaller. I called my son Timothy, but he wasn't responding, which only freaked me out more. I pulled into the driveway and leaped out of my car. I ran inside screaming their names, but couldn't hear anything. And then I ran into the kitchen. Timothy was face down on the floor, groaning in pain and clutching his head. My daughter was standing over him with a fire extinguisher in her hands. She smiled at me. I used the extinguisher like you told me to. I looked over and saw a tiny burnt piece of baking paper in the kitchen sink. The faucet was still running. I asked, what about the fire? My daughter replied, the fire was only tiny. Timothy put it out after I hung up. I went red in the face, but then my daughter smiled. It's okay, mommy. I didn't hit Timothy with the extinguisher. Then what did you do with the extinguisher? You said don't go too close with it, so I threw it at Timothy instead. I was in the school library when someone whispered a joke that made everyone burst out laughing. Miss Helen, the librarian, was extremely angry and stormed towards the tables. No more talking, she snapped. In fact, that's a new rule. Complete silence from now on. I better not even hear you breathe. breathing. I was shocked because I couldn't believe she'd made such a crazy rule. Then she stormed back to her desk with a satisfied smirk on her face. But complete silence was nearly impossible. If Ms. Helen heard even the slightest sound, she would kick everyone out of the library, locking the doors so we couldn't get back in. The principal didn't seem to care, so we started rebelling. At first, we communicated through sign language and desk banging. If Ms. Helen tried to kick us out, we would stand our ground and refuse to leave. The noise got so much that Ms. Helen even brought the principal into the library one day, face red with anger. "Do something," she yelled. The principal looked confused. "What do you want me to do?" he demanded. "What seems to be the problem?" Ms. Helen hesitated before her shoulders slumped in defeat, and she said, "I just want quiet. It's a library." I stood up and walked towards them. "She has been locking the doors and kicking us out for making the slightest noise," I said loudly. "We're sick of it." The principal glared at Ms. Helen. "Enough," he said sharply. "Whatever game you're playing with the students ends now." Ms. Helen had no choice but to deal with the whispers again, and another student told a joke again, causing even more laughter. Ms. Helen was behind her desk, looking like she just sucked on a lemon. An 8-year-old was rushed into my emergency room, and he refused to tell me what he swallowed. Carson came in coiled over, face gray and sweaty, holding his stomach like it might fall out. His mom was panicking. I found him passed out at his desk at midnight with art supplies scattered everywhere. He's been getting worse by the hour. He looked at me and held out a pinky. I pinky promise I have no idea why it hurts or what happened, but I could see the guilty look in his eyes. But when I pressed on his belly, he almost launched off the table in pain, and I knew something was in his stomach because it was hard as a rock. "Carson, did you put anything in your mouth last night?" He looked me dead in the eyes. "No way, I'm not some little kid who eats random stuff." We sent him for an x-ray, and when I reviewed the photos, it was clear he'd eaten something dangerous. His mom gasped and started yelling. Carson squinted at the screen for a long moment and said, "That's not mine. Someone else must have put it there." I sent him straight to the surgery ward, and 17 hours later, I watched as the surgeon pulled one partially dissolved blueberry-scented marker from his small intestine. The stomach acid had been eating through the plastic for 24 hours. I sealed it in a specimen jar to show them later. When Carson woke up, the first thing he said was, "Thanks for removing that random marker that mysteriously appeared in my intestines through no fault of my own." When I woke up from a 10-week coma, my mom looked extremely disappointed that I was alive. As the nurses rushed in and checked my vitals, my mom wouldn't even look at me. "Mom, why won't you hug me?" She didn't answer, and that's when my phone buzzed on the tray with a GoFundMe notification. "Your campaign just hit $40,000. I had no idea what was going on because I didn't make a GoFundMe, but that's when my mom slipped into the hallway with her phone. Through the glass, I caught her saying, "Unfortunately, she's awake. Get rid of all the money we made before she figures it out." The second she came back, I asked who started the GoFundMe. "It went to your sister who took care of you when you were sick, and medical bills. You're being so ungrateful. A thank you would go a long way." It didn't make sense because I knew my health insurance covered everything, meaning it all went to my sister. But before I could ask anything else, she walked out. I just wanted to go home, so I called my landlord to check on the place before I got discharged. "You're alive!" I didn't even know what to say to that. "Your sister came by 6 weeks ago with your death certificate saying you were dead." I helped her load everything into a U-Haul. She sold all of it the next day. That's when it all made sense. My family had seen my coma as a quick cash grab. That afternoon, I called my mom and told her I forgave her. "I know what you guys did, but I understand. I just want my family. Come to the hospital tonight. Bring my sister." They walked into my room a few hours later. My sister was already crying. "We're so sorry. We didn't think you'd actually, well, you know." "You mean you didn't think I'd survive?" My mom reached for my hand, and it was the first time she'd tried to touch me since I woke up. I pulled it back. 2 officers I'd called in earlier stepped through the door behind them. My sister dropped to her knees. "This wasn't supposed to happen. You were supposed to die." My mom finally looked at me. "Sweetheart, please. I'm your mother. Tell the police you're not pressing charges. You haven't been my mother since the second I opened my eyes." As she walked out, we locked eyes for the first time, and she looked even more disappointed that I was alive. My husband showed me an article about attacks on women in our area and told me to always take the longer route to work because the shorter route had higher assault rates. For 5 years, I took the longer route without questioning it because I'd been assaulted before and still had panic attacks over the thought of it happening again. I was so grateful he'd told me about the safer way. But then one morning, my husband left for work, and when I said bye to him, I suddenly remembered I was starting earlier than usual today. I got in my car and realized I had to take the dangerous road or I'd be late. I turned onto it and my heart was pounding, and that's when I saw my gas meter running incredibly low. I pulled into the nearest gas station and stepped out, looking around for attackers. But then I saw my husband through the window, at a table with another woman, wearing a gas station uniform. They were laughing, and he was feeding her a spoonful of ice cream. I realized my safety wasn't why he wanted me to take the safer route. He didn't care about my safety. He cared about weaponizing my biggest fear to hide his 5-year affair, and the only thing that kept me finding out was that I was too grateful to question him. A couple walked into my tattoo shop holding hands, and the wife asked me to tattoo a QR code on her husband for their anniversary. I asked them if they're sure, and the man smiled. "Yes, I'd love that." I started tattooing his ribs like the wife asked, and instantly, the man started tearing up because this was the most painful tattoo spot. Midway through, I asked them what the QR code meant, and the wife replied, "I made a webpage of all our photos over the years," and the man smiled between his groans of pain, but the wife was smirking like she knew something he didn't. After the tattoo was done, I gave the man some water because he was pale and had almost passed out from the pain. pain. He looked down at his QR code and asked if he could scan it. The woman pulled out his phone and scanned the code, and a web page opened up. Photos of them over the years, just like she said. He looked through them and teared up, but then she told him, "Now scroll down." He did as she asked, but when he scrolled, he saw a white page filled with names. He zoomed in and realized the names were all the women he'd cheated with, all 17 of them. He looked up with a horrified expression, and his wife slammed divorce papers on his lap. She said, "I'm taking the kids and the house. You're going homeless," and stormed out. I watched her leave and looked back at the QR tattoo on his ribs and realized she'd just made him tattoo his body with a permanent reminder of how he'd ruined his own life. I was about to teach my first graders over Zoom when one of my students joined, crying her eyes out. "Maddie, are you okay?" "No, I'm scared. My mom's boyfriend hit her. She's sleeping on the bathroom floor." Her little brother was crying next to her, and she said, "Be quiet. He's gonna come in here." I instantly felt my heart start beating. I saw Mr. Rieger walk by my classroom, and I immediately waved him in. He saw Maddie crying on the screen, but just as I whispered what she said, my other students started joining. "Who's crying? Be quiet." Oh no, I knew this was bad. Mr. Rieger pulled out his phone and dialed 911, but just before he did, we heard a thump from her mic. Maddie screamed. Someone yelled, "Who are you talking to? Open this door right now!" Oh God, he found them. Mr. Rieger looked panicked. He dropped his phone and just ran out of the room. "Just stay calm, honey. Help is coming." He kept hitting the door. Bang, bang. Both of the kids were screaming now. Bang. He was literally throwing himself at the door. It was so loud, I felt like my heart was about to explode. "Stay calm. Please, you have to stay with me." But he kept yelling, "Open this door." Then we heard a loud crash as the door completely burst down. They both screamed, and I could see the man walk in holding a knife. I could see all of my first graders crying on the side of my screen as the man walked over and grabbed Maddie's shirt. But just before he could do anything, someone else yelled, "Hey, get the hell away from her." The man let go. Maddie ran and pushed the laptop to the side, and we saw the whole room now. Mr. Rieger was there. He yelled, "Put the knife down," but the man immediately swung at him. "I'll kill you." He dove at Mr. Rieger, and he cut him on the arm. He stumbled backwards, and I watched the man raise the knife. He swung it down directly at him, but Mr. Rieger grabbed his hands. He tried to push it away, but the man was stronger, and he pushed it closer to his neck. It was about to pierce him, but Maddie ran up behind him, and in one moment, the man screamed and fell backwards. We saw a kitchen knife in his back. Everyone in the class screamed, and the man fell to the floor. Mr. Rieger hugged Maddie, and I unmuted my mic. I yelled, "Are you okay?" And when he realized the class could see him, he smiled and gave the class a thumbs up. I was at my best friend's birthday party when she grabbed my arm. "We're playing spin the bottle. You're getting your first kiss tonight." I pulled back. "What? But I want my first kiss to be special." She smiled. "It will be." She pointed across the room at a guy I'd never seen before. "His name is Felix. He's nice and he's fine shit. I'm making sure you kiss him tonight." I was confused as to why she was being so pushy about it, but her parents were out of town so she could do whatever she wanted, and I didn't want to seem lame, so I just nodded my head. Okay. Everyone sat in a circle. Mia put the green bottle in the middle. Rules are simple. If it lands on you, you have to kiss, no matter what. She spun it. It landed on some girl and a random guy. The girl's boyfriend was sitting right there. She leaned in and kissed him anyway. Her boyfriend stood up. "What the hell was that? Babe, it's just a game. I'm just following the rules." Mia looked up at me. "See? That girl followed the rules even though it ruined her relationship. So you have to too." She was being so pushy about it, so I knew she was up to something, but I didn't know what yet. And that's when Felix sat next to me. He whispered in my ear, "I hope it lands on you." My heart was beating out of my chest. It was my turn. I spun the bottle and it landed on Felix. My heart stopped. He looked at me and said, "I've been waiting for this moment." I looked at Mia, who was recording us. "What are you doing?" She got angry. "Stop getting distracted. Just follow the rules and kiss him." He leaned in. We kissed. It was everything I imagined. But before I could say anything, he pulled away and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand like he was disgusted. "What happened?" I asked. He didn't answer me. He got up and walked straight to Mia. "I kissed her just like you paid me to do. Give me my money." Mia burst out laughing. She reached into her pocket and handed him $20 cash. I felt my stomach drop. "What's going on?" Mia looked at me still laughing. "I paid him to kiss you so I could film it and go viral on TikTok. It's going to get so many views because you're an ugly girl kissing a really handsome guy." Felix counted the money. Nothing personal, straight business. The whole room was laughing at me. She knew I wanted my first kiss to be special and treated it like a joke. So I pulled out my phone and texted Mia's mom. "Your daughter is throwing a party at your house. Ground her ass." She got her phone taken away. I bent down to grab a pack of yogurt, but when I turned to ask my 5-year-old if he liked strawberry, he was gone. 5 minutes ago, he'd been tugging my sleeve right beside me. "Mom, can we play hide and seek?" I said. "When we get home, buddy, after the store." Then I bent down for the yogurt, and now he was gone. I called his name down the aisle, and nothing came back. I jogged to the next aisle, and a woman with a cart turned and stared. "Have you seen a little boy in a Spider-Man shirt?" Her face went soft, and she shook her head, so I bolted. I tore through the aisles, screaming his name until an employee grabbed my arms at the registers. She got on her walkie, and a minute later, the speakers crackled. "Code Adam, 5-year-old boy, red hair, Spider-Man shirt." The front doors slammed shut, and blue vests appeared at every exit. A man in flannel pushed through the crowd and grabbed my shoulder. I saw a guy in a baseball cap walking toward the bathrooms with a little redhead in a Spider-Man shirt about 10 minutes ago. I fell to my knees as 2 officers sprinted past toward the back of the store. A walkie crackled nearby. Found him. Camping aisle. He's fine. A cop turned to the guy in flannel who scratched his head. Maybe I imagined it. I sprinted to the back and pulled back the flap of a display tent. My 5-year-old sat cross-legged inside eating a granola bar he'd grabbed off some shelf. He grinned up at me. You couldn't find me. I hid when you got the yogurt. He'd watched the doors lock. He'd watched the cops arrive. He'd watched me fall to my knees. From inside a $39 tent, I pulled him into me sobbing, and he patted my head. Why are you sad, Mommy? You said we could play after the store. I laughed and sobbed into his hair. Yeah, after the store. Not in it. You're grounded, mister. I came home to find my stepmother Mary holding the old phone I kept hidden on the top shelf of my closet. She looked at my horrified face and smiled. Yeah, that's right. I found the phone you were hiding from me. So what are you hiding from me on this phone? I knew I couldn't tell her the truth. Nothing bad, just please give it back. She smirked. If it's nothing bad, then you have nothing to worry about. She tried unlocking the phone again by guessing the password, and I started to get really paranoid because after 5 wrong attempts, the phone would delete everything on it, and she was on attempt 3. I tried to grab it, and she turned away from me, holding it out of my reach. You're going to erase everything. Please just let me unlock it for you. Tell me the passcode. I couldn't tell her the passcode because then she would find out what I was hiding from her. I'll unlock it for you. Just give it to me. She entered another wrong attempt, and I knew I had to tell her the truth of what I was hiding before she deleted everything. Please, I have voicemails from my dead mom on that phone. She left them before she died, and I never deleted them, and that's the only place they exist. So please, just give it to me. She paused and looked at me, and she looked extremely angry. It's time to move on. You have a new mother now. She put in one more password attempt. The screen went black and then showed the icon that meant it was deleting everything. I sat down on the kitchen floor and cried while Mary stood there staring at me. That was the only place my mom's voice still existed, and you just deleted it because you thought I was hiding something. Mary opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I looked back at the floor. I wasn't hiding anything. I was just trying to keep my mom. Then the front door opened. Dad walked in and saw me on the floor. What happened? She deleted Mom's voicemails. Dad froze. I didn't know what was on. Yes, she did. I told her what was on it. Dad walked across the kitchen and sat down on the floor next to me. Those were mine too. Mary stood there alone. I woke up to find myself in the driver's seat of a school bus in the middle of a ditch and a headache pounding in my skull. But the pain was nothing compared to looking around and realizing I was alone, next to a cornfield, with no other car in sight. What the hell is going on? I felt a buzz in my pocket and pulled out my phone. I saw a text message from an unknown number. You better pray I don't catch you. You shouldn't have ran. I had no idea what it meant, but soon I was going to find out. The first thing I had to do was get out of the bus, so I put my phone in my pocket and unbuckled my seatbelt. I stood up and shoved hard against the bus doors. The doors bursted open and I began to climb out. Once out, I stood over by the field and pressed my hands against the sides of my head. It hurt. I looked down and saw blood on my palms. My head was pounding. I grabbed my head, realizing I must have hit it during the impact, which is why I was having a hard time remembering what happened. I kept walking, trying to find my way home or anywhere with people when my phone buzzed again. I grabbed it and looked down to see another text message from the same unknown number. Didn't realize I had a GPS tracker in my bus, did you? You can't escape me. You're meant to be mine. My phone buzzed again. I'll find you before the police do. You shouldn't have called them. I stopped breathing. My head pounded with a sharp pain, and I remembered that the driver took a wrong turn, so I called 911, but he heard the operator. He stopped the bus and closed the doors. He got up to grab me, but right before he put his hands on me, I kicked him through the bus doors, sat in the driver's seat, and drove off. I was panicking and ended up crashing into the ditch. I called 911 again, but before I could say anything, a car stopped by the bus. I crouched down and watched as the creepy bus driver got out of the car and looked at the crash. He walked around looking for me, but couldn't find me. After 5 minutes, he turned around to leave, but right before getting in his car, he pulled out his phone and typed in it. Within seconds, my phone started ringing. The bus driver slowly turned around to face me. Found you, I screamed as he sprinted towards me, but right before he grabbed me, a cop tackled him out of nowhere. The entire street filled with red and blue lights. Cop cars surrounded us from every direction. I watched as the driver was placed in cuffs and thrown into the cruiser. After that day, I started going to therapy, but every time I see a school bus, I start screaming and run away. What is that? Our family doctor screamed as she examined my daughter's face. I looked and saw she was pointing at Clarissa's brown beauty mark on the left side of her face. It's her beauty mark. How long has she had it? Since birth. She put on gloves and pulled out a magnifying glass. Took photos from 3 different angles. Mrs. Williams, I need to refer you to a dermatologist. Today. Why? What's going on? She didn't answer my question. Instead, she started hyperventilating. Has it been growing? I was trying not to panic because I was starting to realize how dangerous the situation seemed. Yes. She quickly wrote something down and brought me to another room in the clinic where a dermatologist was already waiting for us. Dr. Max took one one look at her cheek. I'm scheduling an emergency surgery for tonight. This is extremely serious. We need it off her face now. Is it cancerous? No, it's even worse than that. I didn't know what to think, and I was just grateful my daughter was too young to understand what was going on. When we made it into the surgeon's office, she did an examination and took photos of Clarissa's face. And when she zoomed in on the photos, the blood drained from her face. I was getting extremely impatient. What is going on with my daughter? I screamed. She turned her laptop toward me and showed me. Underneath the brown pigment, there was a tiny pale ridge I'd never noticed before. Your daughter has a tooth erupting through her cheek. It's called an ectopic eruption. A tooth bud formed in the wrong place when she was still in the womb, and it's been slowly traveling toward the surface her entire life. I looked at Clarissa, and she was smiling ear to ear. Mommy, does this mean I'll get money from the tooth fairy after it comes out of my face? I was working as a bouncer at a nightclub when I saw a drunk girl stumbling toward the exit alone. Before I could help her, the head bouncer Blake was already walking toward her. He put his arm around her shoulder and laughed creepily. He turned to the bouncers. Don't worry, fellas. I'll make sure she gets home safe. My stomach turned. The other bouncers warned me that Blake targets girls who are intoxicated, but I'd never seen it until now. I knew I had to stop him, or else something bad would happen. Blake tried to walk away towards a dark alley, but I ran up to him. Hey, I can get her an Uber. I have the Uber app pulled up already. Blake shoved me back with his shoulders. I said I got this. Do your job and mind your business before I fire you, little girl. I couldn't afford to lose my job because I'm broke, but I looked over at the girl, and she could barely stand. She leaned into Blake's arm just to stay upright, and I knew this was an extremely dangerous situation for her to be in. I tried to step closer to grab her and put her in a taxi, but my two coworkers blocked my path. Blake does this every weekend. It's not your problem. Walk away. I walked away, but went straight to the manager's office. Blake is taking a drunk girl somewhere and is acting extremely suspicious. You need to check on Blake. The manager didn't even look up. You've been here 2 weeks and you're telling me how to run my club? You're fired. Get out. Nobody wanted to help her besides me. When I walked out, I turned around and Blake was further down the dark alley. They turned a corner and disappeared. I lost sight of her, but now that I was fired, I had nothing to lose. I ran down the alley. It was dark. Then I heard a loud, high-pitched scream. I turned the corner and saw two dark figures ahead, but couldn't make out what was happening. But I knew it was extremely bad. My heart started pounding with adrenaline. When I got closer and saw what was going on, I froze because it wasn't what I expected at all. Blake was on the ground shaking. The girl was standing over Blake with a taser pointed at him. She was completely sober. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a badge. Detective Reyes, don't move. She was an undercover cop sent to investigate him. Blake looked up at her in shock. Two undercover cops came from both ends of the alley. They flipped Blake over and cuffed him. She looked at me. We've been investigating this club for months. Blake was our primary suspect. You're the only person who tried to stop this tonight. Everyone else in that club is getting charged. I got fired for doing the right thing, but I'm the only one not behind bars. A boy walked up to my desk and filled out his own detention slip. If I'm not in detention, I'm in trouble. I stared at him, then at the slip in my hand. This kid had been in my detention room 22 days in a row. He'd thrown a pencil at the chalkboard on a Monday, talked back at exactly 2:45 on a Wednesday, refused to stand for the pledge on a Thursday for no reason at all. He'd sit until 4:30 and walk out without a word every time I asked what was going on. Now, he was filling out his own slips. I had a kid choosing to be in trouble, and I was going to find out why. The principal pulled me aside that Friday. One more slip, and the kid was getting suspended. I told him in the detention room after school, and for a second, his pencil stopped moving on the desk. He didn't look up. Monday morning, he threw his textbook at the wall during third period and earned detention before lunch. I cornered him after the last bell. Kyle, do you want to get suspended? He looked up at me for the first time in a month. If they suspend me, they have to call my sister. I let him sit until 4:30. I grabbed my bag and followed him out. He walked toward the front gate and slowed 20 feet out. A man sat in a parked truck across the street, and when he saw Kyle, he sat up. Kyle stopped on the school side of the gate and didn't move. A beat-up car pulled up a few minutes later, and his sister stumbled out still in her work uniform, apologizing before she finished the first sentence. She saw the truck, and her face went white. She grabbed Kyle's hand and his backpack and pulled him into the car, and the truck pulled out behind them. He was their mom's ex. There was a restraining order that said he couldn't come within 100 feet, so he always sat 101, just far enough across the street to keep it legal. The boy's sister couldn't get off work before 4:30 to pick him up. I stopped writing him up after that. I just kept a detention slip on my desk so he had a safe place to be until 4:30. I walked into the kitchen and saw my roommate eating my medically prescribed food for the 100th time. I yanked the container out of her hand, telling her she knows I have PKU, meaning normal food could literally kill me, and this special food she's eating costs me thousands of dollars a month. My roommate instantly opened the fridge and took out another of my Tupperwares and started eating. But these taste too good to stop. I told her to buy her own, but she shrugged. That's too expensive. I can just have yours instead. I told her if she does it again, she'll regret it. But then one day while I wasn't home, she ate the rice in one of my meals, and afterwards decided to replace it with regular rice, thinking I wouldn't notice. I came home and ate the meal, but about 2 hours later, I got a headache. My legs started shaking, and I fell on the ground and had a seizure. I woke up in the hospital hours later, and when I came home and saw a bag of regular rice beside my food, I instantly realized what happened. My roommate was in the living room eating my food, and I decided I had enough. The next day, I cooked another portion and put it in a container. 20 minutes later, my roommate was already eating it. She was about 10 bites in when suddenly she started coughing. Her face turned red, her eyes began watering, and she yelled, "It burns! It burns!" She opened the fridge to look for milk, but it was in my hand. I held it over my head and told her, "Now say sorry for eating my food." She said sorry and lunged for the milk, but I stopped her and told her to promise to never eat my food again. I kept making her apologize and swear she wouldn't do it again for almost 20 minutes, all while she cried and dropped to the floor, clutching her stomach in pain and begging for the milk. Eventually, I knelt down beside her and dumped the milk all on her face, telling her to be grateful because she's not having a seizure like I did. My son failed a science test because his teacher refused to admit that chameleons can't actually camouflage. It started in our kitchen a week before that test. Caleb walked in from the bus and dropped his backpack. "Mom, did you know chameleons turn green on leaves and brown on branches?" I set my coffee down. "That's not how it works, buddy. Chameleons change color from mood and temperature, not what's around them." Mrs. Carter showed us a video of one on a checkerboard. "I work at the reptile house at the zoo. I handle 8 chameleons every day. They never match the floor." Caleb's mouth tightened. Mrs. Carter said it's how they hide from predators. Caleb, that's a myth, but she's the teacher. That night, I emailed Mrs. Carter and asked to come in for career day. The next afternoon, I drove over with one of our calmest panther chameleons in a travel carrier. 26 kids stared up at me from their desks. Mrs. Carter sat in the corner with her arms crossed. "I heard you guys learned chameleons change color to match what they sit on," I said. Every head nodded. I lifted him out and placed him on a green folder, then a red one, then a blue one. He stayed the same shade of teal. "He's calm. The room is warm, so he's teal." I reached toward him without touching. He flushed bright orange in 5 seconds. Same folder underneath. A girl in the front row raised her hand. "Our textbook says they camouflage." I took the book and looked at the spine. Printed in 2003. Science changes and updates all the time. I pulled up the state science standards on my phone and walked it to Mrs. Carter. Page 7. They list this exact misconception. Her jaw tightened. "Can I speak with you in the hallway?" The door clicked shut. "Do you know how hard you just made my job? That's what science class is for. I'm not changing my lesson because a zookeeper showed up with a lizard." The next afternoon, Caleb held out his quiz. One question: why do chameleons change color? Caleb had written mood and temperature. She had crossed it out and written to hide. At the top was a red F. She said, "You confused me." I called the school that evening and asked for a meeting. I brought the state standards, a page from a current textbook, and Caleb's quiz. Principal Reed read everything at his desk. Mrs. Carter sat with her arms crossed. He looked up. "Mrs. Carter, do chameleons change color to match their surroundings?" She didn't answer. "Yes or no? It's what the children understand." "That's not what I asked." She didn't say anything. I leaned forward. "My son cried this morning because he's afraid of failing even though he gave the right answer." Principal Reed closed the folder. "We're replacing the science books this week. Caleb's grade is being changed." Friday afternoon, Caleb dropped his backpack at the door. "Mom, Mrs. Carter said today snakes don't actually unhinge their jaws." "They don't." Caleb nodded. "Just checking." On the 10-year anniversary of my sister's unsolved murder, I went to a bar to honor her memory. But when I walked out, a man hit me over the back of my head. I fell down, and he instantly took my phone, my wallet, and my jacket before leaving me on the sidewalk. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later with a concussion and a broken eye socket, and my dad picked me up and drove me home in silence. In the car, he told me it's crazy I still can't let go of my sister's death after all these years. He threw me a pamphlet about grief counseling and said, "Your sister is gone. Forget about her. It's sad, but we'll just have to live with never knowing who did it." He dropped me home and drove off. And after I walked inside, I looked at my sister's photos, then at the invoices from the PIs I'd hired who never found anything, and started thinking maybe Dad was right. I didn't leave my apartment for 2 weeks, but then one day, the police called. They told me the man who attacked me had been arrested for an unrelated assault and was wearing my jacket when they caught him. They asked me to come in. I walked into the station, and officers showed me a piece of hair in an evidence bag. They explained they'd found this in the lining of my jacket when they caught the mugger. They ran it through the database and found my sister's blood on it, and my dad's DNA alongside it. My sister's killer was actually my dad. I almost fell out of my chair, and when I looked over, my dad was already sitting in a cell, unable to make eye contact with me. I realized this was why he told me to forget about my sister. I asked the police where my attacker was, and they pointed to a different cell. I walked up to the man who had broken my eye socket, looked him in the eyes, and gave him a note that said, "Thank you for attacking me. I'll never be able to repay you." My sister took one look at my daughter at the family barbecue and dropped her plate. "She looks just like me." I didn't get what that meant until the next day when Heather showed up with a photo album. She shoved it against my chest. "Look at page 12. It was Heather at age 3. She looked exactly like my daughter Mackenzie." Heather grabbed my shoulders. "There was a mix-up at the hospital. She's mine. Give her back." I told her that was crazy and kicked her out. That Sunday, she called a family meeting and passed around hospital records and genetic charts. "Mackenzie is my biological daughter." She pointed at Mackenzie's photos next to hers. "I want a DNA test or I'm calling the police." "You need help," I said. I thought she was done with her delusions, but then Mackenzie's preschool called. "Someone's here pretending to be you." I flew there doing 90. Heather was in the office holding forged discharge papers, and when she saw me, screamed. She admitted she stole her. 2 officers had to physically remove her while she kicked and thrashed. Then came Thanksgiving. Mom begged me to come, said Heather was getting therapy, but Heather's kids ran up to my daughter yelling, "You're our real sister. Your fake mommy stole you." I grabbed Mackenzie and left while Heather chased after us, yelling that I was kidnapping her baby. The worst happened at the park. Mackenzie was on the swings when Heather appeared telling her, "I'm your real mommy. She took you from me." She picked Mackenzie up up and ran to her car. I sprinted after them and grabbed the door handle, but Heather tore out of the parking lot before I could open the door. I called 911 and they caught Heather at the airport gate with 2 tickets to Florida. She was clutching Mackenzie so tight Mackenzie was screaming. It took 3 officers to pry her arms open. Heather kept sobbing. She's mine, please, she's mine. She was put in psychiatric hold and lost custody of her kids. A teacher rushed into my nursing practice. This 12-year-old girl passed out in my class. This is the 3rd time this month that it's happened. Figure out what's going on before the parents come to collect her in 10 minutes. I'm scared they're doing something bad to her. She laid her on the cot and left. The little girl's hands were trembling. I checked her heart rate, 140, too high for her age. I opened her backpack looking for medication and multiple energy drink cans fell out. Monster, Red Bull, Celsius. How many of these do you drink a day? She looked at the cans like I was asking a stupid question. 8 or 9. I put my stethoscope down. Something else was definitely going on, and I only had 10 minutes to find out what it was. Why do you need so many energy drinks? To stay awake at night. Why do you need to stay awake at night? I take care of my baby sister. She's 11 months old. I was shocked because the girl was only 12 years old. Where are your parents? We can't afford a babysitter, so I do it myself. She pulled out her phone and showed me her alarms to remind her to check on the baby. There were 41 of them. Every 20 minutes from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. You're really young to be responsible for taking care of a baby. Has anything ever gone wrong while you were babysitting her? She went quiet for a second. One night she was choking on formula. I flipped her over and hit her back like they taught us in health class. I saved her life, and the whole time my parents didn't wake up. Why not? She paused like she was coming up with a lie to explain why they were bad parents. They work really hard. I couldn't listen to her defend them anymore. I picked up my phone and called social services. How long has it been since you've actually slept? She shrugged. A few days maybe. I lost count. And just as I finished calling CPS, the door opened and her parents walked in. I expected to see tired, overworked parents that were genuinely too busy to take care of their children. Instead, a woman walked in wearing designer heels and her husband wearing a Rolex watch. The mom looked at her daughter and rolled her eyes. What did she do now? I was immediately disgusted by them. Your daughter has caffeine poisoning from staying up every night caring for your baby. She told me you can't afford a babysitter. They looked at each other and smirked. We choose not to waste money on that. I was shaking with anger. That's when the door opened again. This time, a woman with a badge walked in. I'm with Child Protective Services. The mom's smirk disappeared. She turned to her daughter. You told on us after everything we've done for you? You ungrateful pig. 2 officers walked in and put them both in handcuffs. The little girl started crying. Wait, don't take my parents. I need someone to take care of my sister. That broke me. I knelt down and whispered, real adults will help you do that. I promise. You're safe now. She laid back down on the cot. Her eyes closed. I pulled the blanket over her and turned off the light. The hospital called, your dad is here. Get here now. I sprinted to my car, and when I got there, my dad looked completely different from this morning. He was lying in bed, hooked up to IVs, and his skin was completely gray. He gently pulled me in. I have 2 weeks to live. I've known this for a while. I just wanted to keep it a secret. I was so overwhelmed, I started crying. Dad, why? What do you mean? He showed me a photo of me graduating middle school. We've always said that our biggest dream was for you to be the first one to graduate high school. And if you knew how bad I was, you would have neglected your grades. The worst part was, he was right. I'd already given up my cap and gown rental money a few months ago just to buy him another bottle of painkillers. I hugged him as tight as I could without hurting him, and we cried like that until he fell asleep. That's when I emailed my principal to see if I could make our dream come true right here in the hospital room. He replied instantly, we've never done anything like it, but I'll spread the word and we'll make it work. My friend surprised me with a group chat. We'll be there to cheer for you. Everything seemed like it was falling into place until the next morning when the nurses put him on oxygen. His doctor pulled me into the hallway. The 2 weeks was too optimistic. His body's not responding to treatment the way we hoped. Then, how long does he have left? She stared at the ground. A few days, maybe. I frantically called the principal. Can we please move it 2 days earlier? He went quiet, then said he'd try. It took 2 days of nonstop planning, but 53 hours later, my principal and I walked into Dad's hospital room together. My friends followed us, cheering. He was holding my diploma. My dad's face lit up with true, authentic joy for the first time in years. He cried. I walked over and hugged him, trying not to cry. But it turns out Dad wasn't about to make holding back my tears easy. If only I knew what was coming. Right as the ceremony was about to begin, I felt something hit my arm. My dad whispered, check the closet. I walked over and opened the closet and instantly started crying. A cap and gown just like I dreamed about. I put it on with shaking hands, but when I turned around to show my dad, his monitor flatlined. He never saw me wear it, but he always knew I would. I walked into the bathroom and my son was lying motionless on the floor. Surrounding him were my empty insulin shots. He had taken all of them. I was so shocked I couldn't even breathe. I picked him up in my arms and ran out of the house barefoot towards the hospital across the street. I was extremely scared. Why? Why did you do this to yourself? He whispered. The nurse said that big boys give themselves their own shots. The more you take alone, the stronger you will be when you grow up. I just wanted to be strong, Mommy. When we got to the ER, I cried out, somebody help. I was scared my son was about to die in my arms. Nurses and doctors rushed towards us. Ma'am, what happened? I yanked at my hair in frustration. Insulin overdose. Please help us. The nurse raced into the room to tell the doctors what was going on, and I started pacing the floor while my body pumped with adrenaline. Tears raced down my face, and that's when I saw the nurse that had had told him earlier that the more shots he took, the stronger he would be. I marched over to her and slapped her across the face. "You were the reason my son was fighting for his life." The nurse raised a shaky hand to her red cheek. "I just wanted him to be a strong boy." I was red with anger. "He was found overdosed and told me he just wanted to grow up big and strong, all thanks to you." I poked the nurse in the chest, but that's when my heart stopped. Over the intercoms came out the words, "Code Blue in ER." I didn't know what was going on, but when I turned around, I saw a doctor pumping my son's tiny chest. The nurse went white. Is that because of me? But I wasn't listening to her anymore. I grabbed my son's hand. "Please, baby, come back to me." But he didn't respond. Instead, the monitor went flat. My son never got to grow up strong because that day he died on the hospital bed. My kid's babysitter Paula called me at work and screamed, "Your son Milo is an animal. He attacked me out of nowhere. The police are already here." I raced home, wondering how this happened because my son Milo was the kind of kid to take a spider outside the house instead of killing it. But when I got home, I saw cop cars, an ambulance, and Milo sitting on the front steps with red on his hand and a huge smile on his face. I knelt beside him and asked what happened. "I protected Benji, Mom. That's what happened." I believed him because Milo had always taken care of his autistic younger brother Benji. But that's when Paula came up to me, her ear bandaged with gauze, and showed me photos of her ear covered in red liquid. "I was just trying to get Benji to eat and your son attacked me," she said. I asked Milo what really happened and Paula gasped defendedly. Benji said he couldn't eat the casserole she made because of his texture issues with food, and Paula got mad. "Children need to learn respect," Paula said, but Milo pointed at Benji, who was getting treated by a paramedic, and said it wasn't respect. She twisted his ear and dragged him outside and said she was going to make him eat dirt. My eyes widened, but Paula screamed, "That's a lie. I would never harm a child. The problem is your demon son." I told her to stop a lot of times, Mom, but she didn't listen. So I grabbed her ear and twisted it the same way she was twisting Benji's. When I said I believed him, Paula yelled, "You're going to believe this violent little liar over an adult?" I pulled out my phone. "We have cameras, so let's see who's telling the truth." Paula's face went white. "I didn't consent to being recorded. You can't show the cops that footage." I reminded her she called 911 because she had been assaulted, so we should show the cops all the evidence. But Paula started backing away, sweating. "You know what? Kids will be kids. Maybe I overreacted." But the officers were already reviewing the footage, and they handcuffed her when they saw Milo was telling the truth. Milo smirked, and now when Benji asks what happened to Paula, Milo tells him, "I sent that evil witch to the shadow realm." When my son was born, my parents looked at him in disgust. "What is that?" they asked, pointing at his eyes that were two different colors. The nurse explained he has a condition called heterochromia. Mom scoffed like she was disgusted. I turned to her with tears in my eyes because during childhood she'd always been obsessed about what I looked like, but I thought she didn't care anymore. "Mom, you promised me you'd want to be part of my child's life no matter what he looked like." My dad rolled his eyes like I was the one in the wrong. "I want a normal grandchild, not one that looks ugly." Both my parents walked out, and I never knew when I was going to see them again. But a year later, I got pregnant again and gave birth to another son. And this one didn't have heterochromia. My parents found out and called me, begging to be a part of my children's lives. "Please, we've changed," Mom pleaded. "We're ready to be the grandparents your children deserve." Against my better judgment, I let my parents back into my life. They immediately started doting on my younger son, Jacob, while completely ignoring Calvin. They gave Jacob expensive gifts when they came to visit and barely even looked at the pictures Calvin would draw for them. Then I came home from work one day while my parents were babysitting my sons, and I couldn't find Calvin anywhere. My parents were in the living room playing with Jacob. After several seconds of frantic searching, I finally found Calvin in the backyard, locked out of the house and crying hysterically. "Get out!" I ordered my parents, voice cold. They looked shocked. "Get out!" I screamed. "You're going to regret this," Mom snapped as they stormed out of the house. About a month later, I came home from work early to find my parents' car in the driveway. My heart dropped and I rushed into the house to find my parents on the floor in the living room playing with Jacob. Calvin was nowhere to be found. "Where's Calvin?" I demanded. Mom shrugged. "Last I saw, he was out back," she said. My heart started racing in my chest as I ran into the backyard, calling his name. I finally found him in the garage, unconscious next to the refrigerator with an open can of alcohol next to him. I freaked out, scooped him up, and ran back to the house. Mom glanced at me with a frown. "He's probably just faking it," she said dismissively. "He always wants attention." I immediately called 911. The cops arrested my parents while the paramedics checked out Calvin. I went to my parents' court hearing, and Mom said on the stand, "It's not our fault our oldest grandchild was born ugly. They got the maximum prison sentence." On the night before his birthday, my cancer patient waved me over from his hospital bed. "Could you do me a favor?" In the 10 years he'd been on our floor, he'd never asked me for anything. I sat down next to the bed. "Anything. Could you call my family? They used to come every Sunday. Now they don't come at all. Just ask them to come tomorrow. It's my birthday." I called that night and left voicemails on 3 different numbers. By morning, no one had called back. I walked into his room trying to hide the bad news. He read my face. "They're not coming, are they?" I shook my head, but he didn't get angry. He just turned his face toward the window. His shoulders started to shake, and for the first time in all the years I had known him, I watched him cry. That was when I had the idea. I told every nurse on the floor that we were going to throw him his own birthday party. I told the janitors and the kitchen staff. Someone ran out and bought a cake. They had it say, "Another year, Grandpa?" because it was the kind of joke he loved to tell. Someone else printed birthday cards. The night nurses stayed past their shift just to be there. We walked into his room singing happy birthday. He looked up and his hand went to his mouth. One by one, we handed him cards. He cried through every single one. His family didn't show up that day, so we became his family instead. My grandma with Parkinson's brain disease gave me her wedding dress for my big day, but it was all crooked and uneven. I wore it to my wedding rehearsal dinner, but all my bridesmaids laughed at me. They had perfect designer dresses, and I felt so embarrassed because of my old crooked dress. I thanked my grandma, but shoved the dress in my closet and never even tried it on again. But then grandma's Parkinson's got worse. After she passed, I was cleaning out her sewing room and found her old shoebox. Inside was a note. "You have Parkinson's. Your granddaughter is getting married. Finish your wedding dress for your granddaughter's big day." I teared up, and beside that found another note with the dates of every single sewing session for 6 months, most of them crossed out. I started crying because that dress was the same one she wore the day she married my grandpa, and she wanted me to wear it. However, grandma's hands didn't always work. She just knew her granddaughter was getting married, and she wasn't going to let her Parkinson's stop her from fixing it up or stop her from forgetting about it. So she wrote a note to herself to remind herself and motivate herself. I was heartbroken and went home. I pulled the dress out of my closet, then wiped my tears and tried it on. There was already a tiny patch sewn perfectly on the inside. I realized grandma figured out how to steady her hands despite her Parkinson's just so one part of the dress was perfect for me. I looked closer and saw that the patch had my name and wedding date stitched into it. I started crying again, and a year later, I proudly wore the dress to my vow renewal and didn't let anyone laugh at me. I moved my queen and looked up at my history teacher. Checkmate, you lose. Who's next? The principal stood up from across the cafeteria, walked over, and sat down across from me. Everyone's been too busy watching you play chess, so if I beat you, the chessboard goes away for good. I put my hand out. If I win, I keep playing here. He shook my hand, and I set up the pieces while half the cafeteria gathered around us. The chessboard was my grandpa's, and I wasn't going to lose it. I touched my king's pawn the way grandpa taught me and pushed it forward. 11 moves later, checkmate. The principal stared at the chessboard, fixed his tie, and walked off without a word. The math teacher slid into his seat. I was state ranked in college. Reset the pieces. 16 moves later, checkmate. He shook his head like he was trying to wake up. What grade did you say you were in? The chess club coach took his place at the chessboard and played slow, studying every move. 22 minutes later, checkmate. By then, there was a real crowd, kids filming and teachers leaning in. The principal came back with a substitute teacher. He's our best chess player. Sit down. The substitute didn't sit. He studied the chessboard for a long minute. Whoever taught you wasn't messing around. He ran his thumb over the worn corner where grandpa's hand used to rest, then flipped the chessboard over. Carved into the back, Kowalski. His face changed. Was your grandfather Sensei Kowalski? I nodded. He stepped back, pressed his palms together, and bowed until his forehead almost touched the chessboard. He was my sensei. He beat me and made me swear to be his disciple for life. The cafeteria went silent, and he stayed bowed. I greet master's family. I touched my king's pawn, the way grandpa taught me, and twirled in my chair. Your move, disciple. The first time I met Nathan's mother, she handed everyone homemade tea, but threw me instant coffee. She said something in Tagalog to her sister, and Nathan squeezed my hand. She said she loves your dress, but I knew what she said wasn't a compliment. So that night, I downloaded a language app because I only had 18 months to learn the language before our wedding. At our engagement party, his mother switched between English and Tagalog. She's very sweet in English, then in Tagalog to her sisters. No culture, can't cook, ugly accent. They laughed every time. She's such an uncultured American. From there, every Wednesday, I told Nathan I was going to book club. Really, I was at the Filipino Cultural Center, learning about the culture from a kind Filipino elder. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be arguing in perfect Tagalog over adobo. And she was right, because by month 10, I was at Christmas dinner when she said, "Ang pangit mo, you're ugly." She brought a new girl named Maria and sat her next to Nathan. "This girl is better for you." Nathan grabbed his mother's arm. "Mom, enough." She pulled away. "You'll thank me when Maria has your babies, and our family tree isn't infested with diseases." During wedding planning, she walked from vendor to vendor, giving orders to change my flowers, my food, everything, all in Tagalog. On the big day, my family had just finished giving their speech when his mother stood up to translate for them. I spoke in perfect Tagalog. "Salamat po, mama. Please, let me try to speak your beautiful language." Her mouth dropped. I stood up and explained in front of hundreds of Filipinos about how much I loved their culture, the regional differences, the cord ceremony from ancient binding rituals. His grandmother stood up crying. Finally, someone knows our real history. His aunt turned to his mother. "She knows more than you. She's going to be in our family forever." After our vows, I took his mother's hand and pressed it to my forehead for her blessing. Her hand was shaking. This whole time. "How did you know all of that?" "I've been studying since the day you served me instant coffee." All the women of Nathan's family spoke in Tagalog. "Welcome to our family, daughter." I looked at his mother who was holding back tears. "They just told me they love your dress." I walked into my own birthday party, knowing my best friend planned to humiliate me in front of the whole school. I'd seen the screenshots from her group chat the night before. I'd cried in my bathroom for 2 hours, and then I'd taken the screenshots back. 3 months ago, I told her about the senior I had a crush on, in confidence, because she was supposed to be my best friend. So when she opened the door and threw her arms around me yelling, "Happy birthday, queen. We love you," I hugged her back and gripped my phone so hard my knuckles went white. Wouldn't miss it. She steered me through the house with her arm hooked around my shoulder, past the speakers where Henry was leaning against the wall, past just a projector aimed at the back patio, out to the pool, lit up blue in the middle of the yard. Let's get a picture before it gets dark. Her grip tightened on my arm 3 feet from the edge, and I pulled back. Wait, everyone, I have an announcement. I unlocked my phone and hit cast, and her group chat lit up across the back wall. Saturday plans. She lunged for my phone, but I stepped back and scrolled. The first message went up. Okay, so here's how we embarrass her at her own party. We push her in right when the sun goes down, so the whole school sees her makeup running. The yard went dead quiet. I scrolled. Then we play the voice memos she sent me crying about Henry, so he hears how obsessed she actually is. Henry's head turned toward us from across the yard. She was already shaking her head. It's AI. She faked all of this. I scrolled to the last one. Hers. By Monday, she'll be the biggest joke in school. Henry deserves better than her stalker ass anyway. Her hand dropped. She lunged for my phone. I pushed her back by the shoulder and she stumbled half a step toward the water. Please, it was a joke. You saved every voice memo I sent you about him so you could play them at my own birthday party. She came at me again and I shoved her again, harder, and she was a foot from the edge now. You're insane. You set this whole thing up. You set the projector up. You picked the pool. You invited the school. Her heel caught the edge and she went in. She came up gasping with mascara running down her face and a red Solo cup floating next to her. Henry walked over from the speakers, took off his jacket and put it around my shoulders. I had a crush on you too. I was waiting for the right time to tell you. I closed the chat in my hand. Happy birthday to me. My stomach immediately sank when I saw the toddler alone in the back seat of a black SUV. It was 94 degrees and his face was red and his head was limp. I instantly went pale because I knew he might die. I sprinted across the lot and pulled the door, but it was locked. The toddler slowly raised his head with these sunken, tired eyes and weakly pressed his tiny hands on the glass. I was terrified and looked around frantically for anyone, but the lot was empty. I dialed 911 with shaking hands and the operator said, "A unit is 15 minutes away. Just stay calm and wait for it, ma'am." But when I looked back at the kid, I knew I couldn't just wait for it. He was mouthing, "Help me," and salt was pouring down his face because he was so dehydrated. He clearly didn't have 15 minutes, and I thought about what kind of mother would forget her kid in a hot car. Panicking, I picked up the nearest shopping cart. I looked at the car window and my heart pounded because I knew this was illegal, but I just grit my teeth and smashed the metal cart into the window anyway. The glass shattered, cutting my arm, but I didn't care and just quickly reached through the broken window and scrambled to unlock the door. I unbuckled the boy's seatbelt and yanked him out, but he was burning hot and barely even moving anymore. I sprinted toward the Target entrance with him in my arms and held him in front of the AC vent, praying he was alive. I watched the cool air blow in his face and my heart settled as he started gasping back to life. But then suddenly, it jumped again when I heard the shriek. Someone broke into my car. I looked back and saw a woman standing at the SUV, hands over her head. I wanted to scream at her for forgetting her kid in a hot car, but then I noticed her pram. It had a baby asleep inside it. Before I could process what this meant, when she saw me and marched over. "You had no right to break window. My child was sleeping inside my car, so I left him there." But I just looked at her pram and said, "Okay, but if you took your sleeping baby out of the car, then why did you leave your toddler inside even though it's 94 degrees? Her eyes went wide, and the look on her face instantly told me she didn't leave her toddler because he was sleeping. She'd locked him in the hot car deliberately. I immediately pulled my phone and dialed 911, reporting her for trying to kill her child. I was seconds away from being electrocuted for a murder I didn't commit. Nevada State Prison was built for men. I was the only woman. 9 years in my own wing. What sounds like a blessing becomes its own kind of torture when there's nothing but silence. They said I killed my husband, Ronnie. He beat me regularly, which didn't matter because his older brother was the district attorney. It took the jury 7 minutes to decide I should die. The day of my execution, Officer Reynolds brought me my last meal at noon, Waffle House pancakes. Then they brought my angelic 12-year-old daughter in to say our goodbyes. She cried hard as I pressed my hand to the glass over hers and said, "I love you more than you'll ever know, and I'll always be watching." I watched her walk out, holding back tears. At 1 p.m., they walked me through cell block D in chains. The men watched me pass in silence with respect. They strapped my arms, then my ankles into the cold electric chair. The bucket went over my head. The mouthguard tasted like pine sol, probably left over from the last person they fried in this thing. My last words, "I stand for love and justice in a world where corruption reigns supreme." The officer signaled. The machine hummed to life beneath me. The countdown started. Here it was. 3 seconds. The end. 2. This was it. Then the door exploded open. My lawyer, wild-eyed. He yelled, "Stop! She's a free woman!" He was holding a paper, a stay of execution. He'd destroyed the bite mark evidence entirely, proved it wasn't my teeth. I knocked on my daughter's bedroom door to surprise her. The look on her face when she saw me was beyond words. Later that night when I was alone, I smiled to myself because I killed that ugly bastard Ronnie. He deserved every bullet for putting his hands on me. My little sister walked through our front door with her eyes swollen and red. I ran over to her concerned. "Are you okay?" She shook her head no. A guy at school pulled my shirt up to make fun of my stomach rolls. Everyone saw my stomach. His friends were all laughing at me. She started crying. My heart broke because my sister's biggest insecurity was her rolls. I clenched my fists in anger. "If he ever touches you again, I'm handling it myself." She nodded. "I'll let you know if he does tomorrow." The next day, my sister walked through the front door soaking wet from head to toe. Her shirt was stuck to her body. I got up and asked her what happened. He was waiting for me after class with a bucket of water. He dumped it on me in front of everyone so my shirt would stick to my body. Then he pointed at my stomach and said, "Look what she was trying to hide." All his friends friends circled around me laughing. I tried to cover myself, but my shirt stuck to my body. That was it. I was going to fight him myself. Do you know his name? She nodded and told me. I grabbed my laptop and searched his name. Then I found his address. I was going to his house tonight. I drove to his neighborhood and parked outside. I walked up to his window with my fists clenched, ready to bang on his door. But through the window, I saw something that stopped me. He was standing shirtless in front of his bathroom mirror. He was crying, looking at himself. I looked closer. He had a third nipple on his chest. He was touching it and sobbing. The biggest bully at my sister's school was crying over his own body. I unclenched my fists. I didn't need to fight him anymore. I smiled because I had a better idea. The next day, I went to my sister's school during lunch with a gallon of water. I found him in the cafeteria sitting with his friends. I walked up behind him, lifted the gallon over his head, and dumped the whole thing on him. He shot up from his seat drenched. His shirt was completely stuck to his chest. One of his friends stopped laughing and pointed at his chest. Bro, what is that on your chest? He looked down. His third nipple was showing clearly through his wet shirt. He tried to cover it, but his friend grabbed his shirt and yanked it up. Oh my gosh, he has 3 nipples! The whole cafeteria started pointing and laughing at him. The same friends who circled my sister were now circled around him. He was pulling his shirt down trying to hide, but everyone had already seen it. My sister and I were laughing while eating popcorn. I was kidnapped and locked in a basement for 6 days where I was tied to a thick metal pipe. My kidnapper played true crime documentaries on full volume from upstairs to taunt me, and every time he came down, he wore a ski mask so I could only see his eyes. He also wore gloves, never said a word, and after every visit, he'd sanitize the entire basement with bleach to remove all traces of DNA. But one night, I heard the documentary he was watching mentioned a kidnapping victim who escaped using bleach. I looked at the bottle of bleach on the opposite end of the room and started thinking of a way to get to it. I tried to stretch my body, but there was nothing I could do. However, the next morning, he came down in his ski mask, and after he was done, he was scrubbing the floors around me with the bleach. I was thinking of how to reach it without him noticing, when suddenly, his doorbell rang. He looked up through the tiny slit and saw it was his grandmother dropping him cupcakes. He quickly got up and ran out of the basement. This was my chance. I extended my legs as far as I could and managed to kick the bottle of bleach towards myself. I unscrewed the bleach with my tied hands and started pouring it all over the rope around my wrists. The bleach burned through the rope, but also through my skin. I bit down on my arm to keep me from screaming as my hands blistered raw, but the rope snapped and my hands came free. I immediately stood up and grabbed the bottle of bleach and ran towards the door. He opened it in his ski mask, and I immediately threw the rest of the bleach in his face. He screamed as the bleach burned through his eyes, and he tripped and fell down the basement stairs. I ran through his house past the TV still blaring true crime and opened the front door with my raw, blistered hands. My husband walked onto my flight holding a baby we don't have. My husband stepped through the cabin door with an infant pressed against his chest and a young woman carrying a diaper bag beside him. He had no idea I was standing 10 feet away with my apron still on and a pen in my hand. I stepped behind the galley curtain before he could spot me. He settled into row 24, and the woman sat beside him with the baby in her lap. She wouldn't look at him. Her shoulders were stiff, and her eyes stayed locked on the window like she was trying to disappear. He whispered something to her, and she nodded without smiling. He looked up and saw me. Every drop of color left his face. He unbuckled his seatbelt, walked straight to the galley, and grabbed my arm. "Baby, listen to me," he whispered. "She's a coworker. Her ex is dangerous." He glanced back toward the cabin and leaned closer. "I'm just helping her get the baby to her mom's house in California. You know I don't like you calling me at work, so I handled it myself. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd worry." His voice was soft and steady. I'd heard that voice before. I squeezed his hand and looked him right in the eyes. "I trust you." He kissed my forehead and walked back to his seat. I handed a woman in row 6 her ginger ale, and my eyes went straight back to row 24. Halfway through the flight, he got up to use the bathroom, and I moved fast. I sat down next to the woman, and she looked at me like I was holding a knife. "I'm his wife," I said quietly. "I'm not here to make a scene. I just need the truth." I pulled a napkin from my apron, wrote my number on it, and pressed it into her hand. She didn't say a word, but she held onto that napkin like her life depended on it. That night in my hotel room, my phone rang. Her voice was shaking. "He didn't help me," she said. "He's the one who hurt me at an office party. And when I told him I was pregnant, he just offered me money every month, as long as I stayed quiet and stayed away." She stood beside me holding the baby when I came back home, and 2 police officers stood behind us when he opened the door. My mom slammed the dish rag on the counter, and when she saw me sitting at the dinner table drinking coffee, she angrily said, "You never help around this house. I swear it would run smoother without you here." I set my coffee down and said, "Let's test that theory." That night, I packed 2 suitcases and left my house key on the dining room table. No argument, no explanation. I'd spent 10 years scrubbing every toilet, stocking every pantry shelf, and paying every utility bill while they sat on the couch complaining the Wi-Fi was slow. I signed a lease on a tiny apartment 2 hours away and blocked every contact in my phone. First week, the house stayed quiet, but by week 2, the dishes hit the ceiling. Nobody knew how to load the dishwasher I'd been running every night for a decade. My brother stacked plates in the oven thinking that counted as cleaning. Week 3, the trash situation got out of hand. My sister threw bags in the garage because nobody knew which day was pickup. Rats found the bags within 4 days. She screamed when one ran across her foot in the kitchen. Month 2, the kitchen ceiling caved in from a slow leak under the upstairs bathroom I'd been calling the plumber about for years. mirrors, drywall, and pink insulation covered the kitchen table. Nobody knew which plumber I used or where I kept the number. My dad just stood there staring at the hole above his head. By month 3, the neighbors called the city about the smell coming from the house. A code officer knocked on the front door, asking when the trash would be cleared from the driveway. My mom hired a cleaning crew for $400 a visit to fix what I'd done every weekend for free since I was 19. The cleaners walked off the job after 2 visits because mom kept screaming at them to just figure it out the way I used to. Meanwhile, I was taking sunset walks downtown and waking up without a single text demanding anything from me. Mom finally got my number from an old neighbor and called crying. "The house is falling apart. The ceiling is still open. Your brother flooded the laundry room trying to fix something." Theory tested, Mom. You were wrong. My daughter ran towards the old woman knitting at the laundromat. "I bet I can knit better than you," she laughed. "I don't think so. I've been knitting for longer than you've been alive." My daughter's eyes lit up like she saw the old woman as competition. "I'm going to knit a blanket that's better than anything you've ever made." The old woman smiled warmly. "Let's put that to the test. I'll be here every Thursday. Come by and I'll teach you a thing or two." Every Thursday, we came back to the laundromat. One day, it was closed for Memorial Weekend, but the old woman was waiting outside on a bench. That was the day my daughter knitted a blanket that stretched past her knees. The old woman laughed. "Soon you won't need me, kid." One Thursday, the laundromat was empty, and my daughter set her needles down. "Why do you never work on the blue blanket?" The old woman ran her fingers over the seams. "I started this while I was pregnant with my daughter, and we were going to finish it together, but I lost her before she was born. But maybe you can finish it instead." My daughter got up and grabbed it. Then Thursday finally came. My daughter pulled her yarn through the last stitch and held the blanket up. She turned to me with the biggest smile I'd ever seen. Then she turned back to the old woman. "Look," but the old woman didn't move. She was sitting upright with her blue blanket folded on her lap, her hands resting on top of it. I walked over and touched her shoulder. She slumped against my hand. She was gone. She'd been waiting 40 years to see her daughter finish a blanket, and she finally had. I was blindfolded on my birthday as my boyfriend walked me into my birthday surprise. I was excited, expecting something special, but when he took the blindfold off, I was standing in a 7-Eleven. "Surprise! Order whatever you want, babe." He was already ordering his pizza slice. I was extremely disappointed and was hoping this was some sort of prank. I stuttered, I thought we were going somewhere nice. I'm wearing an expensive red dress." He sighed like I was the one being annoying. "A normal girlfriend would have just been happy that her boyfriend surprised her on her birthday. You're so high maintenance. Order your hot dog and be quiet." I thought it couldn't get any worse, but then he said, "Also, can we go 50-50 on the price?" Any normal low maintenance girl would have already offered to pay already. I handed him my credit card and made a decision. If I was too high maintenance, then I was going to show him what a low maintenance girlfriend really looked like and make him regret his words. On his birthday a week later, he woke up and saw me brain rotting on TikTok. "Hey," I said, not even acknowledging the fact it was his birthday. I could already tell that he was angry. "Why aren't you in the kitchen right now cooking my breakfast?" He looked around the apartment. "You didn't even put balloons up or decorate the apartment. Did you forget it's my birthday?" I shrugged. "I remembered your birthday, but I didn't want to organize anything because then you would have to get dressed and leave the house, which is too high maintenance, right?" He stared at me in shock like he didn't actually expect me to listen to what he said. "Actually, I have an idea." I sent him a happy birthday TikTok. "There's your gift. Happy birthday. And don't worry, the video is only 10 seconds long, so it's low high maintenance." His face got red with anger. "Tell me you at least have dinner planned." I nodded. "I'm making a home-cooked meal. Don't worry." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, phew. I knew you weren't going to take this low maintenance thing too far." He had no idea what the meal was going to be. That night, he sat down at the table in a nice shirt with a blindfold over his eyes. I walked out of the kitchen and put a plate in front of him. I took off his blindfold. "Surprise, babe. Here's your birthday meal." He looked down and saw microwave dinosaur chicken nuggets. He poked one with his fork. "You're joking, right? It's still cold in the middle." "Yeah, I would have cooked them properly, but that would have taken longer, so it would have been too high maintenance. But here," I threw him some already opened 7-Eleven ketchup packets from my birthday. "This should make it better. Also, can you send me $5 for the dinosaur nuggets? Groceries are expensive." Suddenly, he got on his knees and started crying. "I'm sorry. I should have been a better boyfriend. I see that what I did was wrong. It's all good." "That's it? That's all you have to say?" "One more thing. Are you gonna finish those nuggets or can I take them for lunch tomorrow?" He didn't respond, and I grabbed my keys and left. My daughter walked into our kitchen on her birthday, holding a folded piece of paper, and said, "The man under the porch told me to give you this." I went pale and asked her where she'd been playing. She pointed to the back door, and I instantly told her to go to her room and lock the door. I unfolded the paper, and it said, "I've been watching you for 3 weeks. I know your names, your daughter's favorite stuffed animal, and what time she gets home from preschool. Pay $10,000 by Friday or else." I immediately went to the back porch with my baseball bat, but there was no one under it. Just my daughter's stuffed elephant sitting on the dirt, the one I'd put in the washing machine this morning. I walked back into the house, gripping the bat with my heart beating, when suddenly I heard my daughter scream from upstairs. "Help! Help!" I instantly bolted up the stairs 3 at a time, but when I tried her bedroom door, it was locked. My daughter kept screaming, and I heard a laugh from inside. I slammed my bat into her door, splintering the wood until the lock finally broke. I shoved the door open with my bat raised, ready to kill. Surprise! My daughter was completely unharmed, and my husband stood behind her. My daughter hugged me, laughing. "Mommy, I wanted to prank you for my birthday." My husband cried, laughing and recording me. I stood there shaking, my bat still raised, and told my daughter, "I have a prank of my own." I walked across the room to her wrapped birthday gift on her bed bed and smashed it. I was woken up by a text from my accountant that read, "Don't trust your boyfriend." I looked over at him in bed, and he was already awake and staring at me. "Marry me or I'm leaving you. I thought you said you never wanted marriage or kids." Things change and I've evolved. I realize now that I have a legacy to uphold. That's really strange because ever since I've known him, he's never wanted kids. If we don't get married, we're done. Something was seriously wrong. I drove straight to my accountant's office. "When your mom passed away and you received the $25,000, I told your boyfriend that you received $10 million. My spine went cold. She slid her phone across the desk. "Read his texts." I trembled as I picked up her phone. "Has she received any money yet? If I took her to court for monthly compensation, would I have a case? She's been acting pretty crazy about her dumb, dead, crazy beach of a mom." I covered my face and wept. Then I slowly gathered myself. "Thank you for telling me. Keep the lie going and I'll handle the rest." I steadied myself, got back home, saw that he was in the shower, and checked his text messages. There were several to some woman named Casey. "I won't wait long to get a divorce. Then I'll be able to buy you whatever you want, baby." And there were several nude pictures. He entered the room and I hid his phone behind my back. He got down on one knee. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world. Will you be my wife?" I stared down at the ring and forced a big smile. "Yes." I secretly placed his phone back after we kissed and I felt nothing. He took my hand. "When it comes to our wedding, money's no issue." I held a fake smile. "I have the perfect venue, but it's probably too pricey." He objected. "Nope, if that's what you want, book it." "Are you sure? It's a non-refundable $250,000 deposit?" He started sweating. "My love for you has no boundaries. Book it." For the next 2 weeks, I sat across from him at dinner every night while he talked about our future as if he'd won a prize. The day arrived to settle our finances. My accountant slid a term sheet across the table, showing both of us the real numbers. When he saw the split of just $25,000, he turned pale. I laughed directly in his face and stood up. "I would never marry you, not even for $10 million, and I want you out by tonight, you piece of crap. But my down payment on the venue is non-refundable. I spent $250 grand on that." I smiled. "I know you did. Sucks for you. Maybe Casey can help you out." He raised a fist towards my accountant. "That was supposed to be a private conversation. I'll sue the living hell out of you." She got in his face. "Go ahead. You'd only expose yourself." I smiled. "And by the way, my dead mom visited me in my dreams last night and told me to tell you who's the beach now." I was out late when a man near me suddenly dropped on the sidewalk, convulsing. I rushed over without thinking, loosened his collar, tilted his head to the side, and kept him stable while shouting for someone to call 911. An EMT arrived in seconds, faster than felt normal, and took over with calm, practiced hands. The man stopped convulsing the moment he was touched, but I was too shaken to realize that was wrong. And then the EMT told me that since I had hands-on contact, I needed a quick medical check in the rig, plus a statement since I was first on scene. He said it was standard protocol. I hesitated, but the uniform and his calm tone made me trust him. He guided me into the back of the ambulance, and the doors shut behind us. The patient was loaded in beside me, eyes closed, breathing steady. The driver pulled out fast, and I could see the hospital signs lit up in the distance ahead of us. But instead of heading toward them, he turned the opposite way. "Traffic on Main," the driver called back, turning onto a side road that led away from town. The EMT kept a steady hand on my shoulder, asking soft questions about what I saw. That's when I noticed the patient had no IV in his arm, no monitors hooked up, nothing being done for him at all. My whole body went cold. The streetlights started thinning out, and the buildings disappeared, and I realized we were leaving the city. I told the EMT I wanted out. He smiled and said, "Almost there, just stay calm for me." His grip on my shoulder tightened. The patient looked at me with cold eyes and a creepy smile. The ambulance slowed at a red light on an empty road, and my hand found the door handle. I yanked it open and tumbled out and sprinted toward a police car parked at a gas station up ahead. Behind me, the ambulance drove off with no sirens and no lights, just vanished into the dark. Then, 2 weeks later, I was watching the news and saw that 2 men were arrested for a bunch of disappearances in the area. The EMT who put me in the ambulance and the man who collapsed in front of me. They worked together. The man would fake an emergency, and the EMT would take whoever stopped to help, pretending they needed to be checked out. I almost became a statistic that night. My brother Robbie called our family into the living room and pulled up a PowerPoint called "How to Speak to Me with Respect." From now on, nobody in this house is allowed to say the word "you" to me. Instead of "Can you pass the salt?" you say "Could Robbie pass the salt?" I said, "Are you serious?" He slammed his mouse on the table. "Do I look like I'm joking?" My parents looked at each other. "Anything for you, for Robbie," Dad said to him, and Robbie grinned. Then my boyfriend Mark arrived for dinner, and I warned him about the rule. So we sat for dinner, and I carefully said, "Could Robbie pass the salt?" Robbie passed it with a smile. "I'm glad you're following Robbie's rule," Mom told me, and Dad agreed. Robbie looked pleased with himself, but I wanted this to end already. And then Mark accidentally said, "So what's new with you, Robbie?" Robbie instantly flipped the table, making mashed potatoes land on Mark's shirt. Robbie screamed, "What did you say to me?" Mom screamed at Mark, "You need to leave! You're upsetting Robbie!" Robbie walked over to Mark and pushed him against his seat, got right in his face yelling, "Yeah, Robbie wants you to leave! Robbie hates you!" That's when I had enough. I looked at Robbie and said, "You are insane, and I'm not following your rule anymore." Robbie screamed screamed so loud the walls shook. That's when Dad got up and threw Mark out of the house. And when he came back, told me, "If you can't follow your brother's rule, you're going to live with your aunt." Robbie smirked behind his shoulder and mouthed, "You lose," at me. Dad went to my room and packed my clothes, saying I needed to treat Robbie with respect. I almost lunged at him, but then we heard a loud knock on the door, followed by, "Police, open up," but none of us had called the cops. When we opened the door, Mark was standing next to the officers, and I knew he was the one who called them. The officer looked at Robbie and said, "Mark told us someone was in danger. Are you okay, son?" Robbie's face went purple. "You said it. You said the word to me. I'm being attacked in my own home." The officers looked at each other and knew Robbie was the one putting people in danger, so they handcuffed him right there. Robbie screamed that this was my fault. I just mouthed, "You lose." A chill ran down my spine as I patted my pockets and realized my phone wasn't there. Instead, I found a note. "I have your password. Come to the woods behind the gym right now, or I'm going through your camera roll and posting what I find." My eyes widened in horror, and I started sprinting down the hallway towards the gym, my heart pounding. The thought of my camera roll getting posted online for anyone to see made me shiver. I rounded the corner behind the gym into the woods, and that's when I saw a boy leaning against the tree, looking at the ground. It was Darren, the quiet kid nobody talked to, who I'd sat with at lunch once before. He was clutching my phone tight, knuckles white around it, and my whole body shook when he raised his head at me. I walked towards him slowly, my hands in the air. "I'll do anything you want. Please just don't post anything." My voice trembled, but as I got closer, I noticed Darren's backpack laid on the ground with thick rope sticking out, and when I reached him, I realized his eyes were red. Tears fell from his cheeks. "I didn't actually look at your photos." His voice and his whole body shook. "I just needed you to come, because I was about to do something I could never take back, and you're the only person who's ever been kind to me." I looked back to the rope in his bag, the thick branch beside us, and realized he meant sewer slide. Darren held out my phone with shaking hands, and I took it at a loss for words. Then he reached into his hoodie pocket and slowly pulled out 2 chocolate bars. "Will you please sit with me for just 5 minutes? I don't want to do something bad." I took the chocolate bar, and we sat on the mossy grass against the tree, staring at the sky in silence until his thoughts passed. My Tinder date didn't look like his photos, and when I found out why, it was too late. When he showed up for our first date, he looked slightly different than his photos. He explained he'd gained and lost 100 pounds, so it slightly changed his face, and I didn't think much. We had a great time and started officially dating, but then 1 month later, Daniel randomly stopped texting me. I called him over and over, but he never responded, and I was appalled because how could my own boyfriend ghost me? But one day, while watching the news and saw his name and photo, he had died in a car crash a few days ago. I felt sick and cried for days, then went online and found Daniel's funeral information. I walked into the funeral in all black, and it was my first time meeting his family. A woman asked who I was, and when I told her Daniel's girlfriend, she replied, "That's strange. Daniel never said he was dating anyone." I figured he just liked keeping his life private, but when I walked up to the open casket, I was shocked. The man inside looked just like Daniel's dating profile photos, but different from the Daniel I saw in person. This dead person couldn't be my boyfriend. I was confused and looked around, scanning for an explanation. That's when I saw Daniel alive in the front row with the woman from earlier with 2 kids nearby. He saw me and immediately tried to move, but I'd already walked up to him. I asked him what was going on. I thought he was dead, and he looked me in the eyes and said, "I have no idea who you are. Please leave me alone, I'm mourning." The woman asked him, "Jeremy, who's this?" And I replied, "I'm his girlfriend." I whipped out my phone and showed her the photos of me and him on a date from a week ago, as well as our messages on the dating app. Her face went pale as she loudly yelled at him, "Jeremy, you used your brother's identity to cheat on me, and I'm now finding out at his funeral." The whole crowd turned to him. His face was beet red, and as he walked out in shame, I finally realized why he looked different in person than on the dating profile. He was pretending to be his brother Daniel on the app, so that if anyone he knew ever stumbled across it, he'd have a cover story. I slipped a hair tie into Julia's palm, and the school security guard passing by froze and screamed, "How dare you deal substances in my hallway?" I stared at him and told him it was a hair tie, but he was already grabbing our hands and walking us to the principal's office saying, "No one passes pills in my hallways. I'm going to make sure you go to juvie for this." When I told him he saw wrong, he said he'd been a guard long enough to know when a substance deal was happening. Both our moms were called in, and my mom said, "Tell me right now how long this has been going on." Julia's mom shakily asked what she'd swallowed. Then the principal said the police were already on their way to pick me up. The guard got in my face and asked if I knew what pills did to kids my age, and told my mom her daughter would rot in a cell before 20. Mom was crying, asking how I could ruin my life. Julia's mom asked Julia if she was already addicted, but Julia was silently crying, mouthing, "It's a hair tie," over and over. I finally had enough and asked them to play the hallway camera footage. The guard agreed, so the principal pulled the footage up, and the footage showed me dropping a black hair tie into Julia's hand. "Play it again," the guard said, wiping his eyes. The principal zoomed in and played it again. "That's clearly a hair tie," I said. The principal sighed loudly and called the police to say it was a false alarm. I turned to the guard. "You said you've been a guard long enough to spot a deal? How long is that exactly? A week?" His jaw clenched before he muttered that this was his second week. I scoffed and turned to leave with Julia, but before I left, I pulled out a hair tie and grabbed a chunk of the guard's hair. He snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" as I twisted his hair into a tight little ponytail. And then I leaned down, smiled, and said, "Just giving you some substances, sir. My dad was bringing his birthday cake to the dinner table when he tripped over our pug. The cake flew out of his hands and landed on his head. My sister and I laughed uncontrollably. Dad stood up with cake on his face. You think this is funny? Laughing at me on my birthday? My sister and I laughed harder. His face went red with anger. New rule, there will be no laughing in this house. You laugh, I'll take away your iPad. My sister snorted in his face. He pointed at her. Give me your iPad, now. I froze. He wasn't playing around, but that night, my sister came to me with a plan. We have to make him laugh. If he laughs, the rule is done, and we get the iPad back. I nodded. The next morning, my sister and I put whoopee cushions on every chair in the kitchen to make him laugh. Dad sat down for breakfast. A loud fart came out. You gassy, Dad? I said. My sister bit her lip, trying not to laugh. Then my sister and I sat down at the same time. Major farts echoed through the house. He looked down at the chair and saw the whoopee cushion. He looked at us stone cold and didn't even smile. You think this new rule is a game? He grabbed the TV remote off the counter. No more Netflix or Disney Plus for either of you. Maybe this will teach you to take the rules seriously. He walked out. My sister looked at me. We need to make him laugh now. We need to plan something bigger. And that's when my sister pulled a banana out of her backpack. This is going to work, trust me. She said the plan was to pretend to slip on a banana peel like a cartoon character to make him laugh. So the next day, we covered the living room floor in banana peels, while Dad was in the garage. My sister was placing down the last banana when our pug came running into the living room. She didn't see him. She tripped over him and stumbled forward and knocked down the TV. I ran to stop the TV from falling, but I slipped on our own banana peel. The TV shattered and I was covered in bananas. I heard Dad's footsteps coming from the garage. He walked in and saw the broken TV and us on the floor with bananas everywhere. He was trying so hard to hold in his laugh that his face was turning red. Then I heard a snort. My dad was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. My sister wiped the banana off her face. So, does this mean we get our iPads back? I called the cops to crash an entire wedding over a single photo. I was getting ready for my sister's wedding when I overheard her in tears ask her husband, "Did you actually invite him here? You know what he did to me." Bart swore he didn't, and they moved on. But then I walked to the hall where their photo slideshow was taking place and heard screaming from inside. Why is that photo there? I ran in, and Bart was ripping the laptop away from the projector, disconnecting the cables. The screen where the photo was now black. I looked up and saw my sister rocking back and forth. Not again, not again. Bart immediately dropped beside her, holding her close. I tried asking what was on that photo, but nobody was listening. Our dad was on the phone, guests were yelling about the photo, and paramedics came rushing in. They went straight to my sister, injecting her and testing her blood because they had reason to believe she was spiked. Bart stayed with her, holding her hand while she shook. Who put that photo there? He kept yelling angrily. Who? He rubbed my sister's thumb, whispering, I'm going to find him. I swear, when I do, I'll make him pay for this. They loaded her onto a stretcher, and Bart walked alongside it, holding her hand and telling her she was safe with him. I still didn't know what was on that photo, but then police arrived and they went straight towards the projector. Bart didn't even notice as they grabbed his laptop. I pushed through the crowd and finally saw the screen. Time-stamped yesterday, my sister unconscious on the floor in her wedding dress, and beside her Bart's brother Blake, holding a drink and smiling. Everyone knew he'd drugged and assaulted my sister 8 months ago. This was the photo the whole room just saw. I was absolutely horrified, but then the officers scrolled, and I couldn't believe what I saw. Another photo. Nobody had seen this one. Same timestamp, same scene, but this time, Bart was in it, smiling right beside Blake. I looked at Bart, holding my sister's hand, giving her a bottle of water, acting like he cared and felt sick. The officers slapped handcuffs on him immediately. He was shocked as to why, until he saw the photo, and his face instantly turned cold. My sister looked up. Why are you taking my husband away? I need him with me. I can't do this without him. But then she saw the photo as well. She looked up at Bart and didn't know what to say. My nephew Jackson burst through the doors in the middle of my son's eulogy, with a speaker on his shoulder blasting "Another One Bites the Dust" on full volume. He strutted down the aisle, pointing at the casket yelling, "This is not funny, bro. You can't bite the dust." My sister yanked him into a pew and ripped the speaker away, but he looked at her and in an Italian accent said, "Why you would do that to me, mommy? I was only trying to cheer the corpse up." We were all horrified, but no one knew what to say. You see, Jackson and my son Ronnie weren't just cousins. They were best friends who shared a single brain cell between them. Every birthday, they gave each other the same rubber duck named Tupac Shakur back and forth. When they were 9, they got lost in Honolulu playing Pokemon Go. We found them 4 hours later pretending to be a street performance duo busking for money. They were 12 and already the most insane friendship duo. Then one weekend, Ronnie was crossing a river and lost his footing, and the current swept him away. They found him a mile downstream, but it was too late, and now we were at the funeral. After my son's Italian accent comment, the pastor tried to continue, but every few minutes, Jackson would yell inside jokes only he and Ronnie would understand. What do you call a Chinese dictator who likes grass? Mao Zedong. Yeah, rip that thang Mao. Whoa Mao, you're greening out bud. The worst part was, he looked more frustrated with each joke he made. Everyone was staring at him, angry, confused, but nobody said a word because what do you say to a 12-year-old at his best friend's funeral? When it came time to line up and pass the casket, Jackson reached it. He looked down at Ronnie and smiled, then rubbed his hands. He licked his finger and shoved it in my dead son's ear. Wet Willie, he yelled. He kept wriggling his pinky in there. I was about to lose my mind when someone said, "Wait, is Ronnie smiling?" I turned back to the casket, and my son's lips were twitching. He was fighting it. Then his eyes shot open. The wet Willie? Really, Jackson? He sat up in the casket. The church exploded. Grandma hit the floor. Jackson collapsed, laughing so hard, no sound sound came out. I grabbed Ronnie and squeezed him so hard I probably cracked a rib, because when your son comes back from the dead, you don't ask how. Then I grabbed both of them by the collar. Explain, now. Jackson was still wheezing. We made a bet. Ronnie said he could fake his death and make it through the whole funeral without anyone noticing. If he won, I had to give him my PS5. Ronnie grinned. Well, technically, no one noticed until you showed up, so I won. No, you didn't. I stared at these two psychopaths. You realize we were going to cremate you in 30 minutes. Both smiles vanished instantly. Veronica knocked my hat off in the cafeteria and laughed while my baldness from chemotherapy was exposed. She picked it up before I could and held it above her head. Does anyone want to try on the cancer hat? Every single person laughed as my bare head shone under the cafeteria lights. You should be used to people staring at you by now, freak, she said. Then she laughed and dropped my hat on the floor. I picked it up, and the next day I started eating lunch in a bathroom stall. But after just one day, she found my hiding space. Her and her friends crowded outside my stall. Your baldness genuinely makes everyone uncomfortable, one of them laughed. Another joined in. Before you were bald, you were already mid. Now you're just chopped. I spent the last few months of the school year homeschooled on my couch and told myself I didn't care about Veronica. Some days, I almost believed it. I went back to school in August, and I was at my locker when someone told me Veronica had been diagnosed with cancer over the summer. I thought about everything she put me through. Then I went to the drugstore and bought a good chapstick, ginger candy for nausea, and a soft beanie. I left it all in her locker without a note because I knew what she felt like, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. My son, almost dying, saved his life. He suddenly started coughing one day and just wouldn't stop, and when I gave him cough syrup, he only coughed harder. I read about it online and realized it could be mold exposure, but when I asked my landlord to check our apartment for mold, he rolled his eyes. The apartment's fine, just be grateful the rent is so cheap. But the next day, my son's coughing got worse, so I told the landlord, my son is dying, check our apartment or I'll call the city inspectors. He went pale and instantly agreed, but then he showed up at my door with an eviction notice next morning. Your rent was 2 days late 3 months ago. I told you, you should have been grateful. 1 week later, he showed up to kick us out, but while we were leaving the building for the final time, my son suddenly went green and collapsed on the stairs. I dropped to my knees and screamed at the landlord to call an ambulance, but he asked, is that really necessary? I couldn't believe it and just dialed 911 myself immediately. At the hospital, I saw doctors hooking my son up to machines and running dozens of tests on him. After 30 minutes, the doctor came out and pulled me inside. How long were you living in your last apartment? 5 years. Why? The doctor's face went ghost white. He said, your son has asbestos in his lungs. We suspect it's from that apartment. I was horrified and looked at my sick son, and everything instantly clicked. My landlord already knew about the asbestos. He just didn't want it found because it would look bad for him. That's why he kicked us out rather than call inspectors. I picked up my phone and called city council immediately. That evening, I saw our landlord arrested on the news. I looked at my son getting better and realized if my landlord never evicted us, he'd still be breathing in asbestos, and I wouldn't have known until it was too late. Going homeless saved my son's life. My dad ripped up my art school acceptance letter at the kitchen table. You're going to business school. My house, my rules. I held up the $82 in my wallet. Dad, please, I'm broke and I need your help. One day, I'll pay you back. I mainly just need help with the deposit. He laughed. The person paying the bills makes the rules around here, and that's me. If you don't like it, then you can walk out. There's the door. Mom kept her eyes on her plate and whispered, I'm sorry, sweetie. I walked out that night with $82 and a duffel bag. For 3 months, I lived on park benches, and when September came, I took out loans and went to art school anyway. I lived in an ugly studio that was filled with roaches, but it didn't matter because I was building my dream life. Once in a while, Dad would call and say, are you still living in that dump? Still wasting time on those computer drawings? I blocked him and kept building my career. By 22, I graduated with my portfolio, and I moved out into an apartment I could finally call home. I was eating cereal on my new couch when Mom called me from a hotel room. I left your father and moved out. I should have done it 30 years ago. She moved into my guest room the next week. A week later, my phone lit up with Dad's name for the first time since I'd blocked him. His voice came out small. My roof's leaking. The foundation's cracked. I can't afford to manage the house anymore. I need help. Can I move in with you? I looked around my apartment because I always knew this day would come. Sure, Dad. Come tomorrow. He showed up with one suitcase. He looked smaller than I remembered. Thank you for having me, sweetheart. I won't be any trouble. He set his bag down and glanced at the TV. Maybe just put on Fox News while I unpack? Helps me relax. I picked up the remote and immediately put on CNN instead. His mouth opened with shock because he wasn't used to me disobeying him. Oh, I just thought, house rule, Dad. I pick what's on. He laughed, a little forced. Right, of course. He sat on my couch and got comfortable. You know, my buddy Frank's hiring at his plumbing company. You should quit those drawings and get a real job. Something stable. I sighed. Even now, he was trying to stop me from being an artist. Not interested. He clenched his fists, getting more angry. I'm just trying to help you. You're my daughter. I'm trying to look out for you the way I always have. Dad, what's the phrase you said to me while I was growing up? He looked down at the ground. My house, my rules. I smiled. Exactly. My house, my rules. The person paying the bills makes the rules around here, and that's me. If you don't like it, then you can leave. Mom walked in from the kitchen, and Dad's face went white. He hadn't seen her in a year. She pointed at the door. There's the door. You can walk out. I spent 11 years not throwing a punch. My son's split lip ended that streak. I fought competitively in my 20s to learn how to control my anger, and after that, I walked away from everything. Not when my landlord knocked on my door and told me to be grateful I had a place place to live. Not when my boss took credit for my work in front of the whole office. Not when a man followed me to my car at midnight and I had every reason and the ability to make him regret it. People called me calm, controlled, composed, but my son is the one thing in my life I am not composed about. He's 13. He came home on a Friday and I heard the door before I saw him. And when I walked into the kitchen, he was already at the table with a split lip and dried blood on his collar. What happened? He looked down and didn't answer right away. Some kids cornered me on the way home. Which kids? He shook his head. It doesn't matter. I sat down across from him. Which kids? He told me they were older kids from the neighborhood, just because. He asked me not to. I told him to sleep, got him cleaned up and into bed, and after he fell asleep, I sat in the kitchen alone, and 11 years of not throwing a punch went very quiet. I had a name and address by the next morning, then drove over with both hands on the wheel, not shaking, steady. He answered the door in a white t-shirt with a beer in his hand and looked at me like he was already bored. I told him my name. Your son cornered mine after school and put his hands on him. He took a sip. Boys will be boys. Kids fight. He'll be fine. My son is 13 and he didn't start it. He leaned against the doorframe and shrugged. So, he looked me up and down the way certain men do when they have already decided who you are, and something settled in his face. Sweetheart. He said it like it meant something. Why don't you go back to the kitchen and let the men handle this? He turned and started to pull the door closed. The door was still moving when my knuckles connected clean. He went down on his porch and didn't get back up. I didn't say a word, walked to my car and drove home. He never pressed charges. Last I heard, he told people he slipped. People still call me composed. They're right, I am. They just know better now. I noticed huge chunks of mom's curly hair in the shower, but when I went to tell her that she'd clogged the drain, I found her crying. I looked closer and my heart sank because she was suddenly a lot skinnier and paler than I remembered. The next day, she came in smiling, showing off her new hair. Me and my dad said it looked great, and she was so happy, but when I snuck behind her, I realized it was just a wig. I thought about it and decided not to tell anyone, but that became the worst mistake of my life, because the next day, my aunt came over for dinner, and when my mom asked her what she thought of her hair, my aunt started laughing in her face. Your curls looked so much better than whatever that is. You may as well have gone bald. I saw the light drain from mom's face, and she went silent, but my aunt wasn't done. She kept mocking my mom for the rest of dinner, asking why she could barely lift the fork, if she'd lost a bet, and if my dad still found her attractive with that hair. Mom's face broke, but dad replied, honestly, the curls were better. I don't get why you got rid of them. I was furious because I knew what nobody else did, so I snapped at him. Can you all just stop? Mom's hair is super pretty, but she didn't hear me and was already sobbing, and my aunt pulled out her phone to text her hairdresser to get the curls redone. My mom walked away from the table crying, and my aunt shouted after her, why are you being so sensitive? I couldn't hold it in anymore, but just as I was about to scream, our door opened, and my aunt's hairdresser walked in. Here to make your mom pretty again? She laughed. They pulled a chair up in the living room, and my dad went to get my mom. She was too weak to fight him, and silent tears rolled down her face as they forced her in the chair. I watched in horror, not knowing what to do. Dad took her hand. You'll thank us for this. The hairdresser grabbed the curler, but just as she was about to make contact, my mom used all her remaining strength and pulled her wig off. Everyone froze on the spot. My dad kept repeating, holy shit, and my aunt's knees trembled. I have cancer, Mom said, crying, and you couldn't even tell me my hair looked pretty. My dad dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, you never told me, but she wouldn't even look at him. My hair was in the shower for weeks, and you still never noticed. She turned to me, but our daughter noticed. My face fell, but she smiled. Thank you for not telling me. I got to see who my family really are. She cut off my aunt and divorced my dad, and proudly wore her wig in court. My boyfriend Emilio said, I have an evil, identical twin brother named Diego, and he shows up and says horrible things to the girl I'm dating. I laughed because I didn't believe him, but then he showed me a photo of them together. Emilio was smiling, but the other guy looked angry. I've tried restraining orders, but he always finds loopholes. I understand if this is too much for you. I held his hand and said, I can handle it, because I really liked him. But later that night, someone knocked on my door. When I looked through the peephole, I saw Emilio's face, but he looked angry, just like in the photo. Diego? I asked. Bingo. You know you're even uglier in person. Go away, I said, but he slid a note underneath the door that said, eat less, you're getting fat. I called Emilio, crying, and he was at my door in minutes, saying, this is exactly what Diego does. I'm so sorry. Please don't let him win. I told him I would be brave, but the next day, I woke up at 3 in the morning and saw someone standing at the foot of my bed. I screamed, but then I saw Emilio's face and felt relieved. But then I saw the disgusting expression on his face and knew it was Diego. He laughed. You look like an ogre when you sleep. My brother could do so much better than you. He got closer to the bed, and I froze. I should get rid of you. No one would even know I was here, but I won't, he said, and walked out. I called Emilio, and he said, I'm ending this right now. I'm talking to my parents about getting him into a facility. The next morning, Emilio came to my apartment, and I felt safer. But when he was in the bathroom, his mom called his phone. I picked up and asked if there was any update on Diego, but then she asked, who's Diego? I laughed nervously. Emilio's twin brother. She went quiet, then said, honey, Emilio is an only child. I froze and hung up. Emilio came out of the bathroom, and I said, your mom told me you don't have a brother. His face went cold and instantly reminded me of Diego. That's when it clicked. There is no Diego. You've been pretending to be your own evil twin so you could say horrible things to me. He laughed. I was wondering how much longer you'd believe that stupid story and one photoshopped picture. Why would you do this? Because I get to say whatever I want to you, and you just have to take it. You're insane. I want you to leave. You're going to regret this. You can't escape me. But this time, I was the one filing a restraining order against him.
A rich woman at the horse show laughed at my horse and told her daughter her horse already won first place. I ignored the woman and walked up to Mom. Mom slid her fingers along the horse's side, feeling the strong muscle. 6 months ago, this horse had been starving on a farm, every rib showing through her skin. Mom had spent every night nursing her back to health. Now she stood strong, ready to compete. I stepped in front of her and rubbed her forehead. Good girl, you've come a long way. Her lip lifted and I saw the tattoo inside. Faded, but still there. I'd never asked Mom what it meant. The rich woman's daughter was warming up on a horse that cost more than our truck. The woman leaned to her friend in the front row. Look at that saddle. It's from a yard sale. Then she pulled out her phone and started filming us. Babe, record this. This horse is going to be a joke online. Her daughter rode first and didn't knock down a single jump, and the whole stadium clapped. Then the announcer came on the speakers. Next up, number 23, Cinnamon's Glory, ridden by Lila Reyes. Mom called from the fence. She remembers. I rode in. Cinnamon's Glory jumped the first fence perfectly, like she had been doing it her whole life. The woman in the front row lowered her phone halfway through my round. We landed the last jump clean, and the announcer came back on. And number 23 finished 12 seconds faster than the leader. Folks, the tattoo on her lip shows she was a champion. This horse won the National Show Jumping Championship in 2019. The whole stadium went quiet for a second, then broke into loud applause. Mom met me at the gate and put her hand on the horse's neck. You did it, girl. I rode past the front row. The woman was already gone, but her phone was still recording from her empty seat.
The second they wheeled me into the room after my emergency C-section, my husband walked over, looked at our daughter in my arms for about 3 seconds, and went back to his chair and opened a mobile game. I had almost died 2 hours earlier, and I was struggling to hold our daughter with a fresh incision across my stomach. But he just sat across the room cursing at his phone screen. My nurse Austin walked in with ice chips and stopped when he saw me stretching across the bed rail, trying to reach my tray with the baby in my arms. He set the ice chips down and held out his hands. Here, let me take her so you can eat. I practically shoved her into his arms because my incision felt like it was tearing every time I breathed and I was starving. Austin swayed gently with her, humming something soft, and I realized I was staring because my husband hadn't even held her yet. I started crying without meaning to, and Austin grabbed tissues and wiped my face because my hands were full. I can't believe you almost died and he's playing some stupid game, he said quietly. My husband shouted at his screen from across the room and the baby woke up screaming. He looked annoyed. Your daughter is crying, Austin said flatly. My husband didn't look up. She'll stop in a minute. I felt something break inside my chest. Austin stared at my husband. You know what kills me about this job? Sometimes I have to watch men mistreat their wives. I always think if that was my wife, I'd be holding her hand every second, not playing on my phone like some teenager whose mom dragged him to visit his sick grandma. My husband shot up so fast his phone hit the floor. Who the hell do you think you are? Austin shrugged. Someone who actually knows when your baby last ate. He set our daughter down gently and walked out. My husband yelled, I'm going to have him fired. I stared at him. What's our daughter's name? He laughed nervously. Obviously it's... Then there was silence. He didn't know the answer. His hand reached for his phone like the answer might be there. When I came home, my mom pointed at the dishes in the sink. Why didn't you wash my plate? I sighed because I've cleaned up her mess my whole life. I held up my hands. They were raw, cracked, and bleeding from the cleaning chemicals. Mom, my hands burned from cleaning after you so much. I physically couldn't wash them. She put my hands down. I don't care. All you do is disappoint me. You make me wish I never had a child. She regretted my existence over not washing her plate. So I decided I was going to show her what life without a child looks like and make her regret every word. The next day, my mom left her plate of food on the counter and walked away. Normally, I'd clean it up, but this time, I had a plan. I left it sitting there. The next morning, my mom saw the plate and pushed it toward me. Are you serious? Clean this up. She picked up food off the plate and threw it at me. I kept a smile on my face. Okay, she walked away, but I left the plate there. A few days later, the food on the plate was turning brown. More of her plates were stacking up next to it. Fruit flies started buzzing around the counter. My mom walked in and swatted at a fly. You're disgusting for leaving this here. This is exactly why I regret having you. I didn't say a word. By the end of the week, the food was moldy. The smell hit my mom the second she walked through the front door. She gagged. Her plates were stacked across the kitchen. The trash was overflowing with her own takeout containers. She looked around at the house she destroyed. I'm kicking you out. I looked at her calmly. You don't have to kick me out. She looked at me confused. I pointed at my bags that were already packed by the front door. Her face changed. What is this? I was preparing you for what life without me looks like. No one to clean up after you. No one to pick up your plates. Isn't this what you wanted? Life without a child? She stood there looking around at the mess. Her mess. You can't leave. Who's going to clean this house? I smiled and knocked the trash can over. This pop quiz is worth 35% 1% of your overall grade. We nearly fell out of our chairs because she'd never told us about a test today. You should always be studying even if no tests are coming up. She smirked and put the answer sheet into her drawer, then handed out our tests. I nervously picked up my pen and started guessing, and everyone did the same. I put in my earphones to try keep calm because we were allowed, but then I felt a tap on my shoulder. My classmate was standing with a guitar in front of me. He got down on one knee and suddenly started serenading me. I'd never talked to him before, so I didn't understand, but he just strummed loud and the chords were all wrong. I was going red and the teacher yelled, "Freddie, this is a test, sit down." But Freddie just sang louder. Everyone lost it, and the teacher stood up and stormed over. She grabbed the guitar, but Freddie held on and strummed even louder, singing about how my eyes are bluer than a Smurf. I was so embarrassed I wanted the ground to swallow me whole, but while the teacher was yelling at him about the test, I looked behind and saw Freddie's best friend Jack walking to her desk. She was too distracted to see him grab the answer sheet from her drawer. I realized Freddie was serenading me so Jack could get the answer sheet. He took a picture of the sheet and sat back down, and that's when Freddie stopped. The teacher yelled, "Nobody gets to ruin my test. Sit back down." But her test had already been ruined. Jack suddenly asked to use the bathroom, and minutes later, the class group chat buzzed with a voice memo of Jack reading out the answers. I looked up and saw the teacher in her chair, staring at Freddie with rage, completely unaware that he was just a distraction for the real crime. I put in my headphones, listened to Jack reading out the answers, and got 100% without breaking a sweat.
Promise you won't freak out. My roommate ran into the living room holding her cheek. I promised, and she slid her fingers down. There was a red puffy spot on her cheek, about the size of a pencil eraser. I leaned in closer. "Katie, that wasn't there this morning." She started crying. "I know, and it's getting bigger." I watched it grow right there in front of me. I grabbed my keys. "We're going to urgent care to find out what that is." By the time the doctor pulled out a magnifying lens, the spot was already size of a quarter. "I want a surgeon to look at this tonight. The cost of removing it is going to be around $8,000, but we need to move fast." Katie shook her head and slid off the table. "Absolutely not. We're getting another opinion." I drove 15 minutes across town with one hand on the wheel and one hand on Katie's shoulder. The second clinic was sketchy, abandoned, and in the middle of nowhere. By the time we got there, the spot was almost bigger than a dollar note and starting to climb up toward her eye. The doctor was an older guy who barely only looked at it for a few seconds. He sniffed the air and said, "I think I've seen this before. Do you have any animals in your purse?" Katie froze. "What? Open your purse." She unzipped it slowly. He reached in and pulled out a small plastic container with air holes punched in the top. Inside was a tiny green tree frog. The doctor held it up. "How long have you been sleeping with this on your face?" Katie's mouth opened, but nothing came out. "I've been sleeping with it for a month. TikTok said it was good for increasing collagen," she finally whispered. "I've heard about this before. You let the frog pee on you, don't you?" Katie nodded, ashamed. The doctor sighed. "You have a chemical burn from frog urine." Katie nodded, tears streaming down her face. "The other doctor wanted to cut your face open for $8,000. How about instead, wash your face? Don't sleep with the frog. It'll be gone in a week." The frog started peeing, and I burst out laughing. I had an emergency C-section to deliver my twin babies at the hospital. When we got home the next day, I could barely move from the pain. My husband held my hand and said, "I'll feed the babies at 3 a.m. You should rest. I got this." A part of me was skeptical that he wouldn't do it, but I decided to believe him and closed my eyes to go to sleep. But then I woke up to both babies screaming. I opened my eyes and saw the clock. 3 a.m. I looked at my husband. He rolled out of bed and walked past the nursery and straight to the bathroom. I heard the door lock. "Babe, the babies are crying. Why are you in the bathroom?" "Relax, they'll be fine. I need to poop." The babies were screaming louder. I tried to move, but my C-section stitches were hurting and I couldn't get up. Then I heard him laugh and TikTok sounds playing on full volume. He was brain rotting. I was angry. Our newborns were screaming and he was laughing in the bathroom. I tried to calm one of the twins from the bed by shushing her. It worked. She stopped crying. But then the sound of someone screaming 6-7 blasted from his phone in the bathroom and woke her back up. Both of them were screaming again. I had to feed the babies myself. I forced myself up. Every step felt like my body was ripping open. The whole time I could hear thirst-trap TikTok audios playing through the wall. When I put the babies down, I walked straight to that bathroom door to confront him. I pushed the door open. He was sitting on the toilet, phone in one hand, and on the screen was a 21-year-old girl dancing in slow motion. "Your babies were crying. You promised you'd feed them." He didn't even look up. "You're being mad hormonal right now. I need to relax. They're stressing me out." I stared at him in disgust. "Enjoy your last shit in this house."
My dad pointed at me and said, "Tell it that if it doesn't start behaving, I'm kicking it out." He always called me it because he wasn't my actual dad. I was an affair baby from when my mom cheated on him with another man, and he hated me for it. "Okay, honey," my mom replied. She turned to me. "Your father says that if you don't start behaving, he's kicking you." But before she could finish her sentence, I was already getting ready to leave. "I've had enough of this. I'm 18 now. I don't need you anymore." As I walked to the front door, my mom got up to walk me out, and when my dad wasn't looking, she handed me a shoebox. "I'm sorry. I should have given this to you sooner." And before I could ask what was inside, she shoved me outside, slammed the door, and locked me out. I sat down on the curb and lifted the lid, and when I saw what was inside, I started crying. It was a petition for custody that my actual dad had filed for me. Underneath it was 5 more. He had filed for custody to legally be my dad 5 times, but it didn't make sense because my parents had always told me he was dead. Was that a lie? I looked closer at the petitions and saw my dad's dad's address on it. It was around the block, so I walked there, not knowing if any of this was even real. The house was an expensive mansion. When I knocked on the address, a man opened the door holding a coffee mug. The second he saw my face, the mug shattered on the floor. Maddie, my daughter, my eyes filled up with tears. Dad, my parents told me you were dead. He dropped to his knees in the doorway. Well, they told me you didn't want to see me, so they must have lied about everything. He took me in and showed me to the huge and expensive bedroom he'd been saving for me since I was born. This is your home now. I hugged him. A few years later, my parents found out my dad was rich and called asking for money. I told them if they don't start behaving, I'm going no contact. Me and my son were sitting on a crowded morning train when a man in a suit and briefcase ordered my 6-year-old son to stand up so he could sit down. I'm going for an interview at a law firm. I need to read over my material. My son pressed his face into the backpack on his lap because the man's tone scared him, and I told the man we'd paid for these seats so we wouldn't be moving. His face instantly went red, and he snatched my son's backpack off his lap and dropped it to the floor. I said move. My son started crying, and I immediately stood up and got in between them. Don't touch my son. But the man laughed and immediately slid into the seat I was just sitting in. I was shocked, and he smirked at me saying, I just tricked you. This is why I'm going to be a lawyer, and you're probably too dumb to even stack shelves right. He opened his briefcase and started reading documents and nudged my son to move over because he wanted the extra legroom. I picked up my son and his backpack and walked to the front of the train. I tapped a ticket inspector's shoulder and explained what happened. We walked back to my seat where the man was rehearsing his interview. And when the inspector saw our tickets, he ordered the man to move, but he refused. I'm going to a law interview. I need to practice. You should have practiced yesterday. The man's face fell, but still he refused to move. That's when the inspector pulled out his radio, and within 30 seconds, 3 other inspectors had come in. Sir, we're requesting you to leave the train. The man's face dropped and he said, okay, I'm sorry, I'll stand. But they grabbed his arms and led him off the train. He shouted, I'm going to miss my law interview. But my son smirked at him. I guess you'll be the one stacking shelves after all. The train doors shut, and me and my son sat back down, and he put his backpack back on his lap. When I walked into the restaurant with my guide dog, I heard my date sigh from across the room. I heard him mumble the words, pretty girls like you always try to be disabled for more attention. As if being a pretty ginger isn't enough. My eyes widened with shock. Did he really just say that? What did you just say? He laughed it off. Nothing. I convinced myself I must have misheard him because I'd never heard of someone saying something like that. The first 20 minutes were okay, until he suddenly got quiet. Are you actually blind? Because you just looked right at me. I was so taken aback that I could barely speak. Yes, I am actually blind. I just turned toward voices. Do it again. Look at my face. I turned toward his voice. I knew it. You're not blind. He laughed. I gotta hand it to you. You're good at this whole damsel in distress act. How many guys have you scammed with this little routine to get a free dinner date? I'd never been accused of this before, and I could feel my guide dog getting angry too. What? I have a real degenerative condition. He leaned closer. I think you're a professional victim who bought that dog online and taught it a few tricks. I felt helpless and angry at the same time, and I had no idea if he was going to escalate to violence. The room was getting quiet as everyone listened. The only sound was my dog whimpering. Now the mutt is acting. He said the word mutt like it was a slur. Does it get a cut of your disabled profits? My hands were shaking because I felt defenseless, and no one was standing up for me. Please stop. Or what? You'll feel your way over and slap me? My guide dog angrily crawled over to him. Then he said, get this disgusting animal away from me. And I heard her yelp as his foot connected with her ribs. She pressed against my legs, trembling. I gasped and started crying. A man behind me roared, did you just kick her dog? The waiter yelled, get out before I put you through that window. I couldn't tell what was going on, but I was relieved that someone was standing up for me. My date laughed. Chill, it's not a real service dog. Then I heard an older woman's voice, calm and cold. The only fake thing in this restaurant is you. I heard liquid hit him, then bread, then the crash of his chair and his shoes squeaking across wet tile toward the door. I smiled when I heard him getting kicked out and wrapped both arms around my dog. Then the waiter crouched next to me. My shift ends in 10 minutes if you want company that isn't terrible, cutie. Women today are the problem with everything, my boyfriend Craig said at my promotion dinner. My grandpa had it right. His woman stayed home, cooked his meals, and didn't talk back. My wine glass stopped halfway to my mouth. We are literally here to celebrate my promotion. Exactly. You care more about your job than making me happy. Women knew their place back then. So you want an actual 1950s relationship? He smiled. Yes, I want you to act like a real woman. I realized his company picnic was the next night, and I could show his coworkers exactly what he thought a woman should be. So I put my hand on top of his and smiled softly. Okay, you've got it. The next morning, I showed up to breakfast in a puffy dress and white gloves. Good morning, Mr. Anderson, I said, setting his pancakes down. Craig laughed. Cute, but you don't have to call me that. Oh, but I do. A proper lady addresses her man respectfully. His smile faded, just like mine at my promotion dinner. Just promise me you'll drop it before the company picnic tonight, he said. But Mr. Anderson, your grandpa's woman didn't hide for his coworkers. Neither will I. Craig looked at the ceiling like he was praying I was lying. That evening, his coworkers watched me step out of his car in my 1950s outfit. His boss waved me over and asked what I did for work. I smiled sweetly, knowing my next words would hurt his reputation. Mr. Anderson says careers make women forget how to be women. Would you like my potato salad recipe instead? It's the only thing I'm good for. That's not true, Craig stuttered out, but his coworkers were already whispering. Mr. Anderson, just last night you said women today ruined everything by forgetting their place. face. Did you change your mind? Craig was sweating, and I was enjoying every second of it. His boss looked at him. Did you really say that? She's twisting my words, Craig shouted. Oh no, Mr. Anderson was very clear. He said women should shut up, stay home, and cook his meals. I'm a woman, Craig, and I'm the one who signs your paychecks, his boss said. Craig's face went red. That's different. I'm what? He couldn't answer. Clean out your desk on Monday. You can't do that to me, he shouted, but she was already walking away. He turned to me. You ruined my life. I smiled. Mr. Anderson, a proper woman would never take credit for a man's own words. You did this all by yourself. I opened the closet and saw my maid of honor dress that was just hanging here last night was now gone. The wedding was in 2 hours, and all the other bridesmaids looked horrified, except Claire. She wouldn't make eye contact. She'd only joined our friend group 1 year ago and had been talking about this wedding for months. I searched the entire suite but couldn't find the dress, so I ran to the bridal suite and immediately told the bride what happened. She came back with me, and immediately Claire offered to help look. She led me to the closet, then had me look under the bed, in the bathroom, and when I told her I'd already checked these places, she insisted I should check again. After we cleared the whole room, Claire simply shrugged and pointed to a random flower sundress hanging in the closet she'd worn the night before. She suggested I just wear that, all while standing there in her own $1,400 bridesmaid dress with diamonds. I considered it because there were 60 minutes until the wedding, but then I noticed Claire deliberately blocking the luggage rack so I wouldn't see it. I walked towards it, and she suddenly jumped in front of me. I already checked the luggage rack. It's not in there. I knew something was wrong when I tried to move around her and she blocked me again. The bride stepped up and told Claire to move, or else she'd be uninvited. Claire went pale and immediately moved. I unzipped Claire's bag and saw my maid of honor dress, but when I pulled it out, the dress had been cut in half down the back, and a pair of scissors fell on the floor. I stared at my destroyed dress, and Claire immediately started crying, telling the bride she only did this because she deserved to be the maid of honor over me. I was shocked and told her I'd known the bride since childhood, while Claire barely knew her favorite color. The bride told Claire to never speak to us again because she was uninvited, and demanded she hand over her own dress right now or we're pressing charges. Claire cried that she paid a lot for this dress, and that we were her only friends, but I replied, yeah, and now I see why. Claire packed up and left, and 60 minutes later, we walked out, with me in the $1,400 dress. Claire watched the ceremony from the parking lot, crying in the sundress she'd suggested I wear. The day I won my first race was the worst day of my life. When I was a freshman in high school, I wanted to try out for the track team, so I practiced every day, running in the park by my house. It wasn't until a few weeks passed that I noticed the older man sitting on a bench in the park, watching me struggle to catch my breath. He sat at the same bench every day, watching me quietly. Then came the day that he finally stood and walked over to me when I finished my lap around the park. You need to control your breathing, he said calmly. I'm a former marathon runner. I can help you get better. Every day after that, he came to the park and ran with me, pacing me and pointing out things to help me learn. About a month after he started training me, I had to stop running and bent over at the waist, trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart. Tears filled my eyes as the man stopped beside me. What's wrong? He asked gently. I shook my head in frustration. There's no way I'll ever be fast enough to win a race, I complained. The man just shook his head. You've improved so much, he said seriously. You're almost there, and I'm going to be there when you win your first race. After we were done running that day, he led me to his car and handed me a shoebox with brand new running shoes inside. Wear these when you try out for the team, he said. I tried out for the track team about a week later. I made the team, much to my surprise, and had my first track meet the following weekend. I placed third. A week later, I placed second. Then it happened. About 3 weeks later, about 3 months after the man started training me in the park, I finally won my first race. I felt a rush of adrenaline as I passed the finish line first. I spun around toward the bleachers and saw everyone cheering for me, and there, in the back, sat the man from the park. He had a small smile on his face, but his eyes were unfocused. My heart instantly dropped. I pushed through the crowd until I reached him. The paramedics said it was a stroke. He held on just long enough to see me win. I saw a full cucumber poking out of my student's backpack. I just laughed, thinking it was some weird new trend. I wish I knew how dark the truth really was, because the next day, she brought in a bag of raw carrots. Wednesday, a whole head of broccoli wrapped in foil. Thursday, her backpack was so filled with celery and a whole eggplant that it wouldn't even zip. I had no idea what a second grader was doing with so many vegetables. So on Friday, when she got up to sharpen her pencil, I peeked into her open backpack. Sitting right on top of a zucchini was a full-sized kitchen knife. I pulled her into the hallway and told her to open the bag. She started crying before the zipper was halfway down. My friend is too poor to eat vegetables. He asked me to bring in vegetables and cut them small for him with a knife. He made me promise not to tell anyone because he was embarrassed about it, so I couldn't do it at home in case my mom caught me. So I've been bringing the knife to school. I had to report the knife because rules are rules. But the school counselor took one look at Julius's file and got his whole family signed up for a food assistance program by the end of the week. During a holiday abroad, I walked into my hotel room and saw my daughter laughing on the bed with a woman I'd never seen. I froze, and the woman instantly turned to me and said, I'm her real mom. I'm here to take her back. I knew I wasn't letting this crazy lady take my daughter, so I told her that was impossible because I gave birth to Lucy myself. But when I looked closer, I noticed the woman had the same almond-shaped eyes as Lucy. Lucy looked up and said, Mommy, this lady knows about my pool floaty and my favorite stuffed bear. My eyes went wide because those were things Lucy had had for over a year now. I walked towards the room phone to call reception, but the woman stepped in front of me. I said we're taking her. That's when the closet door opened and a man stepped out. Lucy laughed and said he was hiding in here, and the man walked towards me. The woman told Lucy, "Sweetie, you're going to come with me now," and picked her up. I screamed, "They're kidnapping my child," as loud as I could, and the man shot his hand out and clamped my mouth. As he did, I noticed a small birthmark on his hand that looked just like the one on Lucy's wrist. I realized I couldn't fight him off and just prayed someone would show up. I just screamed my child was getting kidnapped at the top of my lungs, but nobody did. The woman carried my daughter out, and the man took out an envelope and dropped the table beside me. He then apologized and quickly took off running. He and the woman sprinted out with Lucy. I instantly ran after them, but by the time I reached reception, they were already in a taxi outside. I told the receptionist these people had just stolen my child, but she shook her head because she didn't speak English. I cried and screamed for the manager, and after they finally understood what happened, Lucy was fully gone, nowhere to be seen. In the hotel room, I opened the envelope the man left behind him, and finally understood everything when I saw the DNA papers. Lucy was never my daughter. The hospital accidentally swapped her at birth and gave her to me. They were the real parents. They'd already been watching Lucy for years, and right here, in a foreign country where nobody would understand me even if I screamed for help, was the perfect opportunity to take her back. I was halfway through my shift when this drunk guy at table 4 started screaming about his order, but when I leaned in to fix it, he grabbed my arm and shoved me so hard I crashed into the next table and went down. I felt something warm running down my forehead, and when I touched it, my fingers came back red. My manager Tony sprinted over, but instead of helping, he started screaming at me. "What did you say to him? Why would you provoke a customer?" I tried to talk, but he yanked me up by my arm and started dragging me to the back. "Tony, please, just call an ambulance. My head won't stop bleeding," but he just laughed. "You're a waitress, so clean yourself up before you bleed all over my floor." Then he shoved me into the office, slammed the door, and locked it from the outside. I slumped against the wall, realizing I had no phone or a way out, and I could hear him outside yelling to the whole restaurant that I'd been stealing tips. Minutes went by, and then I heard the front bell jingle, and everything went quiet. A calm voice was asking what was going on, and footsteps started coming down the hall to where I was. "Tony, unlock this door, now." The lock clicked, the door swung open, and the owner was standing there. He saw me on the floor, blood all over my head, and his face went pale. "Tony, explain. Why is my waitress bleeding on my floor?" Tony started stammering. She's been stealing tips, and she provoked one of the customers, and she swung first." The owner just stared at him. "Which customer?" Tony's hand was shaking as he pointed across the dining room, and the owner turned to see who he was pointing at. His jaw dropped. Your nephew put her on the floor, and somehow she's the one to blame?" Tony muttered. "Yeah, she's dangerous and a thief." But then a regular at table 6 stood up. "Sir, I saw the whole thing. She didn't do anything wrong. That guy attacked her for no reason, and Tony locked her in that office while she was bleeding all over the floor." The owner's voice went ice cold. "Tony, get out! You're fired!" Tony started begging, but the owner already had his phone out calling the cops. Paramedics rushed in with a stretcher, but I held up my hand. "Wait." I dragged myself up, walked straight over to Tony, and spit a mouthful of blood right onto his shoes. Then I nodded down at the mess. "Better clean it up before it stains." My teacher picked up an envelope from her desk. "This letter is for the most hated teacher in school. Whoever wrote this is going to the office." She opened it up and read it out loud. "Every student in this class knows your husband is cheating on you because you're fat and pathetic. Nobody in this class respects you. We laugh about you every single day." She was so upset it looked like she was going to cry, but she quickly wiped her eyes and pointed at me. "I know this is your handwriting." I was so shocked that my jaw dropped to the floor. "Miss, I would never say something like that." I heard a kid in the back row laugh at me. I turned around and saw it was Snip. Last time I saw him, he was shoving a 6th grader into a locker, and I reported him to the principal. I knew this was his way of getting his revenge. I tried to defend myself. "I've never seen that note before, miss." She held the note close to her face to examine it. "I don't believe you. It's the same way you write your letters in full stops." I looked at my teacher. "There's a camera in the corner of this room. Please pull up the footage from yesterday after school." Snip stopped laughing. My teacher crossed her arms. "Fine, if that's how you want to waste the office's time." She walked to her computer. The whole class crowded around her screen. We watched the classroom empty out at the end of yesterday. We watched Snip in the back row wait until everyone had left. We watched him sit down in her chair and copy my handwriting letter by letter to write the note and frame me. Nobody said a word. Snip shoved his chair back. She deserved it. She almost got me expelled. My teacher walked to his desk, picked up his backpack, and dropped it at his feet. "Stand up. Pack your things." He didn't move. She pointed at the door. "And for the record, my husband loves me. And when I show him this note, he's going to be the one laughing at you." He started crying, and he was expelled that same day. Our grandpa made a miracle happen to give my sister her one last wish. Every year, my grandpa would take my sister Katie to the carnival, and those were the happiest days of her life. But when Katie became a teenager, Grandpa developed Alzheimer's and forgot who she was. They'd been planning to go back to the carnival for the last few years, but because of her holidays, never did. And now they'd never get a chance again. Katie would visit every weekend and show him old photos from the carnivals, but he never recognized her. When doctors told us Grandpa had weeks left to live, Katie locked herself in her room and cried about how it was her fault and how she'd do anything to go to the carnival with him just one last time. But a few months passed and Grandpa was still alive, and one morning I got a call from the hospital. Grandpa suddenly woke up lucid and had asked for Katie by her name. I didn't tell her anything and just just drove her to the hospital, and when she saw him recognize her, she started crying and lunged to hug him. He looked at her and asked, "Is the carnival still in town?" She replied through tears, "It just started yesterday." I drove them straight to the carnival, where Grandpa was lucid the whole day. He called Katie by her name, won her rubber ducks just like he used to, and they took photos on the Ferris wheel eating cotton candy with Katie on his shoulders. Grandpa passed away the next morning, and Katie put the photos in an album so she could forever remember the day that Grandpa remembered her.
I was babysitting a 6-year-old named Lucy when the front door burst open downstairs. A man's voice I didn't recognize shouted, "CPS, emergency removal, open up," but CPS doesn't kick doors, and they don't show up unannounced. I knew he was lying to get us to go downstairs, so I locked the bedroom door, but when I looked at Lucy, she was trembling like she knew something I didn't. And then I heard heavy footsteps walking up the stairs, and the handle jerked back and forth, and the voice came again louder this time. "Court order, open up or we breach." I peeked through the blinds. No agency car, just a strange sedan at the curb with a man behind the wheel, staring at me like I was his prey. My heart was racing, and Lucy kept trembling and crying. Then the rattling stopped, which somehow scared me more. I called her stepdad Denzel, told him everything, and begged him to come home. That's when Lucy grabbed my hand. She whispered that she knew the man at the door. It was her real dad, and her mom and stepdad didn't let him see her anymore. I grabbed a lamp off the nightstand, promising I'd protect her if he got inside. But then I heard a hiss from below. Tear gas came pouring up the stairs and seeped under the door, and my eyes and throat caught fire. That's why the rattling had stopped. He'd set off the gas to drive us out. My hands shook, but I didn't have time to react before a hard kick rattled the door. Then another and another. Lucy was sobbing, and I had to hold it together for her. I told her, "We're going out the window, onto the roof." We crept over, and the sedan at the curb was empty now. This was our chance. I lifted Lucy onto the ledge and climbed out after her. We slowly walked across the roof to the side of the house where we could climb down through a tree. I lowered her down first. She had one foot on a branch when she froze. The man from the sedan was below her, smiling up at us. Every other side of the roof dropped straight to concrete so we would break our legs. The tree was our only way down, and he was already under it. So I yanked Lucy back up, and we tumbled through the window, hugging each other on the floor as the door rattled. We were going to die, but then I heard the screech of tires. Denzel's car. He ran straight into the house, right through the cloud of gas. One more kick, and our hinges gave out. The door swung open, and Lucy's real dad came charging right at her. I stood in front of Lucy to shield her, but he shoved me so hard I hit the floor. And then he grabbed Lucy by the arm and turned to run. But Denzel was already at the doorway, and he punched him square in the face. He stumbled backward, and when he fell, the back of his head slammed into the wooden corner of the bed frame. Blood started pooling underneath him as Denzel scooped Lucy up. Then we all ran through the tear gas and didn't stop until we were outside.
I was cleaning out my grandmother's house when I found a love note to my granddad taped behind a photo frame, but when I looked closer, I realized the first letters of each line spelled a message. "The man I married is not who you think. If you see this after I'm dead, look inside the piano." My mind went blank. Grandma lost her mind a few months before her death, so this was like crazy rambling, but I decided to check it out anyway. I took the note with me and snuck past my granddad, and when I opened the piano, I indeed saw an envelope. Inside, there was a second note in Grandma's handwriting. "He's been poisoning me. That's why I'm losing my mind. If you find this, call anyone but your mother. She helped him." My heart literally sank. Was this real? Did Mom and Granddad kill Grandma? I tried to think clearly, but then suddenly a sharp, nauseous stomach pain hit me, and my arms went jelly. I thought back to earlier when I drank Granddad's tea. I needed to know what was going on for sure, so I went downstairs acting normal as I could. Granddad offered more tea, but just as I was about to say no, the doorbell rang. My mom walked in and hugged me and smiled, but her eyes didn't move. She said she was here to help us pack, but when she walked away, I noticed she wasn't packing at all. She was opening drawers, cabinets, checking behind furniture, almost like she was looking for something specific. "Sweetheart, did you find anything Grandma left for you?" I shook my head, but my stomach was getting worse and I was turning pale, so I decided to sprint to the bathroom and lock the door. I opened the medicine cabinet and started emptying pill bottles, but in one of them, I found rolled up letters. I opened them and realized they were love letters between my grandmother and another man. She was having an affair during her marriage with Granddad. My jaw dropped. I was so dizzy I had to sit down, and on the bathroom floor texted my sister photos of everything with a message. "Send police and an ambulance to Granddad's house. I think I've been poisoned." I planned to just head out to the front and wait for the ambulance, but when I walked downstairs, Mom was waiting for me, holding the photo frame. "Honey, are you sure you didn't find anything behind this frame?" I was barely able to shake my head by now. That's when I felt a buzz in my pocket and quickly looked down. My sister's text, "Police and ambulance will be there in 5. I almost cried because I didn't have 5 minutes. Suddenly, Granddad came into the room and he sat me down in a chair. "We need to talk about your grandmother." I was too weak to reply. Mom said, "Such a shame she had to go," and Granddad pushed another cup of tea toward me. "You killed Grandma," I said weakly. He simply shrugged. "You made this way harder than it needed to be." Then he stood up and grabbed my arms, pinning them to the chair. I was too weak to fight it. Mom pulled out a syringe from her bag, the same color as the tea, and walked toward me. "The tea from earlier won't kill you. It was only supposed to stop you from finding anything, but you still did. Now we have no choice." I saw my mother raise the syringe above her head and closed my eyes. I had no strength left. I waited for the needle, but I never felt it, and instead, I heard screaming. I opened my eyes. Mom had jabbed the syringe into Granddad's arm. He was shouting, reaching for her, but then collapsed on the floor. Mom kneeled beside me, crying. I'm sorry I'm a monster. I've hated myself since the day I helped kill my mom. I had to do this so I could live with myself again. The front door burst open, and police and paramedics flooded in. They treated me while my mother held her hands out for cuffs. 3 men jumped out in ghillie suits and pointed weapons at me while I was feeding cute ducks. One of them screamed at me, "Get on the ground now!" Someone from behind grabbed my arms and kicked my knees forward. My face was pushed into the ground. What's happening? You're trespassing on government property. My grandfather had warned me about this. His farm bordered a military base, but there was no fence between the properties. He told me, they train new recruits over there who don't know about my farm. Don't go past the line of willow trees and you'll be fine. The willow trees were past the duck pond, and yet I was not fine. After tying me up, one of the recruits said, "Searcher." "Nothing, sir." "Hey," I shout. "This is my grandfather's property. You are the ones trespassing." They used their radios to report catching me. I was crying now. "Please, just call him. My grandfather will explain everything." They ignored me. The one holding the radio turned to the recruit closest to me. "Sir, the commander will be here in 10. I'm not deaf, Thompson." It was clear by now that the one next to me was the ringleader. Ringleader grabbed my arm and jerked me into a sitting position. "Why are you on our base?" "I'm not. You are standing on a farm." Ringleader scoffed. "What farm? Aren't you supposed to grow things on farms?" He gestures at the land surrounding us. "My grandfather owns sheep and cows. They're just on the other half of the property right now." "Oh, how convenient. If you don't start talking, my hand might slip, and you could end up with a black eye, or worse." "The hell you think you're doing, Daniels?" Ringleader freezes, and I look over to see an old man wearing a uniform step out of what looks like a military-grade golf cart. Ringleader points to me. "Commander, this is the trespasser in question, sir." The commander turns to them. "Do you know where you 3 knuckleheads are?" Ringleader answered, "We were following our map for a training exercise." "Were you reading it upside down, maggot? You're standing on this man's property." My grandfather and I now spend our days drinking tea and watching the recruits work his farm for him as punishment, completely for free.
The doctor came out of the operating room. My husband was almost in tears. "Please, tell us she's okay." We saw the look on his face. "I'm sorry, your daughter is gone." We both broke down in tears. We had to go home to her empty room. I had to tell her kindergarten teacher she wasn't showing up to her first day. And when my husband told me he wanted a divorce, I sat on my back porch and bawled my eyes out. But then I felt something touch me. I opened my eyes. It was a pink balloon. I pushed it away, but it had a note taped to the side. I opened it and could see a message written in crayon. It was really hard to read, but it said, "Happy birthday, Mama. I miss you. Please send me a sign. Love, Callie." I was confused, but as I looked at it, I realized what it was. This little girl had lost her mom and was sending her a message on a balloon. I saw another one floating up and knew I had to do something. I knocked on their door and her dad answered in tears. I showed him the balloon and he instantly apologized. She was 6 and lost her mom a few years ago. I started tearing up and asked him if I could write back to her. He smiled and nodded. We hid the balloon in the backyard and she opened the note. "Hi, Callie. I found your balloon. I miss you and am watching over you every day. Love, Mama." She opened it and immediately ran inside. "Dad," she wrote back. She wrote back. He asked me to do it again, and after a week, he asked me to meet her. Now that my stepdaughter is 15, she told me she thinks she has 2 moms. I was confused. One up there and one who found her balloon.
I was in my room when the floor started shaking. I went outside and saw 30 strangers in the apartment. I was extremely angry and stormed towards my roommate, Alina. "I already told you that you need my permission for your friends to come over." She rolled her eyes. "Don't be so controlling. I can do what I want." And from the corner of my eye, I saw a homeless man stealing her stuff in the corner. "Who is that? Is he homeless?" She looked disgusted at me. "How dare you? He's just admiring my things. Not every homeless person is a bad person. You're so judgmental." I was so shocked that I didn't even know what to say. Behind her, I could see the homeless guy taking photos of her jewelry to sell online while filling his pockets with it. Alina smiled. "He's such a cutie." I quickly bagged all my jewelry to protect them from the strangers and went into my room and locked the door. And after just 5 minutes passed, Alina started banging on the door. "Help! The homeless man isn't who I thought he was. He's stealing all my stuff. Please let me in." I slowly opened the door by a tiny crack and spoke through it. "But you said no more being controlling. Isn't this fun?" "Okay, I was wrong. Please just help me." She got on her knees and started crying, but I had no more empathy left. "Also, I'm moving out tomorrow. You wanted to do whatever you want. Now you can." I quickly passed her a pocket knife to defend herself against the homeless man and locked my door. My teacher held up my permission slip. "Your mom didn't sign this. You forged her identity and signed it for her." "She did sign it. She broke her wrist in August and wrote it with her left hand. That's why it looks weird." Mrs. Brennan pulled out a folder with my mom's signature from last year and held them side by side. "These signatures don't match at all. They're not even by the same person." And before I could respond, she started dragging me to the principal's office. Principal Griffin held up the permission slip. "Your teacher says this doesn't match your mom's signature on file. Want to tell me what happened?" "My mom broke her wrist in August and signs with her left hand now." He pulled out my enrollment form from first grade. "Well, I think your mom is telling the truth because this is your mom's actual signature." He laid the permission slip next to it, and this one isn't. Mrs. Brennan crossed her arms. "She's been forging her signature since September." Principal Griffin kept going. "Every grade tied to a signed document is being reviewed. If we can't verify your mom actually signed these papers, the grades don't count, and you will be expelled. Did you try calling her?" Principal Griffin slid a pen across the desk. We tried, but she didn't pick up. So you need to write a statement admitting what you did, or you will be expelled. I sighed. Suddenly, my mom walked in, still wearing her work scrubs with a neon blue cast running from her fingers to her elbow. What is going on? Principal Griffin cleared his throat. Ma'am, we believe your daughter has been forging your signature all year. This is grounds for expulsion. My mom stared at him. You think my daughter forged all of these? Yes. You see this cast? I've had it on my right hand since August. I sign everything with my left hand now. Principal Griffin opened his mouth. She wasn't done. My daughter must have told you I broke my wrist. Mrs. Brennan, how many times did she tell you? Mrs. Brennan didn't answer. My mom picked up the permission slip. Watch. She flipped it over and with her left hand, slowly signed her name on the back right in front of them. That's me, signing with my left hand, just like every paper you pulled off this desk. The next week, Mrs. Brennan handed me a permission slip and I brought it back unsigned. My mom says she'll sign it when her cast comes off, just to be safe. My phone buzzed with a text. It was a video of my boyfriend feeding another girl sushi with brown chopsticks, laughing, and then kissing her the same way he kisses me. I slammed the phone down and sprinted into our shared bedroom, waving the video from my camera roll in his face. I expected him to get on his knees and apologize. Instead, he smiled. Honey, that's me with my sister. Don't worry. We just have a weird relationship because we're Turkish. That's how you act in our culture. I laughed nervously, and he continued. Actually, we were planning a pretty important event together. I had no idea what he was going to say, and that's when he got down on one knee. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a tiny black box. I've practiced this speech about 100 times, and I still can't get it right. My heart was pounding like crazy, and I was terrified. He flipped the box open, and there was a sparkly ring inside. I want to be with you forever. Will you marry me? I ripped my arm free and shook my head as hard as I could. Screw you. I snapped the ring box shut on his fingers. Your sister's the one who sent me the video, so who's the girl you've actually been feeding sushi to? His jaw dropped with shock. The ring rolled across the floor. I stepped over it and walked out. I'm allergic to my boyfriend. It started with random hives that would appear after we cuddled on the couch, then breathing issues whenever Brad and I shared a bed. I thought it was our new laundry detergent, then his cologne, then the sheets, so I swapped all three, but the hives got worse. The doctors tested me for pollen, foods, and fabrics, but everything came back negative. One morning, I woke up at Brad's place, barely able to breathe and skin covered in welts. The doctor asked if I'd changed anything in my routine. Just moved in with my boyfriend last month. She handed me a container. Swab Brad's skin. I want to see something. Brad thought it was hilarious, standing shirtless while I ran cotton swabs across his body. Maybe you're allergic to my charm, he flexed. The next day, the doctor pressed his sample into my arm and it erupted in angry red welts. You're allergic to a protein in Brad's skin. I laughed, thinking she was joking. Your body is literally rejecting him. Brad laughed too, until I showed him the results. So I'm literally toxic to you? For 2 weeks, we tried everything. He ate clean, cut out supplements, even scrubbed the apartment clean. But holding hands still left red streaks across my skin, and sharing a pillow triggered an asthma attack. The doctor told us the reaction was getting worse, not better. We can try immunotherapy, but until then, you need to stop touching him. That night, Brad packed a suitcase while I sat on our bed crying. Maybe the immunotherapy will work, I said, knowing it was a long shot. He knelt in front of me with his hands hovering just above my knees. I'd rather walk away than watch you struggle to breathe because of me. He closed the door behind him, and for the first time in months, I could breathe. He never came back. My best friend Nancy and I were alone at my house doing each other's nails when she froze and whispered, "Did you hear that?" I listened and heard footsteps downstairs and realized someone had broken into the house. I grabbed my phone to call my neighbor Mr. Nicholson because he always told my mom he'd look out for us, but the footsteps were already climbing the stairs. And so Nancy turned off the light, pulled me into my closet, and pressed her hand over my mouth. I heard drawers slamming in my mom's room and a man muttering, "Where's the damn safe?" My heart dropped, realizing the man had been watching us because nobody knew about the emergency money in the safe except me and mom. And then Nancy tried to call 911, but her hands were shaking so hard she dropped her phone and it made a loud clattering noise. We heard the muttering stop and then the footsteps pounding straight toward my room. Nancy mouthed, "I'm so sorry," but I was already uncapping the nail polish remover to use as a weapon, and she grabbed my softball bat just as a hand opened the closet door. And then a familiar voice said, "Girls, it's just me. I saw someone outside and came to check on you." I wanted to feel safe, but every nerve in my body was screaming that something was still horribly wrong. But before I could say anything, Nancy sobbed, "Oh, thank God," and stepped toward him. But he grabbed her and screamed, "Tell me where the safe is, or something bad will happen to her." But I didn't listen, and threw the nail polish remover directly into his eyes, and he let go screaming. Nancy swung the bat into his kneecap, and he collapsed. Then she hit him on the head, and he stopped moving. That's when I turned the light on, and I gasped when I saw Mr. Nicholson was the one who broke in, the same man I was going to call for help. Nancy finally called 911, and when they arrived, they took one look at Mr. Nicholson on the floor and said, "You girls did good." My student cried, "Where's my mom? She's usually never late to collect me from school. I think something happened to her." I thought it was weird too, but I didn't want to worry her, so I just said, "She probably got stuck in traffic. She'll be here soon." And after 2 hours of spam calling her mom's phone, a man I didn't recognize rushed to the door. "I'm Cassie's father. Give her to me." His breath reeked of alcohol, and Cassie immediately hid behind my legs in fear. "Do you have an ID to show proof of guardianship, sir? Just give Give me the damn child! He started grabbing her arm so hard it left bruises. I grabbed my phone, and as soon as he saw me dial 911, he let go. Forget it, you can keep her. He then ran out to the parking lot by foot. As soon as he was gone, Cassie broke into tears. That was my dad, but I didn't want to go with him because I haven't even seen him in 3 years. He's always at the bar. Where's my mommy? Don't worry, we'll find her. It was too dangerous to stay outside, so I decided to drive her to the local police station. As soon as we got there, I explained to the officers what was going on. The officer stopped me mid-sentence. What did you say Cassie's last name was? McDonough. Her father is wanted for murder. He pulled up a mugshot on his monitor and turned it toward me. It was the same man from earlier. He's wanted for the murder of Cassie's mother. She was found dead early this afternoon. I went to go find Cassie, and she was smiling for the first time all day. Did you find my mommy? The vet told me the dog was being abused, and I wish that's all that was happening. My best friend Kathy gave me her dog and asked me to take him to the vet for her because her husband planned a surprise getaway and she didn't have time. I replied, no problem, and took him, but when I arrived, the vet examined the dog and frowned. He asked me to step aside. Then he gently peeled back the fur on the dog's side, showing me the dark purple marks underneath. I was shocked, and the vet asked, is anyone in the house hurting the dog? I shook my head no. Kathy loved him, and I promised the vet neither her nor her husband would ever hurt an animal. The vet nodded and said he was obliged to ask, then handed me a small card with a phone number on it. I put it in my pocket, then took the dog. I texted Kathy saying, the vet found bruising on your dog. Is anyone hurting him? She replied immediately, that's so weird. I would never. My husband too. He's the most gentle man. He literally cries when sad movies come on. Maybe the dog ran into the couch? I thought nothing of it. And then suddenly, her husband sent me $50 as a thank you for the favor. I looked at the dog's bruises, at the card in my pocket, and figured I'd just leave it alone. That night, I drove the dog back to the house and parked across the street. But as I was about to step outside, I saw Kathy's husband shouting at her through the window. She was cowering, and suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Kathy hard across the face. She fell over the counter crying, and my jaw dropped. I looked down in shock, and that's when the card the vet gave me caught my eye. It wasn't an animal services number like I thought. It was actually a domestic violence hotline. I looked up at Kathy's purple face and realized the vet had seen in 5 minutes what I'd missed in 5 years. On my first day, my manager gave me one rule. If a resident ever wanted to run out of the building while begging for their life, I was to lock the front doors immediately and not let them leave. He said, don't do anything else. I mean it. It sounded strange, but I just assumed it was some kind of fire drill thing. Until 6 weeks later, when a man from the 7th floor walked up to my desk at 11 p.m. He stared at me with these manic eyes and said, are you ready for tonight? I excused myself and instantly called the manager to tell him what happened, but he replied, remember the protocol, and hung up. At 12:30 a.m., the same man walked back into the lobby and slowly dragged his finger across his throat while staring straight at me. My hands were shaking, and I called the manager again, but this time he didn't pick up. At 1:45 a.m., I pulled up the 7th floor monitor, and my face went pale. The man was pacing his kitchen with a knife in his hand. I looked at my phone, but this time the manager had already texted me, remember the protocol, just trust it. I started thinking I was going to just call 911 myself and break the rule, but then at 2:10 a.m., the woman who lived in the same apartment as the man sprinted out of their kitchen. She ran into the lobby and towards the front door screaming, let me out, please let me out. I instantly locked the front doors just like the protocol told me, but seconds later, the man ran out of the elevator and sprinted at her holding the knife. I covered my face, thinking what I had done, but within seconds, a janitor stepped from out of the bathroom and tackled the man from behind. He took out handcuffs and arrested the man, and the lobby instantly filled with undercover police. I was still shaking when suddenly the woman walked over to my desk, holding a police badge. She looked me in the eyes and said, your manager has been working with my department for 6 weeks. The protocol was for tonight. Thank you for trusting it. I found out the man they'd arrested was a suspected serial killer who'd evaded police 11 times, and this whole plan was designed to trap him. I saw a stroller on the train tracks with a baby inside, with a train coming its way. I panicked and looked around and saw the only 2 other people in the station were looking right at it but doing nothing. I'd seen them out here for a full minute before I came out and was shocked by how they saw a baby on the tracks and did nothing. The train came closer to the baby, and I quickly jumped off the platform and onto the tracks. The train horn went off and the train was 50 feet away. I ran to the stroller and reached for the baby while the train headlights shined down and blinded my eyes. I grabbed it, barely able to see a thing, and felt the wind against my skin, while the 2 men from earlier just kept staring at me. I clutched the baby against my chest and pulled myself on the platform as fast as I could, feeling the train roar past me. It had missed me by inches. I collapsed on the platform shaking, pressing the baby against me, just glad we were alive. But then its head moved at a strange angle. I looked closer and saw the skin was too smooth and its eyes were glassy. I stood up, but just then the 2 men came over, one holding a microphone while the other held a camera. They asked me, what made you risk your life for this baby? I was still hyperventilating and just looked at the hyper-realistic doll in my hands. The baby wasn't real. I asked them how much this doll cost, and they replied, $900. We had to make sure it looked real. Now I'll ask again, what made you risk your life for this baby? I looked at them both and just threw their $900 doll on the tracks right as the train started moving. My boyfriend Jackson leaned across the dining table and asked, are you sure you still want to be with me? I nodded and he rubbed his face aggressively. aggressively. It's just, I have this crazy ex who will harass you until we break up. He grabbed my hand and frowned. So, if you want to break up with me, I get it. I squeezed his hand. It's going to take more than a bitter ex to get me to leave you. But the next day, all 4 of my tires were slashed, and there was a note on my windshield that said, "Jackson is mine. Back off." I sent a picture to Jackson, and he apologized, but I replied that tires could be replaced, and this was nothing. And so 2 days later, dead roses were dropped on my front porch that said, "I buried the last girl who didn't listen. You're next." I cringed, tossed the flowers in the trash, and went back inside, and forgot about the whole thing. Until Jackson called that night and frantically asked if his ex did something today. I told him about the flowers, and he asked, "Are you scared? Are you going to leave me?" But when I said I wasn't scared, just annoyed, Jackson went silent and then mumbled, "Okay," before hanging up. And then, at 2 in the morning, a brick came flying through my living room window. And when I picked it up, the words, "Last warning," were written across it in red paint. I finally had enough and looked up his girlfriend's name, and when I found her number, I called it, ready to scream. But when I told her I was Jackson's girlfriend, she groaned, "Oh my God, that coward is doing this again. Listen, I live in Arizona. Whatever's happening to you, he's the one doing it." I didn't believe her, so I went to Jackson's house, but when I entered, my mouth dropped, because on the kitchen counter was a bucket of red paint and an address of a flower shop. When Jackson came out of his room, I asked, "You're the one harassing me? Why would you do this?" Jackson rubbed his face aggressively. "I just wanted you to break up with me. You harassed me because you were too much of a coward to dump me?" Jackson said yes, and I nodded slowly, the bucket of paint catching my eye. I walked over to it and dipped my fingers in. "If you wanted to break up so badly, let me help you out." Then I smeared "We're over" across his kitchen counter, and when I turned to leave, I slapped him across the face, leaving a red handprint on his cheek. I said it'd take more than a bitter ex to get rid of me. Turns out it took a coward. An old couple sat down across from me at a diner, and the woman burst into tears the second she saw my face. Her husband put his hand on her shoulder and said, "I know it hurts, honey. I thought she was just having a bad day." But the next Saturday, they were back in the same booth, and she started crying the second our eyes met again. This kept happening for weeks until one day, the woman ran to the bathroom sobbing, and then her husband stood up and walked straight to my booth. He apologized for interrupting my meal and told me he could explain why his wife kept doing that. I told him, "Please explain," and he slid into the seat across from me and pulled out a photo from his wallet. It was a Christmas photo of him, his wife, and a young girl in matching pajamas. "That's our daughter Isabella. We lost her last year." I stared at the photo in shock because the girl in it could have been my twin. I asked him how they lost her. He swallowed hard. "She left for a friend's house one night and never came home. We drove around looking for her until 3 in the morning and found her off the highway in a bush, with no pulse." He put the photo away and looked up at me with red eyes. "My wife keeps staring at you because you look exactly like her." My heart shattered for them, but it all made sense now. Then he asked if his wife could come say hi after their meal, just so she could feel like her daughter was alive for a minute. I told him I'd be glad to. When his wife came over, she sat down and held my hand across the table and asked where I worked. I told her I was a director at a fashion firm. She smiled through her tears and squeezed my hand. "I always knew my baby girl was so smart. I always said you'd achieve great things, Isabella." She hugged me before she walked out and whispered in my ear to keep pushing no matter how hard life got, because her Isabella was too strong a soul to let life beat her. I still hear those words every time I want to give up. My manager told me customer reviews were at an all-time low because of older employees like me not being friendly enough, and demanded I smile more when people walk into the shop. I suspected the real reason was because he'd raised prices by 25%, but I needed this job to afford rent, so I just went back to my register. Over the next month, I smiled at every customer and asked about their day, but they just scrolled their phones and threw their cards on the counter, then hit the 1-star button on their way out. My manager called me in and said the reviews were still going down, and if I couldn't fix them this month, I'd be fired. So I went back to my register, but this time with a notepad. Every time a customer came through the line, I asked them, "Is there anything we could do better?" Most didn't respond, but the ones that did all said the same thing. I wrote down every response, and at the end of the month, the manager called me in again. "Scores are still down. I'm going to have to let you go." But I took out my notepad and slammed it on his table. Over 500 responses, showing every customer was very unhappy with the prices. Nobody mentioned me. Some elderly people even said I was the only reason they still come here because I'm the only person who says hi to them. My manager was lost for words, and the next day brought the prices back down while I kept my job. My boyfriend kept letting his bros call me Twiggy at the arcade, so I told them to put their money where their mouths were. They'd been at it all night, asking if I needed help carrying my soda, wrapping their fingers around my wrist to show how thin it was. My boyfriend laughed every time instead of telling them to stop, so I walked them to the strength tester at the back wall. "Fine, let's settle it. Let's see who's the strongest. $100 each to the strongest." We spit in our hands and shook on it. They slapped their hundreds on the machine and lined up to show me how it was done. The loud bro went first. He walked up to the machine and pointed at me. "Watch and learn, Twig." He set his feet and slammed his fist into the pad. The puck shot up the tower and stopped at 743. He held his phone next to the score and flexed. The hype bro shoved him aside and wound up huge. He swung and missed the pad completely. The force spun him in a full circle. He squared up red-faced and tried again. The puck shot up and the score spun crazy crazy before stopping at 1. He scowled at the screen and slammed the side of the machine. It's glitched. His next swing landed, and the puck climbed to 5. A little kid pushed through the crowd and pointed at him. "Mister, you're weak." My boyfriend stepped up with his chest puffed out. "Babe, if you somehow beat me, I'll carry you piggyback through the whole mall." His bros cracked up. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck like he was warming up for a fight. He swung. The puck shot past 800 and stopped at 880. The bell vibrated but didn't ring. He turned to me grinning like he'd already won. "Babe, try not to embarrass yourself." His bros laughed while strangers behind us raised their phones. I walked to the pad without saying a word. I rolled up my sleeves, cracked my neck, and set my feet. Coach walked out and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. I drove my fist into the pad. The puck shot up the tower and smashed into the bell so hard it snapped off and rolled across the floor. The screen lit up 999 in red letters. The alarm started screaming and the lights flashed everywhere. The bros just stood there with their mouths open. Coach walked over and pushed the broken bell aside with his foot. "Bella, what did I tell you about my machines? Save those fists for nationals on Saturday." Turns out Coach also owned the arcade. I'd been training at his gym next door for 2 years. The loud bro's face went pale and his phone slipped out of his hand. "She's a boxer?" I held out my hand and they grabbed their hundreds and handed them to me one by one. My boyfriend squatted down without a word and I climbed onto his back. Strangers in the mall raised their phones as he carried me out. I waved at his bros over his shoulder. "Bye, Twiggies." I reached over and flicked my boyfriend's ear. "Try not to drop me, babe." I picked my son up from school and he ran over to me with a handful of flowers he'd picked himself. He smiled, but when he looked back, all of his classmates were laughing at him and calling him a girl. His smile dropped, and the next time I picked him up, he stuck up his middle fingers at me, and this time his friends laughed with him. Every time after that, I'd pick him up, and he'd be sticking up his middle fingers, throwing stuff at me, or even hitting my legs, and his friends laughed with him every time. But then he got sick and needed to stay in the hospital. Every day he expected his friends to come, yet they never did. I stayed beside him while he cried about how his friends weren't there when he actually needed them. When he finally went back to school, I came to pick him up, and he ran at me with flowers. His classmates laughed at him, but this time he turned around and told them, "You didn't care about me when I was sick, so I don't care if you laugh at me." He turned around and hugged me and said, "I treated you like dirt, and you still came. I'm so sorry, Mom." My husband called it the 1,000-mile rule. I called it grounds for divorce. He kissed me before his business trip across the country. When I get back, we should talk about starting a family. While he was away, I baby-proofed the entire house. I locked every cabinet, covered every outlet, and patted every corner until there wasn't a sharp edge left. At night, I'd scroll through baby names until I fell asleep. When his car pulled into the driveway, I ran outside and pulled him through the front door. I walked him through the whole house. He nodded his way through every room, kissed me, and said it looked great. That night on the couch, he pulled out his phone. "You have to see the pictures from my trip." He scrolled through showing me mountains, a sunrise, and then a photo of a woman I'd never seen. "Who is she?" He laughed. "Just a coworker. Relax." After he fell asleep, his phone buzzed on the nightstand. Her name on the screen. I picked it up. She was everywhere. Photos of them at dinners, at bars, in a hotel room, and a video of the two of them popping champagne. I slapped him awake and held his phone up to his face. He looked at the screen, looked at me, and sighed like I was the one being unreasonable. He smiled. "Ever heard of the 1,000-mile rule? If you're more than 1,000 miles from home, it doesn't count." I looked at him. "You cheated on me, and you think distance makes it okay?" He shrugged. I kicked him out that night. By morning, I looked up the distance to the nearest divorce lawyer. Well under 1,000 miles.